Imagine going through life thinking you truly know the people closest to you, only to discover they've been hiding a dark secret for 25 years. Family secrets can shape us in ways we don't even realize, sometimes holding us back from true happiness. When the truth finally comes out, it can feel like your entire world is falling apart in an instant. I believe trusting someone's words after so many years is a risky gamble. It's hard to imagine living alongside someone, knowing their dark secrets, and keeping quiet. Were there personal motives involved? Let's dive into this story together. Today, we're uncovering a chilling tale of love, betrayal, and a mystery that tangled itself around unsolved crimes in Holland, Michigan. The events were so shocking that every resident had their own theory about what could have happened. It took investigators years to finally bring a suspect to trial. But was justice truly served? Gail Wingarden was born on April 24, 1965, to Wendell and Dorothy Wingarden as the eighth child in a large, close-knit family in Ottawa County, Michigan. Though they didn't have much money, the Wingardens were known for their strong family bonds and the care they showed for each other. They embodied the meaning of a loving and united family. Despite their warmth, financial struggles were common, and from a young age, Gail dreamed of a career that would allow her to afford the things every child wishes for. She saved money and confided in her older sister, Cheryl, that she planned to work hard so she'd never have to go without. As a teenager, Gail got her first job as a waitress. The pay wasn't much, but tips helped her earn decent money. Her warm, friendly, and charming nature meant she left a lasting impression on everyone she met. At 18, Gail experienced her first true love. The relationship moved quickly, and the young couple moved in together, dreaming of building a home and starting a family. They lived together for about a year. In 1984, when Gail was 19, she began a new job where she met a 25-year-old contractor named Rick Brink. For Gail, it was love at first sight. She ended her previous relationship and poured her heart into her new romance with Rick. What unfolded next would shake the foundations of her life and the peaceful town of Holland, Michigan. Rick was so taken by Gail that on the very day they met, he told his mom he had found the woman he wanted to marry. He was head over heels, and their relationship quickly blossomed into something special. They spent their days going on romantic dates and outings, with Rick going above and beyond to make Gail happy. Deeply in love, they seemed like the perfect match, hardworking, ambitious, and full of energy. They shared the same dreams of building a future together, working hard, and one day raising a family in their dream home. One summer, the couple visited Rick's family lake house on Lake Michigan, where he had a boat. Gail tried water skiing, and everyone who saw them together agreed they looked like the perfect couple. On April 25, 1986, just one day before Gail's birthday, they got married in a small church ceremony surrounded by family and friends. Rick's father, Garrett Brink, helped them find the home they had been dreaming of, a charming old house on 20 acres of land on Ransom Street, just outside their hometown of Holland, Michigan. Garrett managed to secure a great deal, and the newlyweds were excited to start renovations. Rick, a skilled handyman who worked for a furniture company and trained carpenters, took on the challenge of transforming the house. By October 1987, they moved into the partially renovated home, documenting their progress on video as they cleaned, painted, tore down walls, and repaired floors. The once dated house was slowly coming back to life. Gail even told her sister that their next project would be a nursery, as they were ready to start a family. On November 21, 1987, Rick and Gail attended the wedding of one of Rick's high school friends. They had a wonderful time, but the next day, something strange happened. Neither of them showed up for work. Rick, who worked for Trenway, a major furniture company, was known for his reliability. His absence was completely out of character. Concerned, Rick's supervisor called their home, but no one answered. Growing worried, he contacted Rick's parents to see if they knew why Rick hadn't come to work. Rick's parents were equally alarmed. They knew their son wouldn't disappear without a word, and fear for the couple's safety began to set in. Something was clearly wrong. Rick's parents, growing more concerned, decided to call Gail's workplace to check on her. They discovered that she hadn't shown up either. Alarmed, they rushed to Rick and Gail's house to see if everything was okay. When they arrived, they immediately noticed Rick's car parked in the driveway. Feeling a glimmer of relief, they hoped the couple was just at home, perhaps unwell or sleeping in. But as they approached the car, they saw something unusual. Rick was inside, sitting in an awkward position. His knees were on the floor beneath the steering wheel, his body hunched over and leaning toward the passenger seat, with his head resting against the passenger side door. Rick's father, Garrett, moved closer and called out his son's name, but there was no response. When Garrett tapped Rick's shoulder, he realized his son was unresponsive, and then he saw the blood on Rick's head. Overcome with horror, Rick's parents didn't enter the house, fearing what else they might find. Instead, they immediately called the Ottawa County Sheriff's Department. When deputies arrived, they searched the house. Inside the bedroom, they found Gail. At first glance, it seemed as though she was simply sleeping with a pillow over her face. But when the officers lifted the pillow, they saw it was stained with blood. Gail had been shot 3 times at close range. More officers soon arrived to begin a thorough investigation of the scene. Detectives carefully combed through the house, searching for clues or evidence that might point to what had happened. The initial theory was that Rick might have harmed Gail and then, overcome with guilt, taken his own life. But this idea quickly fell apart when they searched Rick's car. There was no weapon to be found, nor was there any evidence linking him to an attack on his wife. In a single day, the couple's storybook romance filled with dreams of a bright future had ended in unimaginable tragedy. Both Rick and Gail were gone, their love story transformed into a nightmare. Yet, there was no clear motive, no suspect, and no explanation for the violence that had shattered their lives. The investigation pressed on, and the weapon used in the crime was identified as a .22 caliber revolver. Rick had sustained fatal injuries from 2 close-range gunshots to the head. Investigators also found a bullet hole in the passenger side window of Rick's car, which was shattered. The driver's side window was partially rolled down, leading authorities to believe that Rick had willingly lowered it to speak with someone he likely knew and trusted, as there were no immediate signs of danger. Inside the house, there were no signs of a robbery or forced entry. The door was intact, and the house remained undisturbed. Nothing was stolen or ransacked. Rick and Gail's wallets were on the kitchen table, untouched, with cash and credit cards inside. Their wedding rings were still on their fingers, and scattered jewelry in the house was left untouched. The lack of shell casings and the fact that the bullets remained lodged in the victims suggested that the perpetrator had come with a singular purpose to take their lives. The physical evidence was sparse. 6 fingerprints were found in the house. 4 belonged to Rick and Gail, while the remaining 2 couldn't be matched to any known records in law enforcement databases. Investigators determined that the murders occurred in the early hours of November 22nd, just hours after Rick and Gail were last seen leaving a wedding reception at around 11 p.m. on November 21st. Despite the scarcity of physical evidence, rumors and speculations swirled throughout the community. However, not everyone with suspicions was forthcoming, and investigators found it challenging to gather actionable leads. No arrests were made, and no suspects were identified. To trace the couple's final hours, detectives began questioning friends, family, and co-workers. One of the first people they spoke with was Gail's brother, Ryan Wingarden. He revealed that Gail's ex-boyfriend had confronted her publicly, professing that he still loved her and was jealous of her relationship with Rick. According to Ryan, the ex-boyfriend had even tried to persuade Gail to leave Rick and return to him. This revelation added a layer of intrigue to the case, but without concrete evidence, it remained a lead that investigators couldn't immediately act on. The mystery deepened as the town of Holland, Michigan, continued to reel from the shocking tragedy. Gail was happily married, and despite the ex-boyfriend's feelings, she had moved on. Police tracked him down and brought him in for questioning. He denied any involvement, willingly took a polygraph test which he passed, and provided a solid alibi. With no evidence linking him to the crime, authorities ruled him out as a suspect. A few days into the investigation, another lead surfaced. The previous owner of Rick and Gail's house came forward with an intriguing theory. He suggested that the crime might have been a case of mistaken identity, that the perpetrator could have been targeting him instead, unaware he no longer lived there. This former owner, known by the nickname Shotgun, had a complicated past. He was once affiliated with a motorcycle club and had been involved in trafficking banned substances and weapons. However, Shotgun had turned informant, working with federal agents after he opposed the sale of illegal substances to teenagers. He provided information on criminal activities within certain groups. Detectives pursued this lead thoroughly. They interviewed other informants, questioned members of motorcycle clubs in Detroit, and tried to connect the dots. Despite their efforts, no evidence emerged linking these groups to the double homicide of Gail and Rick. After about a month, this theory was dismissed due to a lack of substantial proof. Then, on Christmas Eve, a shocking new development occurred. Another violent crime was reported near the Brinks home. Deborah Wilson, a local woman, was found dead in her backyard, having suffered a fatal neck injury. Investigators soon discovered that Deborah and Gail had attended the same high school, were in the same graduating class, and shared overlapping social circles. This chilling coincidence raised immediate suspicions that the two crimes might be connected. The small town of Holland, Michigan, was gripped by fear. Residents were on edge, speculating whether the same perpetrator could be responsible and wondering if more victims would follow. The senselessness of the crimes cast a shadow over the once peaceful community, leaving everyone on high alert. That Gail's brother, Ryan Wingardin, had behaved strangely after the murders. Cheryl and her aunt revealed that Ryan seemed unusually nervous and avoided discussing the tragedy altogether. Over the years, his evasive behavior had raised suspicions within the family. Detectives decided to take a closer look at Ryan. They began questioning other family members and acquaintances who had interacted with him around the time of the murders. Several noted that Ryan's demeanor had changed drastically after Gail and Rick's deaths. Some described him as withdrawn and secretive, while others mentioned moments where he seemed overly defensive when the topic of the murders came up. The detectives found it curious that Ryan had never been formally interrogated during the original investigation. To better understand his potential involvement, they started piecing together his movements and behavior from that time. Through their interviews, the detectives learned of an incident where Ryan reportedly confided in someone close to him. He had allegedly shared chilling details about the murders, details that were never made public. This revelation gave detectives enough cause to bring Ryan in for questioning. In early 2013, investigators approached Ryan Wingardin and asked him to recount his version of events from November 1987. Ryan's story was vague, inconsistent, and riddled with contradictions. When confronted with evidence and witness statements, Ryan began to falter. Detectives then focused on building a psychological profile and gathering corroborating evidence. They uncovered allegations that Ryan had a strained relationship with Gail, stemming from unresolved jealousy and resentment. Some family members even suggested that Ryan had been possessive and controlling toward his younger sister. After months of interviews and analysis, the detectives believed they had enough evidence to proceed. In early 2014, Ryan Wingardin was arrested and charged with the murders of Rick and Gail Brink. The case that had remained cold for nearly 25 years was finally brought to trial. Prosecutors argued that Ryan had acted out of jealousy and anger, unable to accept Gail's happiness and her life with Rick. The defense, on the other hand, claimed there was no physical evidence tying Ryan to the crime scene. The trial brought the family's long-buried pain to the surface, as dark secrets were exposed and relationships were tested. It was a shocking and emotional journey for everyone involved. During the January 15th interview, Pam's account shifted in a startling way. She began to unravel under the pressure of questioning and confessed that Ryan had told her he was involved in the murders of Rick and Gail Brink. According to Pam, Ryan confided in her shortly after the crime but swore her to secrecy, saying they needed to protect each other and their future. Pam described how Ryan had admitted to shooting both Gail and Rick. She explained that he had been angry and jealous, feelings that had festered for years. Ryan was particularly resentful of Gail's seemingly happy and successful life with Rick, and the argument over their parents' camper had been the breaking point. Investigators were stunned by Pam's confession but knew they needed more evidence to solidify their case. They pressed her for further details, and she revealed chilling specifics about the murders, details that were never publicly disclosed. Pam said Ryan described how he waited for Rick and Gail to return home from the wedding, ambushing them when they least expected it. Detectives also revisited forensic evidence from the crime scene. Though technology had advanced significantly since 1987, the limited physical evidence available did not directly implicate Ryan. Still, Pam's confession was enough to push the investigation forward. On January 29, 2013, Ryan Wingardin was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. The case against him relied heavily on Pam's testimony and the pattern of suspicious behavior he had exhibited over the years. The trial began later that year and drew widespread attention, especially in Holland, Michigan, where the community had long sought closure. Prosecutors argued that Ryan's jealousy, anger, and inability to control his emotions led him to commit the murders. They highlighted Pam's testimony, framing it as the key to unlocking a decades-old mystery. Ryan's defense team attempted to discredit Pam, suggesting her testimony was coerced and that her changing stories made her unreliable. They also pointed to the lack of physical evidence tying Ryan directly to the crime scene. In March 2014, after weeks of emotional testimony and deliberation, the jury found Ryan Wingardin guilty of the murders of Rick and Gail Brink. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, bringing a long-awaited sense of justice to the families and the community. Though justice was served, the case left behind a trail of heartbreak, revealing the devastating impact of jealousy, unresolved anger, and hidden secrets within a family. During Ryan's trial, the prosecution painted a picture of a man consumed by jealousy, anger, and unresolved family issues. They argued that Ryan's deep resentment toward Gail, combined with fears that she might reveal their disturbing past, led him to murder his sister and her husband in cold blood. Pam's testimony was central to the case, as it provided chilling details about the events surrounding the crime. Pam recounted how Ryan had admitted to the murders and even brought her to the scene the day after the crime, where she saw the bodies of Rick and Gail. She also testified about the years of threats and emotional manipulation she endured, which kept her from coming forward earlier. The prosecution highlighted her fear and Ryan's attempts to control her as evidence of his violent and coercive nature. Other witnesses, including Ryan's aunt and sister Cheryl, testified about his strange behavior and incriminating comments over the years. Cheryl recalled instances when Ryan had made unsettling remarks about the crime, including wondering aloud if he could have been responsible. The prosecution argued that these statements demonstrated Ryan's guilt and inability to fully conceal his involvement. Ryan's defense team attempted to counter these accusations by discrediting Pam's testimony. They argued that her changing story and years of silence made her unreliable. They also claimed that the lack of physical evidence directly tying Ryan to the crime scene created reasonable doubt. However, the prosecution emphasized that Pam's detailed confession included information that had never been made public, such as the specific positions of the bodies and other details from the crime scene. This, they argued, lent credibility to her account. Ryan's testimony in his own defense proved to be one of the most shocking moments of the trial. His admission of inappropriate interactions with Gail during their teenage years, described as consensual curiosity, horrified many in the courtroom. The prosecution seized on this testimony to argue that Ryan's complicated and toxic relationship with Gail played a role in his motivation for the murders. After weeks of testimony and deliberation, the jury found Ryan Wingardin guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, bringing an end to a case that had haunted the community for decades. The trial not only provided justice for Rick and Gail Brink, but also unearthed long-buried family secrets, leaving those who knew the Wingardin family reeling. For many, the verdict offered a sense of closure. But the revelations about the dark and twisted dynamics within the family ensured that the legacy of the case would not soon be forgotten. The defense also sought to discredit Pam's testimony, suggesting that her decision to come forward after so many years was motivated by personal issues or ulterior motives. They questioned why she had kept silent for over 2 decades and argued that her delayed confession cast doubt on her credibility. By focusing on the lack of physical evidence linking Ryan to the crime, they attempted to portray him as a victim of false accusations and family drama rather than a cold-blooded murderer. Despite these defense arguments, the prosecution's case remained compelling. They emphasized Ryan's suspicious behavior in the days following the crime, particularly his early knowledge of the murders before they were publicly discovered. Jim Meehan's testimony about Ryan mentioning the deaths of Rick and Gail before their bodies were found was a critical moment that left a strong impression on the jury. The prosecution argued that this knowledge could only have come from the person responsible for the crime. As the trial progressed, the jury considered both sides of the case. They deliberated for just 4 hours before reaching a unanimous verdict guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Rick and Gail Brink. This swift decision was a testament to the strength of the prosecution's case and the impact of Pam's testimony. In the aftermath of the verdict, the Brink family and the community experienced a mix of relief and sadness. While justice had been served, the revelation of Ryan's involvement in the murders left many in shock, particularly those who had known him for years. The trial had unearthed deeply troubling family secrets, and the fact that Ryan had been able to hide his dark actions for so long added a layer of disbelief to the case. Ryan's sentencing followed shortly after the verdict. Judge John Holing sentenced him to 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, condemning him for the cruelty of his actions. In his statement, the judge called the crime cold-blooded and expressed the deep harm caused to the victims and their families. Despite his conviction, Ryan continued to maintain his innocence, refusing to accept responsibility for the deaths of his sister and her husband. His refusal to admit guilt further alienated his family, who had hoped for a sense of closure after years of uncertainty. As the years passed, the case became a chilling reminder of the secrets that can fester within families and how those secrets can lead to devastating consequences. The investigation and trial revealed the dark and disturbing truths behind the deaths of Rick and Gail Brink, offering some measure of justice but also leaving a lasting scar on everyone involved. Pam's testimony played a central role in the prosecution's case, but the defense focused on undermining her credibility, especially due to the 25 years that had passed before she came forward with her confession. The defense argued that her statements were the result of pressure or manipulation by the police, and that the lack of physical evidence, such as the murder weapon or any fingerprints, meant the case against Ryan was based solely on speculation. Despite these challenges, the prosecution countered that the nature of the crime, personal and brutal, pointed to Ryan as the perpetrator. The fact that both victims had been shot in the head at close range suggested an intimate knowledge of the victims, something that would not be typical in a random attack. Moreover, the early knowledge Ryan displayed about the crime, particularly mentioning the deaths before the bodies were discovered, provided additional circumstantial evidence that tied him to the murders. The case was complicated by the passage of time. It's difficult for juries to make decisions based on decades-old evidence, and the lack of forensic evidence left gaps in the narrative. But ultimately, the jury convicted Ryan, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In 2015, Ryan's legal team filed an appeal, attempting to have his conviction overturned or to secure a new trial. They argued that the prosecution's case relied too heavily on Pam's testimony and that the jury had not been given access to her earlier police interviews, where they believed she had been influenced by investigators. The defense maintained that the only evidence against Ryan was her word, and that without it, there would have been no case. However, the court upheld the conviction, citing the compelling nature of the circumstantial evidence, especially the timeline in Ryan's behavior before the bodies were discovered. The jury's decision was not solely based on motive but also on the totality of the evidence, which, even if circumstantial, painted a clear picture of Ryan's guilt. As of now, Ryan remains in prison, maintaining his innocence despite the overwhelming evidence against him. The case is a reminder of the complex dynamics within families, the dark secrets that can be hidden for years, and the difficulty of bringing long unsolved crimes to justice. While the families of Rick and Gail Brink may never fully understand why this tragedy occurred, the conviction provided them with a sense of closure, and the legal system ultimately fulfilled its role in holding Ryan Wingarden accountable for his actions. Have you ever thought about how life can turn into a nightmare in just a moment? One decision, one accident, and everything you know and love can vanish. Let me tell you a story that started as a normal day, but ended in a way no one could have imagined. Picture this. It's 3 a.m. and the doorbell rings. You get up, thinking it's a neighbor or maybe a courier at the wrong address. But standing at the door is the man you thought was gone from your life forever. His eyes burn with anger, his fists are clenched, and the air feels heavy with tension. What do? Scream, run, or freeze, realizing this could be your last mistake? Exercise. That's how the story began for Alina Shacket. One day, she decided love shouldn't hurt anymore. She left it all behind. But he came back. And what happened next shocked not just Alina, but everyone who knew her. Alina Shacket was born in Russia in 1997. When she was 7, her family moved to Pennsylvania in the United States. From a young age, Alina was curious and active. She quickly learned English and developed a passion for art and science. At school, she was seen as talented and determined, always working toward her goals. She was also known for her kindness, often helping classmates and taking part in charity events. After high school, Alina went to the University of Pittsburgh to study biology. She dreamed of becoming a doctor, which motivated her to work hard. Her peers described her as a bright and cheerful person, always ready to help and offer advice. Alina's sense of justice and her warm personality made her stand out. Her family, especially her parents Ellie and Ian, were her biggest supporters. As an only child, Alina was the center of their world. They shared a strong bond, spending time traveling and encouraging her dreams. But in October 2017, something happened that the Shacket family could never have prepared for. Ellie and Ian were used to Alina's constant calls and texts, but soon their world turned upside down. Their daughter was always in touch, especially when they had plans together. But on this day, the silence in their home felt ominous. Alina had vanished without a trace, even on the morning before an important event that usually brought them together, the charity marathon they participated in every year. This breast cancer campaign was close to their hearts, and Alina was always at the center of it. Her care for others was genuine, as though she drew strength from helping people, almost as if she was shielding her family from the dangers of the outside world. But that morning, she didn't show up. There were no messages, no missed calls, nothing. Every minute felt like an eternity. Ellie kept scrolling through her phone, the growing anxiety tightening its grip on her. Ian, sitting behind the wheel, tried to stay calm, but his fixed gaze and trembling hands betrayed his rising fear. The car felt like it was crawling, even though they were rushing to the University of Pittsburgh campus where Alina lived. What should have been a quick 30-minute drive stretched endlessly, their minds racing with worry. When they arrived, Ellie rushed to Alina's apartment, leaving Ian and their dog in the car. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it might break free from her chest. Her hands shook as she pressed the doorbell. Each second of waiting felt unbearable, an eternity filled with dread. The silence inside the apartment was oppressive, the kind that makes the walls feel like they're closing in. Ellie and Ian stood on the doorstep, frozen in fear. There was no warmth, no sound of life, just a chilling emptiness that only deepened their unanswered questions. It felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill, holding its breath in anticipation of something terrible. Even the air seemed heavier, pressing down on them. Desperate, Ellie pulled out her phone one last time to call Alina. Each ring echoed loudly in her heart, filling the silence with unbearable tension. Each unanswered ring felt like a thread of hope snapping, leaving Ellie and Ian more desperate with every passing second. No one could have imagined that a day starting so normally would turn into the worst nightmare for the Sharkey family. Just minutes earlier, Ellie had been frantically trying to contact her daughter. Now, she stood outside Alina's locked door, her fists pounding on the wood. The sound echoed through the empty house, but there was no response. She called out Alina's name, her voice trembling and rising to a shout, but silence was the only reply. Ellie's panic grew as the reality of the situation began to sink in. Something was terribly wrong. She screamed for Ian, her voice laced with terror. Ian ran to her, fear giving him a surge of strength. He knew every second was precious, each moment stretching into unbearable emptiness. Ian began hitting the door with all his might. Each blow deepened the sense of impending doom until, finally, the door gave way with a sharp crack, revealing a scene that neither of them was prepared for. Zach, Alina's neighbor, had been watching from the staircase, frozen in shock. He instinctively stepped back, as if trying to shield himself from the unfolding horror. When the door opened, the weight of what lay inside spilled into the hallway like a dark tide. Inside, silence loomed heavier than ever, no longer hiding the grim truth. The room was smeared with dark stains, walls and floors marked by something unspeakable. It was as if the light itself had been consumed by darkness. At first, Ellie and Ian couldn't comprehend the sight in front of them. Alina's face was so unrecognizable that it took them a moment to realize they were looking at their own daughter. Ellie's scream shattered the oppressive quiet, her voice cutting through the house like a blade. The walls seemed to tremble with the force of her agony. Ian stood frozen, paralyzed by the sheer horror of what he saw. His mind struggled to make sense of the unimaginable. In that instant, the world as they knew it came to a halt, irreparably changed. Their dog, sensing their fear and panic, began barking wildly, its cries adding to the chaos that had overtaken the house. The once familiar home was now a place of terror and heartbreak, a scene no one could have foreseen. The house felt as if it had been consumed by an impenetrable darkness. Ellie's screams filled the air, a raw expression of her pain, while Ian finally managed to step forward. His legs trembled with each step, his body barely able to move under the weight of the terror that had taken over their home. He didn't know what to do. No one did. Hearing the cries, Zach mustered the courage to approach the room. He stopped at the doorway, frozen in place, reluctant to enter. Yet, from where he stood, he could already see enough to know that life for this family would never be the same. There, on the floor, lay Alina. Her body was sprawled as if she had fought with everything she had to protect herself, to survive. The sight was heartbreaking. Half of her face was so disfigured it seemed as though whoever or whatever had taken her life had stolen her very identity. In shock, Zach pulled out his phone, his trembling fingers barely able to dial. He called emergency services, his voice shaking as he tried to explain what he was seeing. The air felt suffocating, as if it were pressing down on everyone in the house. How do they physically do it? Moments later, the sound of sirens pierced the stillness of the morning. The wailing grew louder, echoing through the quiet streets and shattering the fragile calm of the neighborhood. An ambulance screeched to a halt outside the house, and the paramedics, focused and serious, rushed to the door. Their footsteps echoed in the cold, unfamiliar space that now felt hostile and heavy. Ellie, still standing motionless at the door, turned to meet them. Her face said everything. Her grief, her disbelief, her despair. She tried to point toward the room, but her hands were shaking so badly she could barely manage the gesture. Ian, silent and overwhelmed, stood nearby, watching the scene unfold as if from a distance. The paramedics entered the dimly lit room. The curtains allowed only faint traces of light, making the horrific scene even more somber. Kneeling beside Alina's body, they worked quickly, their movements practiced and mechanical. They checked for a pulse, their expressions revealing the truth before they spoke. It took only seconds, but for Ellie and Ian, time seemed to stretch endlessly. When one of the paramedics finally shook his head, their world shattered. Ellie collapsed to her knees, a gut-wrenching cry escaping her lips. It was a sound of pure heartbreak, of a mother's soul breaking into pieces. Ian's shoulders sagged, his face pale and drained of life. Everything they had known, everything they had loved, was gone in an instant. Ellie collapsed to her knees, her screams echoing through the house, as if sheer willpower could undo what had happened, as if her cries could bring her daughter back. Ian, nearly frozen with shock, did the only thing he could. He wrapped his arms around his wife, holding her tightly, as though grounding her would somehow anchor them both in this new, unbearable reality. But even he felt like the ground beneath him had disappeared. The paramedics stayed in the room a little longer, preparing to take the next steps. Officially declaring Alina's death felt like a final, crushing blow to her parents, a sentence from which they would never recover. Outside, the flashing red and blue lights of police cars illuminated the quiet suburban street. Neighbors began to gather, their curiosity drawing them closer. Some whispered in hushed tones, others glanced around nervously, while a few took out their phones to record the unfolding tragedy. The once peaceful street was now a grim spectacle. Panting. At Alina's house, barricades and patrol cars formed a boundary, isolating the crime scene from the rest of the neighborhood. Police officers with stern faces set up barriers, attempting to shield the outside world from the horrors within. Dragged along with the captives, Alina was led before a Leading the investigation was Police Chief Scott Schubert, who, along with a team of detectives, meticulously combed through the house. Every detail was documented. A shattered mirror, an overturned table, and belongings scattered chaotically across the floor. All of it pointed to a violent and desperate struggle. The medical examiner's report would later confirm what the scene already suggested. Alina had died from multiple blows with a blunt object. This was no impulsive act of anger, it was brutal, calculated, and filled with rage. Every detail screamed of violence, terror, and despair. Outside, the crowd continued to grow, with whispers and rumors spreading like wildfire. Some spoke of Alina's boyfriend, others mentioned the turbulence in their relationship. But no one had imagined it would come to this. In a neighborhood accustomed to quiet and calm, the crime sent shockwaves through the community. Conversations turned to speculation, and soon the focus narrowed to one name: Matthew Darby. Matthew, Alina's ex-boyfriend, was a well-known figure. A young, talented basketball player, he had gained attention not just for his performance on the university court, but also for his charisma and popularity. Always surrounded by people, Matthew was seen as confident, charming, and successful. But beneath that polished exterior lay a darker side, one that no one had foreseen would lead to such a devastating end. Behind Matthew Darby's confident exterior lurked destructive emotions that grew stronger when it came to Alina. What started as a passionate romance during their time at university in Greensburg soon turned into a toxic cycle of jealousy and control. The dynamic between them shifted when Alina transferred to another campus. She sought a fresh start, determined to focus on her studies and distance herself from their increasingly volatile relationship. Breaking things off with Matthew felt like the right choice, but he couldn't handle it. His charm and self-assurance shattered, replaced by an obsessive anger he couldn't contain. He began to follow her, inundate her with calls, and invade her life in ways that went far beyond what anyone could consider normal. On September 20, 2017, Alina, her hands trembling with fear, filed a police report. That night, Matthew had crossed a line she never imagined possible. He broke into her apartment by climbing through a second-story window, an act straight out of a horror movie. She had heard the sound of someone scaling the drain pipe but never thought it could be him. Until he burst into her room, his eyes filled with fury. He accused her of betrayal, of ignoring his calls and abandoning him. The argument escalated into physical violence. He grabbed her shoulders, shoving her onto the bed, and squeezed her wrists so tightly that bruises remained for days. Filing the police report gave her a fragile sense of relief, a belief that justice would protect her. Jan and Ellie stood by her side through it all, accompanying her to court. When the judge granted a restraining order against Matthew, it felt like a step toward safety. His arrest for unlawful entry was a moment of hope for Alina and her family, a sign that the nightmare might finally end. But their hope was short-lived. Despite the charges, Matthew was released on bail for $10,000, a sum that allowed him to return to the world, leaving Alina vulnerable. For her parents, this felt like an injustice, but they could never have imagined the full extent of what was to come. Only a few days later, the sense of dread that had hung over their lives solidified into tragedy. The home where Alina had sought peace became the scene of her worst fears realized. Investigators who arrived that day moved with the weight of hindsight, recognizing that opportunities to protect her had been missed. The Precipice of Hell, by Ruth Glazer. Ellie, standing silently behind the police tape, no longer cried. Her face was blank, frozen in shock and disbelief. She stared at the house where her daughter's laughter had once filled the rooms, now consumed by an unbearable emptiness. Every decision, every system that was supposed to keep Alina safe had failed, leaving the Shacket family to endure an unimaginable loss. Jan stood silently beside Ellie, holding her hand as they both tried to process the unimaginable loss. Matthew Darby, though physically absent for periods of time, had never truly left Alina's world. His presence loomed like a dark shadow, invading every part of her life. Alina's neighbor Zach later admitted he often saw Darby lurking outside her house. It was as if he belonged there, Zach recalled, his voice heavy with regret. He had watched Darby stand for hours, hidden in the shadows, peering into Alina's windows. Zach now realized he had unknowingly witnessed the slow unfolding of a tragedy he failed to understand at the time. Despite Alina's efforts to break free, changing passwords, blocking his number and distancing herself, Matthew always found a way to reinsert himself into her life. His jealousy was uncontrollable, consuming him like a wildfire. Zach remembered one particular night when Darby stood outside Alina's window, yelling furiously. His voice, filled with rage and unbridled jealousy, echoed through the quiet street. It wasn't just anger, it was obsession, escalating with each encounter. A month before the tragic events, Darby had taken control of Alina's online world. He hacked her social media accounts, deleting any interactions he deemed inappropriate. Even in the virtual space, he sought complete dominance. Alina fought to maintain her independence, but her efforts were no match for Matthew's relentless determination. On the fateful night of September 20th, no one in the neighborhood knew the horror taking place behind Alina's closed doors. Zach later recalled hearing a strange sound, like something breaking, but he dismissed it, thinking it was just the quirks of an old house. Moments later, a loud crash, followed by a scream, pierced the night. A sound so raw with terror, it sent chills down his spine. Unsure of what to do, Zach sent a message in the house's group chat, hoping for a response. But there was none. It was only later that Zach learned Matthew Darby had already broken into Alina's home by then, starting the violent attack that would end her life. Police investigators found that Alina had been frantically calling for help between 4:15 and 4:55 a.m. Her last call was to Darby's number, and her phone was later tracked to Route A76 near the town of Irwin. A final, desperate attempt to save herself that went unanswered. Adding to the grim puzzle was the testimony of a taxi driver who became a key witness. He reported picking up Darby around 4:21 a.m. and driving him to the intersection of Seal Street and Ward Street in Oakland. Darby asked the driver to wait for him for a couple of minutes, but those minutes stretched into 10. What transpired during that time would soon become part of the chilling evidence against him. Alina's fight for freedom and safety had tragically ended, leaving behind a trail of missed chances, unanswered cries for help, and a community forever haunted by what could have been done to save her. The passerby's quick thinking led officers to act swiftly. When they arrived at the scene in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, they found Matthew Darby attempting to climb through a window, his disheveled appearance a stark contrast to the confident young man once admired by so many. He tried to flee, but the officers apprehended him after a brief struggle. The arrest marked the end of a frantic manhunt, but for Alina's family, it was only the beginning of a long journey toward justice. Darby was extradited to Pennsylvania, where he faced a mountain of evidence linking him to Alina's murder. The items recovered from the manhole, 2 knives, a hammer, and traces of blood were analyzed and confirmed to contain Alina's DNA. Surveillance footage, phone records, and the testimonies of witnesses like Zach and the taxi driver painted a chilling picture of premeditation and brutality. During the trial, the prosecution presented a compelling case, detailing Darby's escalating pattern of obsession, control, and violence. They described how his jealousy consumed him, leading to the calculated murder of the woman he claimed to love. The defense attempted to argue mental instability, but the evidence was overwhelming. Ellie and Jan sat through every day of the trial, their faces etched with grief and resolve. They listened as witnesses recounted Alina's attempts to escape Darby's grip, her calls for help, and the system's failure to protect her. Each piece of evidence was a painful reminder of their loss, but they were determined to see justice served. In the end, the jury deliberated for only a few hours before returning a guilty verdict. Darby was sentenced to life in prison, without the possibility of parole. For Alina's family, it was a bittersweet victory. While the man who took their daughter's life would never walk free again, no punishment could ever bring her back. After the trial, Ellie and Jan channeled their pain into action. They became advocates for stronger protections for victims of domestic violence, pushing for reforms to ensure that no other family would have to endure what they had. Through their efforts, they established a foundation in Alina's name, dedicated to supporting survivors and raising awareness about the warning signs of abusive relationships. 8. Although Alina's life was tragically cut short, her story became a powerful force for change, a legacy that would protect others from suffering the same fate. In the quiet moments, when the world around them grew still, Ellie and Jan found solace in the memories of their daughter's laughter, her kindness, and her unyielding strength. A reminder that even in the face of darkness, her light would continue to shine, showing Darby stalking Alina just days before the murder. The footage captured him pacing near her dormitory, watching her movements, and even attempting to speak to her despite the restraining order. These actions illustrated his obsessive behavior and the calculated nature of his crime. In court, prosecutors also revealed Darby's online activity. He had searched for information on tracking devices, how to disable security cameras, and even disturbing topics related to violent acts. These searches painted a chilling picture of a man who meticulously planned his actions, leaving no doubt about his intent. Witnesses were called to the stand, including Alina's friends and professors, who described her as a vibrant, kind-hearted young woman with a bright future. They spoke about her fear in the weeks leading up to her death, her attempts to distance herself from Darby, and her struggles to regain control over her life. Ellie and Jan sat through the testimonies, their grief etched deeply into their faces. Every detail was a painful reminder of the system's failure to protect their daughter. Yet, they remained resolute, knowing that their fight for justice was as much for Alina as it was for the countless others who might be saved by her story. As the trial progressed, the defense attempted to paint Darby as a man suffering from emotional instability and mental health issues. They argued that his actions stemmed from a lack of control and an inability to cope with rejection. However, the prosecution dismantled this narrative, focusing instead on the deliberate and calculated nature of his crime. The community continued to rally around Alina's family, with vigils held in her honor and social media campaigns demanding justice. The hashtag Justice for Alina trended for weeks, drawing national attention to the case and the broader issue of domestic violence. Finally, after weeks of emotional testimony and undeniable evidence, the jury reached a verdict. Matthew Darby was found guilty of first-degree murder, burglary, and several other charges. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The courtroom erupted into quiet sobs as Ellie and Jan embraced, their tears a mix of relief and sorrow. They had achieved justice for their daughter, but their lives would never be the same. In the months that followed, Alina's law gained momentum in the state legislature, eventually passing with overwhelming support. The law mandated stricter monitoring of individuals with restraining orders, including GPS tracking for those deemed high risk. Alina's memory became a beacon of hope for others, her story a reminder of the urgent need to address domestic violence. Though her life was tragically cut short, Alina's legacy lived on, not only through the law that bore her name, but also in the hearts of those who loved her, and the countless lives her story would go on to save, by highlighting the overwhelming evidence presented during the initial trial.
Our story today is about how a kind act from years ago had devastating consequences. On March 2, 2018, at 4:45 a.m., the Travis County, Texas police received a distress call from a woman. She was hiding in a closet and reported hearing multiple gunshots in her home. Fearing the shooter was still inside, the dispatcher instructed her to stay hidden and wait for the police. By the time officers arrived, they had cordoned off the house. The woman hiding in the closet was local resident Corey Shaughnessy. She was in a state of panic, not fully understanding what had happened. In the kitchen, her husband, Theodore Shaughnessy, lay in a pool of his own blood. Let's explore this tragic story together. Theodore Shaughnessy was born on February 7, 1963, and was the youngest child in a large family in Arizona, near Phoenix. From a young age, he loved fast cars and dreamed of sports cars. Theodore was fearless and sought thrills from adrenaline, but he was also known for his kindness, cheerfulness, and loyalty as a friend and son. At 20, Theodore met Corey Garman at a local arcade. They instantly bonded over their shared interests in jewelry and books. Their friendship quickly blossomed into love, and they got married in 1989. After their wedding, the Shaughnessy couple moved to Austin, Texas, where they made a new home for themselves. The Shaughnessy family launched their business, gallery jewelers, which quickly became a success. Corey had a deep passion for gemstones and fine art, working as an appraiser for the family business. Theodore was the charismatic face of the store. His ability to connect with people made him a natural at building relationships, which greatly benefited their business. Theodore's friendliness and energy drew people in, helping to secure the best deals and partnerships. The business flourished, and the family's fortune grew to an impressive $8 million. Despite their wealth, Theodore remained generous and kind, often buying food for the needy and making regular donations to charity. As the business continued to succeed, the Shaughnessy's bought a beautiful new home near their store. They seemed like the perfect couple, complementing each other perfectly. However, there was one thing missing: they didn't have children. In 2000, the Shaughnessy's decided to expand their family. They adopted a 16-month-old boy from an orphanage in Ukraine. The moment they saw him, they fell in love. They named him Nicholas. This adoption completed their family, bringing them immense joy and fulfillment. Nicholas grew up as an active and obedient child. He shared his father's love for animals and cars, often joining Ted at the racetrack. Father and son enjoyed sports car rides and spent time together walking in the park. In high school, Nicholas developed an interest in car dismantling and started his own small business with his parents' support. They helped him buy equipment and enlist the help of friends to get started. Nicholas met Jackie Edison, and they were instantly attracted to each other. However, when Nicholas introduced Jackie to his parents, they weren't impressed. Corey felt Jackie wasn't right for Nicholas, but despite this, the couple's relationship continued. Over time, Jackie managed to win their approval and started spending so much time at the Shaughnessy home that they eventually let her move in. In August 2017, Nicholas and Jackie moved out of his parents' house to start their own life in College Station. Nicholas went into day trading with financial support from his parents, while Jackie attended school. Despite the move, Nicholas remained close to his family, making the 2-hour drive to Austin every weekend to visit them. Everything seemed to be going well, and there were no signs of trouble. On March 2nd, 2018, at 4:30 a.m., Ted and Corey were woken by their dogs barking loudly. This was not unusual, as the dogs often reacted to small animals on the property. Corey thought the noise would subside soon, but Ted decided to investigate. He grabbed his .40 caliber pistol and went to check the house. Corey went back to sleep but was jolted awake by a gunshot, followed by several more shots. Terrified, Corey grabbed her revolver from beside the bed and headed toward the kitchen to help Ted. On her way, she saw their beloved dog, Bart, shot and lying in the doorway. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared, and Corey, in a panic, fired all 6 bullets from her revolver toward the door. She then hid in a closet, fearing for her life, and managed to call emergency services. She reported a break-in, said she had shot one of the attackers, and heard moans coming from the room. While speaking with the dispatcher, the terrified Corey kept saying that she heard moaning but didn't know who was making the sounds. She wanted to check, but the dispatcher advised her to stay hidden and wait for the police. 15 minutes later, Corey was told that officers had arrived at the house. By this time, the moaning had stopped, and the house was eerily silent. Corey cautiously stepped out of the closet and went to the front door. As she passed through the kitchen, she saw her husband, Theodore, lying in a pool of blood, surrounded by shell casings. Overcome with fear, she reached the front door and opened it, but there was no one on the doorstep. The police had mistakenly gone to the wrong house due to an unusual street layout in the neighborhood. They were at a neighbor's house, trying to determine which side of the street the shots had come from. Once they realized their mistake, they rushed to the Shaughnessy home, where a shaken Corey waited for them. Her life was shattered, and she was at a loss as to what had happened. The police officers went inside to calm her down. Corey called her son, Nicholas, to report the attack. She and Jackie immediately headed for Austin and arrived at Theodore and Corey's home around 8 a.m. Theodore Shaughnessy, 55, was found dead, having been shot multiple times in the head, back, and thigh. The news shocked family, friends, and acquaintances who couldn't believe that such a brutal attack could happen to them. After the tragedy, Nicholas and Jackie stayed at the house with Corey to support her and help with the investigation. Law enforcement officers examined the crime scene and found shell casings from 2 different guns, a .40 and a .38 caliber, indicating that the shooting involved more than one weapon. There were no signs of forced entry, but an open window with its safety netting removed in a far bedroom drew attention. The forensic team found a fingerprint at this window, which was sent to the lab for analysis. Police also spoke to several neighbors about the Shaughnessy family and if they had noticed anything unusual. One neighbor mentioned that this wasn't the first time the Shaughnessy's home had been targeted, given their chain of jewelry stores. The police collected Corey's pajamas for examination and swabbed her hands for gunshot residue. From the start, Corey was upfront about firing her gun during the attack. The police began their investigation and quickly ruled out burglary because there was no forced entry and no valuables were stolen. Their focus shifted to the murder investigation. They found that all doors in the house were intact except for Nicholas Shaughnessy's room. The door to this room had been opened, and a firearm, a .40 caliber pistol, was missing from a dresser. Since the caliber matched one of the guns used in the attack, detectives suspected it was the weapon used to kill Ted. Nicholas, Jackie, and Corey all cooperated with the investigation. Corey allowed police to search her cell phone, and while Nicholas claimed he hadn't been in Austin for about a month, he and Jackie both agreed to answer questions at the station. The police aimed to gather as much information as possible about the family and the events of that day to track down the perpetrators. They were still unsure if the murder was a random attack, a botched robbery, or a targeted crime. No unidentified fingerprints were found at the scene, which led them to question if Corey, the sole surviving victim, could be a suspect. The fact that the shooters left Corey alive and stayed in the house for 17 minutes before the shooting, with nothing stolen, seemed suspicious. Assistant Prosecutor Amy Meredith, who reviewed the crime scene, was convinced that Ted Shaughnessy knew his attacker. She believed that the house was too large and dark for random burglars to navigate quickly. As a result, Corey Shaughnessy came under increasing suspicion, especially since she was the beneficiary of Ted's $1 million life insurance policy. Their home and business were also worth a significant amount. However, there was no concrete evidence against her. Nicholas Shaughnessy also drew suspicion. Even though he was over 100 miles away from the crime scene at the time of the attack, his behavior was concerning. Investigators found a particularly important detail during their questioning of him. Nicholas went straight to a wide-open side window on the first floor, the window to his own room. He specifically checked this window, which wasn't visible from the front of the house, and it turned out to be the exact entry point used by the criminals. At that point, Nicholas had no information from the investigators about the entry point, so it was puzzling how he knew where the criminals had entered if he wasn't involved. The investigation into Nicholas's financial situation revealed significant stress. He had been struggling financially for some time before the crime. He had borrowed $30,000 from his mother for his business and had recently received a reminder to repay the loan. He also owed a neighbor $2,600. These financial pressures suggested a possible motive. Things took a more serious turn when it was discovered that Nicholas was the sole beneficiary of a $2 million insurance payout if his parents passed away. This detail made Nicholas a prime suspect in the eyes of the police. Another concerning finding was Nicholas's phone, specifically an app that gave him access to his parents' alarm system. Corey had told the police that the alarm system was disabled that night because the family often chose not to arm it when they were home. However, the system's account history showed an activation of a window opening at 4:27 a.m., followed by a detection of broken glass about 17 minutes later. Another surprising find during the search of the home was Nicholas and Jackie's marriage certificate. It turned out they had secretly married in August 2017 and didn't reveal their marriage until after the murder. As police continued their investigation, they uncovered more evidence suggesting that Nick and Jackie were planning to kill his parents. Although Nicholas claimed he had been over 100 miles away from Austin at the time of the crime, phone records showed he had been in Austin just 2 days before Ted's murder, on February 28th. Investigators wondered if Nicholas had been in town making final preparations for the crime. Both Nicholas and Jackie's phones were examined, and it was discovered that several text messages had been deleted. On February 24th, Nicholas had texted Jackie saying he was working on it, and Jackie responded, "Do they want $50,000 or not? We can't afford to pay half that early." This raised red flags for the police. When the police searched Nicholas and Jackie's apartment, they were shocked by the number of cameras installed. The cameras showed that they were at home on the morning of the crime. They also found jewelry, ammunition, and guns in a safe. One box of ammunition matched the caliber of one of the murder weapons, and a .38 caliber pistol was missing 6 bullets. Nicholas had also asked Jackie to withdraw cash from their account, and she had withdrawn $1,000 just days before the crime. This raised further suspicions. Investigators contacted Spencer Patterson, a high school friend who had officiated Nicholas and Jackie's wedding. Although it was challenging to reach him, the information he provided was crucial. A fingerprint found on the window in Nicholas's bedroom, which was a dead end as it belonged to the window installer, was irrelevant. However, police learned that Nicholas had used that window to sneak in and out of the house when he lived there, and Spencer was aware of this. Spencer's home car and cell phone were searched. In his car, the police found a .38 caliber handgun, which was not one of the murder weapons. Spencer's cell phone showed he was at home on the morning of the crime, so he was ruled out as a suspect, but his testimony added to the suspicion against Nicholas. Spencer revealed that Nicholas had talked about getting $8 million when Ted and Corey were gone. Correspondence between Spencer and Nicholas showed that Nicholas had tried to hire him to kill the family and steal their belongings. On May 29, 2018, Nicholas Shaughnessy and Jackie Edison were arrested for criminal solicitation. Corey couldn't believe it. She thought the authorities were trying to frame her son. By then, Nicholas was working at his father's jewelry store. Corey still believed it was a mistake and demanded absolute proof of their involvement. 2 weeks after the arrest, Jackie was released on bail. Corey hired the best lawyer she could find for her son. In an interview, Corey Shaughnessy said, "You could have told me that aliens landed in the front yard, and I would have believed that rather than believe that Nicholas and Jackie were planning to kill us." Corey had stood by Nick's side, convinced that maybe there was something involving money or illegal substances in College Station, or perhaps he had talked about his parents' jewelry business to the wrong person. She was willing to believe anything but that her son was plotting their murder. However, the police were confident that Nicholas and Jackie were behind the attack. The challenge was to determine who actually shot Ted Shaughnessy, which proved difficult as evidence had run dry, and the investigation was at a standstill. 4 months after the crime, Detective James Moore decided to review the surveillance video from Nicholas and Jackie's porch recorded just 2 days before the attack. For Corey, who had been struggling to maintain faith in her son, this was the breaking point. She realized with horror that she had been living with the very people who had planned to kill Ted and her. The surveillance footage from the front porch was a major breakthrough. It showed Nicholas Shaughnessy greeting 2 men at the front door, one wearing a green t-shirt with Anderson on it. Detectives quickly identified the man as Cameron Bosk from the Anderson Window Company. Although Cameron wasn't home that day, his wife provided crucial information. She revealed that a few months earlier, a man named Johnny Leon had asked Cameron to commit murder for money, but Cameron had turned him down. The police ruled Cameron out as a suspect, but were now closer to unraveling the mystery. Johnny Leon was later brought in for questioning, where he admitted that Nicholas had tried to hire him for $100,000, but he refused. Johnny was arrested and confessed that he had traveled to Austin with Nicholas a few days before the crime. According to Johnny, they parked in front of the Shaughnessy house. Nicholas went to the house, returned, and said he couldn't get in. Johnny claimed he had no involvement in the crime. However, his cell phone records showed he was in Austin on the morning of the crime. Johnny did not name the second shooter, but provided his cell phone number. This led the police to Aaron Smith, who claimed he had been with his girlfriend and had an alibi. His girlfriend said Aaron left her in a motel room that morning, took her car, and did not answer her calls. She also mentioned that Aaron had been carrying a .40 caliber handgun for several days. After the crime, the gun was recovered from a family member of Smith's. Aaron Smith was arrested, and the police discovered that both he and Johnny Leon had arrest records, including a previous arrest for dealing illegal substances. Nicholas Shaughnessy, Johnny Leon, and Aaron Smith were charged with capital murder. By spring 2021, Amy Meredith, the assistant district attorney, had left her position, and Jose Garza had taken over. His office offered a plea deal to avoid the death penalty, a lesser charge of murder with a 35-year sentence and the possibility of parole. Both Leon and Smith accepted the deal. Corey Shaughnessy wrote a letter to Nicholas, agreeing to the plea bargain, which would result in Nicholas serving 35 years with the possibility of parole. In April 2021, Nicholas accepted the plea deal. He could be released when he turns 36. At a hearing in April 2021, Nicholas Shaughnessy pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 35 years in prison, with eligibility for parole after serving 20 years of his sentence. Aaron Smith and Johnny Leon were sentenced to 35 years with the possibility of parole. Smith told police that after they shot Ted Shaughnessy, he heard gunshots and a woman crying from the bedroom. Smith claimed he begged Leon not to kill Corey and to leave quickly to avoid getting shot themselves. Nicholas sent letters to his mother, and Corey was finally able to see her son after he had been in prison for 2 years. Despite knowing a lot about the case, Corey remained unaware of who had used the .40 caliber gun, which had belonged to Ted. Nicholas eventually confessed that he had given his father's gun to Aaron Smith. This revelation made Corey come to terms with Nicholas's involvement. Corey struggled to accept that Nicholas and Jackie would have wanted to kill her and her husband. Jackie initially downplayed her involvement, claiming ignorance, but police knew she was lying due to deleted text messages revealing her knowledge. Jackie admitted to traveling with Nicholas to Austin, but insisted she never took his threats seriously. Jackie divorced Nicholas while he was in prison. In March 2022, her charge was reduced to conspiracy to commit a felony. By June 2023, Jackie pleaded guilty to attempted conspiracy to commit a felony. She received a suspended sentence, meaning she could plead guilty and receive probation. Jackie spent 120 days in jail and will be on probation for 10 years, with a requirement to spend 2 days in jail each year on the anniversary of Ted Shaughnessy's murder. Nicholas, in prison, stated that he wanted to impress Jackie and become rich. Ted Shaughnessy, a registered jeweler, and Corey Shaughnessy, a certified gemologist appraiser, could have shared a prosperous life with their adopted son. Instead, Nicholas, driven by greed, chose to end their lives. Nicholas remains incarcerated at the Clemens Unit in Brazoria, Texas. Aaron Smith serves his sentence at the LeBlanc Unit in Beaumont, and Johnny Leon is at the Barry B. Telford Unit in New Boston. This is a story of transformation and tragedy that society recognized too late. Sometimes, kindness comes at a staggering cost, and those we hold close can turn into the very ones who betray us. Ironically, the enthusiastic Shaughnessy family went to great lengths to bring their adopted son into their lives, only for that same son to betray them in the worst possible way. Nicholas Shaughnessy's actions illustrate a harsh truth: while money can be replaced, time cannot. Nicholas's regret and apologies from prison come too late for a family shattered by greed and betrayal. His mother, Corey Shaughnessy, has endured an unimaginable emotional journey, grappling with the reality that her own son orchestrated a plan to end her and her husband's lives for financial gain. Despite the horror, Corey still loves the son she once knew, the same young boy who once filled her life with joy and hope. But that boy is gone, and with him, the future she and Ted envisioned together. Now, Corey lives under an assumed name in another state, seeking solace and trying to rebuild her faith in humanity. The chilling thought lingers: the very individuals who plotted to kill you are living right under your roof. It's a stark reminder to be vigilant and discerning about those we trust. Take a good look around you.
On the evening of October 27, 2002, everything seemed normal. Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce, a well-known socialite and respected member of her community, had spent the day playing tennis with a friend. When it started raining unexpectedly, she headed back to her home in Carmel, an upscale gated community. Her plan was to take a relaxing bath before meeting a massage therapist she had scheduled. But when her husband, Carlos Carrascosa, opened their front door, he was faced with something he could never have imagined. That evening, under unusual and tragic circumstances, Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce, a prominent Argentine socialite and heiress to a multi-million-dollar fortune, lost her life. At first, her death was ruled a domestic accident, and no criminal investigation was conducted. However, the case was full of inconsistencies and suspicious details. The investigation only began when one of the paramedics who responded to the emergency sensed that something wasn't right. He believed he had walked into a crime scene. To make matters worse, the behavior of the people present seemed odd, as if they were trying to hide evidence or cover something up. So, who was Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce? Maria Marta, who later became Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce de Carrascosa after marriage, was born on April 24, 1952, in Buenos Aires, Argentina. She grew up in a wealthy and noble family, part of Argentina's high society. With access to the best education, she earned a sociology degree and graduated from a prestigious business school, paving the way for a successful career. At just 19 years old, she married Carlos Carrascosa, an Argentine businessman 6 years her senior. The couple remained married for over 30 years until her untimely death in 2002. Although they didn't have children, Maria Marta was more than just a wife and sociologist. She was a prominent socialite and a dedicated philanthropist. In the mid-1990s, she became the vice president of an organization focused on finding missing children, showcasing her passion for helping others. Her life, however, came to a shocking and mysterious end, leaving behind unanswered questions and a case that continues to intrigue people to this day. Maria Marta Garcia Belsunce was admired for excelling in all aspects of her life while remaining kind, approachable, and sociable. Everyone who knew her loved her. Her husband, Carlos Carrascosa, however, had a more questionable reputation, with rumors suggesting he had ties to the criminal world. Although no concrete evidence ever proved these claims, the whispers followed him. a prestigious community for the elite. In the mid-1970s, Maria Marta and Carlos, along with her parents, were among the first investors in Carmel, an exclusive residential complex for the wealthy and famous. Over time, Carmel became a private sanctuary for Argentina's elite. Gaining entry without special permission was nearly impossible, even for law enforcement. This exclusivity would later play a pivotal role in the events surrounding Maria Marta's death. A tragic evening becomes a mystery. When Carlos returned home on the evening of October 27, 2002, he discovered Maria Marta unconscious in the bathroom. At first, her death was reported as an accident, a fall that caused her to hit her head on a faucet. But things quickly took a strange turn. The behavior of family and friends that night raised eyebrows. Instead of panic, they displayed an unusual calmness. Their actions seemed almost coordinated, as though they were trying to control the narrative and limit what outsiders might learn about the incident. Doubts begin to surface. The first major suspicions arose when an autopsy revealed injuries that didn't align with the explanation of a simple fall. As these inconsistencies came to light, investigators faced mounting pressure. What initially appeared to be a tragic accident transformed into one of the most controversial cases in Argentina's history. Secrets began to surface, and the shadowy truths of this high society scandal slowly unraveled. Life in Carmel. By the late 1990s, Maria Marta had moved to Carmel with her husband, seeking a quieter and more peaceful lifestyle away from bustling Buenos Aires. The gated community spanned 250 acres and featured over 300 plots. It was the perfect place for families and those who enjoyed active living. Carmel offered numerous sports facilities, including fields and courts for soccer, basketball, volleyball, golf and tennis, as well as swimming pools and other amenities. Within this serene and luxurious setting, no one could have imagined that a tragedy would unfold, one that would grip the nation and leave a trail of unanswered questions. Carmel, the exclusive gated community where Maria Marta lived, was known for its tight security. The area had multiple surveillance cameras, alarms and security checkpoints with strict rules and 24-hour monitoring. It was home to wealthy, well-known individuals who valued peace and privacy, making violent crime or tragic accidents extremely rare. A typical day takes a dark turn. On Sunday, October 27, 2002, Maria Marta and Carlos spent the day with their friends, the Benitez couple, who also lived in Carmel. The warm weather made it perfect for relaxing activities. After lunch, Maria Marta and her close friend, Viviana Benitez, decided to play tennis, while Carlos visited his brother-in-law Guillermo and his wife Irene to watch a soccer game. Maria Marta had scheduled a 7 p.m. massage at home and planned to return in time. Around 5 p.m., a sudden rainstorm forced her and Viviana to stop their tennis game. Maria Marta, riding her bicycle home, arrived soaked and decided to take a warm bath to relax. An ominous sequence of events. At 6:45 p.m., Beatriz Michelini, the massage therapist, arrived at one of Carmel's security checkpoints. Entry into the community required prior authorization, so the security team attempted to contact Maria Marta by phone. However, despite repeated calls, no one answered. Concerned, the security team decided to send a guard to check on Maria Marta. Before this could happen, Carlos appeared, confirmed Beatriz's appointment, and entered the community with her. In conflicting accounts. Here, the story becomes muddled. In one version, the security guard sent to Maria Marta's house was called back after Carlos's arrival. In another, the guard reached the residence but was stopped by Carlos, who assured him everything was fine and that he would take care of the situation. When Carlos arrived at the house, he noticed the front door was slightly ajar. He asked Beatriz to wait outside and entered the house alone. What he found inside would change everything. Carlos called out to his wife several times, but there was no response. He instructed the massage therapist to stay outside and headed upstairs. As he approached the bathroom, he noticed steam pouring out of the open door. What he saw inside was horrifying. The room was splattered with blood, and Maria Marta lay face down in a bathtub full of hot water. Carlos quickly turned off the running water, pulled his wife's lifeless body out of the tub, and attempted resuscitation. He shouted for help, and the massage therapist, standing outside, rushed in. Horrified by the scene, she joined him in trying to revive Maria Marta, performing CPR. Instead of calling emergency services, Carlos phoned his brother-in-law, Guillermo, to inform him that Maria Marta had an accident. His tone was so odd that the family didn't initially grasp the severity of the situation, but Guillermo and his wife Irene decided to head to the house to help. It wasn't until about 10 minutes after discovering Maria Marta's body that Carlos finally called for an ambulance. By that time, Guillermo and Irene had arrived, and Irene, in a panic, called for another medical team and went to seek help from a neighbor who was a doctor. Unfortunately, the neighbor was also unable to do anything to save Maria Marta. A cleanup begins. Around 7:30 p.m., the first ambulance arrived. Dr. Juan Gabriel Gorn took over resuscitation efforts, using a defibrillator and administering adrenaline, but Maria Marta showed no signs of life. Meanwhile, more relatives and neighbors began arriving at the house. Soon, there were nearly 20 people present, mostly family members and a few neighbors. At 7:45 p.m., a second ambulance arrived with Dr. Santiago Biasi, who also attempted to revive Maria Marta. As Dr. Biasi worked on her body, now moved to the hallway, someone from the family began cleaning the scene. The bathtub was drained, and bloodstains on the floor, faucet, and walls were wiped away. Shockingly, Dr. Gorn himself assisted with the cleanup, an act that alarmed Dr. Biasi. He urged everyone to stop and to leave the scene untouched, as it was beginning to look suspicious. It was becoming clear to Dr. Biasi that this was not a simple accident but potentially a crime scene. He urged everyone to stop cleaning and avoid tampering with evidence, but the family disagreed, insisting it was a tragic accident. They believed Maria Marta had slipped in the bathroom, hit her head on the faucet, and drowned. Ignoring his warnings, they continued cleaning, claiming that the bloodstains and water were too traumatic for her grieving family to see, especially her sisters and mother. Police denied entry. Around 8 p.m., a police car arrived at the Carmel complex. The security guard at the gate assumed the officers were there for the Garcia Belson's home, but per protocol, he needed confirmation before allowing them entry. He called Carlos, who insisted there was no need for police involvement, stating that this was merely an accident. Surprisingly, no one from the family had contacted the police. The patrol car had stopped by chance after noticing two ambulances arriving one after another. Without a warrant or evidence of illegal activity, the officers couldn't enter the gated community. After waiting for clearance that never came, they left. Later, security guards reported that Maria Marta's brother had spoken with the officers briefly before they drove away. This fueled rumors that he might have bribed them to stay out of the situation, but these claims were never proven. A strange discovery. After Maria Marta was pronounced dead by the medical team, her family moved her body to the bedroom and placed her on the bed, as though preparing her for a funeral. They then resumed cleaning the bathroom and hallway. Dr. Biasi, still present, was alarmed by the family's actions and repeatedly asked them to stop tampering with the scene, but his requests went unheeded. At the scene, Maria Marta's brother showed the strange metallic fragment to Carlos, asking if he recognized it. Carlos shrugged, dismissing it as trash. Without much thought, the fragment later identified as part of a bullet was flushed down the toilet, effectively destroying critical evidence. A call for action. The following day, October 28th, Dr. Biasi contacted a police officer he knew, sharing his observations from the Garcia Belson's house. Concerned by the unusual details, the officer wanted to investigate immediately, but was asked to respect the grieving family and allow them time to mourn. Still, he passed the information to Prosecutor Diego Molina Pico and the police commissioner, urging a closer investigation. Armed with a warrant, Prosecutor Pico and the commissioner visited the scene. At first, they found nothing overtly suspicious, as Maria Marta's family maintained their claim that her death was an unfortunate accident. But interviews with other witnesses, particularly Dr. Biasi, painted a different picture. The doctor emphasized that Maria Marta's head injuries seemed unusual, and that the bathroom resembled a crime scene. He also reiterated his warnings to the family not to disturb the scene, which they had ignored. A suspicious medical report. After hearing conflicting testimonies, Prosecutor Pico requested the official medical report on Maria Marta's death. The report only deepened the mystery. It stated that the 50-year-old woman had died from sudden cardiac arrest with no visible injuries. However, eyewitness accounts spoke of a head wound, pools of blood, and an apparent accident. Adding to the confusion, the report listed Buenos Aires as the place of death, even though Carmel is a separate municipality far from the capital. Carlos, the grieving widower, had signed the document, verifying its accuracy. This raised eyebrows, as Carlos himself had mentioned an accident, but now appeared to be officially backing a different narrative. Carlos becomes the prime suspect. With no evidence of a security breach in the highly protected Carmel complex, investigators began to suspect that Maria Marta's death might not have been an accident. The lack of forced entry suggested the perpetrator could have been someone close to her. Suspicion quickly fell on Carlos, whose behavior and contradictory statements made him the primary focus of the investigation. The case was no longer about a simple tragedy, it was becoming a tangled web of inconsistencies, raising questions about what really happened to Maria Marta that evening. The shocking truth unveiled. Nearly a month after Maria Marta's death, her body was exhumed to clarify the cause of her passing. The results were astonishing. 5 bullet wounds were found in her skull. 4 bullets remained lodged inside, while the 5th had grazed her head, chipping a piece of bone. This revelation raised troubling questions. How had 2 medical professionals and numerous witnesses failed to distinguish gunshot wounds from injuries caused by a fall? Further evidence included signs of a struggle on Maria Marta's face and hands, as well as traces of blood under her fingernails that did not belong to her. The case was immediately reclassified as a homicide, intensifying the scrutiny on her death. The clue in the plumbing. During an interview with investigators, Maria Marta's brother mentioned the strange metallic fragment he had flushed down the toilet the night of her death. Investigators, knowing the house had been left unoccupied since Carlos moved to an apartment in the city, accessed the plumbing system and retrieved the object. Forensic examination confirmed it was a bullet fragment, matching the ones found in Maria Marta's skull. This discovery, along with discrepancies in the testimonies of family members and errors in official documents, placed the family under suspicion. Carlos becomes the primary suspect. Carlos, Maria Marta's husband, was officially identified as the primary suspect. In early 2003, he was arrested and placed in custody, though he denied any involvement in his wife's death. The mounting evidence, however, painted a troubling picture. Motives and theories. Several theories about the motive for the crime began to emerge. 1. Involvement with criminal activity. One theory suggested that Carlos had ties to a Mexican cartel and was involved in money laundering. It was speculated that Maria Marta might have stumbled upon his illegal activities and, being a law-abiding person, could have threatened to report him. 2. Active participation. Another possibility was that Maria Marta was aware of Carlos's dealings and may have even been involved. However, guilt over these activities might have pushed her toward exposing the truth, making her a liability. 3. Collaboration and cover-up. It was also suggested that Carlos didn't act alone. There were suspicions that others assisted in covering up the crime. The meticulous cleaning of the house, the movement of Maria Marta's body, and the initial barring of law enforcement from entering the gated community all hinted at a coordinated effort to hide evidence. A complex web of secrets. As the investigation continued, more details began to surface, unraveling the intricate and dark layers of this high-profile case. The tragic death of Maria Marta, once believed to be a simple accident, was now exposed as a chilling and carefully concealed crime. The missing safe. During the investigation, Carlos unexpectedly mentioned that a small safe had gone missing from their home on the day of Maria Marta's death. According to him, the safe contained cash, important documents, checkbooks, and valuable jewelry. This revelation, however, came late in the investigation, raising suspicions about its authenticity. Neighbors had previously speculated that the couple kept a large sum of money at home, but it remained unclear whether the safe truly existed or if its disappearance was a fabrication to divert attention. Or the trial and conviction. The trial against Carlos began in 2004, with prosecutors accusing him of causing his wife's death. They sought a life sentence, alleging he had the most to gain financially from Maria Marta's demise, including their assets and valuables. In early 2007, Carlos was convicted and sentenced to 20 years in prison. However, doubts persisted about his guilt, particularly regarding physical evidence. From a breakthrough in DNA evidence. After spending 5 years in prison, Carlos's case took a dramatic turn. DNA analysis revealed that none of the blood samples collected from the scene or Maria Marta's body matched Carlos. This critical finding cast significant doubt on the prosecution's case. In 2016, Carlos was fully acquitted and released. The court ruled that while Carlos had attempted to conceal evidence, he was not responsible for his wife's death. The death certificate controversy. The issue with Maria Marta's death certificate remained a puzzling element in the case. Initially, her family signed a pre-prepared death certificate, believing her death to be an accident and not a crime. The process of obtaining a death certificate for a resident of the elite suburban complex proved complicated. Maria Marta's brother first approached a funeral home, but they refused to issue the certificate without a forensic examination. He then sought assistance in a neighboring province, explaining the situation as a domestic accident. By coincidence, the medical examiner assigned to verify the death was on leave, leaving the funeral home to rely on pre-signed forms. These forms required only the addition of specific details, allowing for potential errors or manipulation. Lingering questions. The missing safe, the inconsistent testimonies, and the tampering with evidence continued to cloud the case. While Carlos was acquitted, the true circumstances of Maria Marta's death remained unresolved, leaving behind a haunting mystery and a deeply divided public opinion about justice in the high-profile case. A new theory and an unexpected suspect. After the charges against Carlos were dropped, a new theory emerged that reshaped the investigation. It was speculated that Maria Marta, having returned home earlier than expected due to the rain, might have surprised an intruder. This narrative lent credibility to the story of the missing safe. According to investigators, Maria Marta likely entered the house without noticing the intruder initially. She went upstairs, turned on the water in the bathtub, and then encountered the armed individual. A brief struggle ensued during which Maria Marta managed to scratch the attacker. In response, the intruder fired 5 shots at her head from close range before fleeing with the safe. Security concerns and a local connection. Despite the apparent plausibility of the intruder theory, one glaring question remained: how could someone infiltrate the highly secure Carmel complex? With its 24-hour security and multiple checkpoints, it seemed impossible for an outsider to gain entry unnoticed. This led investigators to suspect that the perpetrator might have been someone who knew the area and its security routines intimately. Enter Nicholas Pacello. Nicholas Pacello, a controversial resident of Carmel, soon became a prime suspect. He was infamous among neighbors for his confrontational behavior and suspicious activities. Inheritance. Under suspicious circumstances, Pacello inherited a vast fortune after the mysterious death of his father, raising questions about his involvement. Compulsive theft. Despite his wealth, Nicholas was known for a compulsive need to steal, a habit that had reportedly turned into an obsession. Neighborhood reputation. Many neighbors described him as rude, aggressive, and devoid of principles, with some actively avoiding him. A plausible crime scenario. Rumors among the Carmel residents suggested that the Garcia Belson's family kept a significant amount of cash and valuables at home. Given his proximity and access, Nicholas would have been well aware of this. The theory proposed that Pacello, driven by greed, might have entered the house that day intending to steal the safe. Upon encountering Maria Marta, he panicked, leading to the violent altercation that ended in her death. The missing safe and its contents. The contents of the missing safe remained unknown, but the speculation of its existence provided a motive for the crime. Investigators believed it might have contained cash, jewelry, or other important documents that could have attracted Nicholas's attention. The investigation continues. With Nicholas Pacello in the spotlight, the investigation took a new direction. Authorities sought evidence linking him to the crime, including DNA analysis and testimony from neighbors. However, the case remained shrouded in uncertainty. The combination of destroyed evidence, conflicting accounts, and the peculiar circumstances of the crime scene made it one of the most enigmatic murder cases in Argentina's history. A calculated crime or a misguided theory? On the fateful Sunday, investigators theorized that Nicholas, believing the homeowners would be out until evening, decided to break in and steal the safe. The plan went awry when Marta returned home earlier than expected due to the rain. Surprised, Pacello reportedly panicked, leading to the confrontation that ended in Marta's death. The perfect escape. Nicholas's familiarity with the Carmel complex's layout, including the locations of all security cameras, allegedly allowed him to avoid detection while escaping with the safe. However, despite the compelling narrative, evidence to support his involvement was lacking. Pacello's alibi. Nicholas denied all accusations, claiming he had spent most of the day with his mother, who corroborated his alibi. Tragedy struck weeks before the trial when his mother died by suicide, leaving behind a note expressing her love for her son and bequeathing all her possessions to him. DNA evidence. Investigators took DNA samples from everyone at the scene, including Nicholas. Residents of the Carmel complex, eager to clear their names, volunteered samples as well. To everyone's astonishment, the blood found under Marta's nails did not match Nicholas or any known suspect. Moreover, no traces of his DNA were found in the victim's home, leaving no physical evidence to connect him to the crime. A mysterious end. Despite the lack of evidence tying Nicholas to Marta's death, he was later imprisoned for unrelated crimes, including a series of burglaries and fraud. However, the missing safe and the weapon used in the crime have never been recovered, leaving the case unsolved. The case today. To this day, Nicholas Pacello remains under investigation for his possible involvement in Marta's death, but the lack of concrete evidence prevents closure. The case of the Argentine socialite's murder remains one of the most puzzling and controversial in the nation's history. A lingering question. As we reflect on this case, it is impossible not to wonder, was the true perpetrator among those initially suspected, or has the real culprit evaded justice entirely? Until definitive answers are found, Marta Garcia Belsanc's tragic story remains an enduring mystery.
Let's dive into a chilling story that reveals how danger can sometimes come from the least expected sources, in this case, a delivery driver. Imagine someone knocks on your door. Most of us would check who it is before opening, right? But what if it's a courier, dressed in uniform, holding a package? How many of us would hesitate then? Couriers typically don't raise suspicion. We expect deliveries all the time, especially during busy times like the pandemic, when they became our main connection to the world, delivering food, medicine, and other essentials. But in the summer of 2020, one courier wasn't just delivering packages, he was delivering death. With a mask and a gun hidden out of sight, this man was on a deadly mission, and no one knew who would be next. The police, despite their efforts, had no clues, and they didn't want to stir up fear. That changed quickly after a shocking crime involving a prominent lawyer. As it turned out, this horrific chain of events had been set in motion years earlier. But it wasn't until July 11, 2020, that the tragedy unfolded in a quiet, upscale neighborhood southeast of Los Angeles. In one of the luxurious homes there, a well-known lawyer named Marc Angelucci was isolating like many others due to the pandemic. From his beautiful mountain retreat, the 52-year-old continued his work remotely, waiting for life to return to normal. He had no reason to expect any trouble. On that day, Angelucci wasn't expecting any visitors or packages, but when a FedEx delivery driver showed up at his door with a package, he didn't think twice. It was normal for his clients or colleagues to send important documents, even without prior notice. The courier, wearing a mask and gloves, seemed professional, as everyone did in those times. He even had a package and an invoice for Angelucci to sign, making the situation seem routine. However, as Angelucci reached for the package, the delivery driver suddenly pulled out a gun and shot him multiple times at close range, aiming to kill. Caught completely off guard and without any means of defense, Angelucci stood no chance. Dressed casually in his home, he was fatally wounded in a matter of seconds. This terrifying event shocked the community and left everyone asking, who was this man, and why was he targeting people? The answers, as the investigation revealed, were even more disturbing than anyone could have imagined. The courier calmly walked away from the scene, leaving Marc Angelucci bleeding in his own home. Given the secluded nature of the area, None of the neighbors saw anything out of the ordinary. However, they did hear sounds that resembled gunshots, which prompted them to call emergency services. By the time help arrived, it was too late. Marc Angelucci had succumbed to his injuries, and paramedics could only confirm his death. When law enforcement arrived at the scene, they quickly ruled out robbery as a motive. Angelucci's home was a luxurious estate, filled with antique items, a secure safe, and visibly expensive possessions, yet nothing was touched. In his home office, important legal documents from various cases lay undisturbed. It was clear the intruder wasn't there to steal anything but had a singular goal: to kill the lawyer. Surveillance cameras outside the house captured the suspect, but the footage was of little use. The attacker wore a FedEx cap and a medical mask, making it difficult to identify any distinctive features. The only information police could gather was that the suspect was a white male, of average height and slender build. He wore gloves, leaving no fingerprints behind, and aside from the bullets recovered from Angelucci's body, there was no physical evidence to work with. With few leads, the police began investigating the people closest to Angelucci, trying to determine who might want him dead or benefit from his murder. The possibility that the crime was linked to his professional life was also considered. As a successful lawyer, Angelucci had handled many sensitive cases, and the authorities needed to investigate if any of his clients were dissatisfied or if he had conflicts with colleagues. The workload was overwhelming, and determining a clear direction seemed impossible at that point. They decided to start by questioning his relatives and close friends. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that despite his success, Angelucci led a lonely life. He had many friends, got along well with his colleagues and neighbors, but had no close relationships. His parents had passed away years ago, and he had no siblings. Though he had many acquaintances, there was no one in his life that he was particularly close to. Angelucci had devoted much of his youth to his studies and later to building a successful legal career, achieving great professional heights and recognition. Yet, his personal life seemed to have taken a back seat, leaving him without a partner or family to share his success with. While his professional achievements were abundant, his personal connections were few, leaving the detectives with more questions than answers about who could have possibly wanted him dead and why. Marc Angelucci had intentionally chosen to prioritize his career over his personal life. By the age of 52, he had never been married and had no children. He was an attractive, intelligent, and articulate man who always dressed stylishly, lived in a luxurious home, and drove an expensive car. His wealth and success made him the center of attention, especially with women, but he never pursued romantic relationships. He kept his personal life very private, which led to rumors about his sexual orientation. However, he never confirmed or denied these speculations. In his contacts, investigators found a woman named Cassie J., with whom Marc had a very close, non-romantic relationship. Their bond was more like that of siblings. Cassie was a journalist who had met Marc years ago while working on a report about a high-profile case he was handling. The two quickly became friends and stayed in touch even after the project ended. For Cassie, the news of Marc's death was devastating. She described him as a kind, sincere, and compassionate person who was always willing to help others, often getting involved in charity work. She emphasized that he had no known enemies, at least none that she was aware of. However, as a top lawyer in California who had not lost a case in recent years, it was possible that Marc had made some adversaries. He might not have even been aware of them, but his professional success inevitably came with challenges and opposition. One intriguing detail that emerged during the investigation was Marc's involvement in the men's rights movement. He was known for his anti-feminist views but did not harbor animosity toward women. Instead, he advocated for equal rights, particularly in areas where men were often disadvantaged, such as child custody cases, where the system usually favored women. Marc wasn't fighting for male supremacy. He was a champion of justice for everyone, regardless of gender. He took on many complex cases, often working pro bono to help those in need. He believed that with the rise of feminist movements, men were increasingly being presumed guilty in conflicts, especially in legal matters, without the chance to defend themselves. Over the years, Marc became a prominent advocate for men's rights, pushing for fairness in the judicial system for all. Given his stance and activism, the possibility that radical feminists or groups opposed to his views might have targeted him could not be ruled out. Although he fought for equality and not male dominance, his outspoken positions and involvement in high-stakes legal battles could have put him in the crosshairs of individuals or organizations with extreme beliefs. It seemed possible that radical elements connected to feminist organizations might have played a role in Marc Angelucci's death. With no close family or significant leads, the investigation faced the risk of stagnation, potentially leading to the case being shelved. But Cassie J., Marc's close friend and journalist, decided to take action. Using her extensive connections in the media, she brought national attention to the case, forcing law enforcement to dig deeper. Detectives began meticulously going through the case files Marc had been working on, hoping to find a clue that might shed light on his murder. It was a daunting task, given the number of cases and the lawyer's high profile. However, before they could make any breakthroughs, the mysterious courier struck again. Just 1 week after Angelucci's murder, on July 19, 2020, another violent incident occurred, this time across the country in New Jersey. A man dressed as a courier arrived at the home of a federal judge's family. Like the Angelucci case, this family was not expecting any deliveries, and all were isolating at home due to the pandemic. The household consisted of 2 lawyers, both working remotely, and their college-aged son, who was on summer break. Marc Angelucci, a 62-year-old lawyer and the head of the household, first spotted the courier from the balcony of his home. Assuming the delivery was work-related and perhaps intended for his wife, he began to head downstairs to answer the door. But before he could get there, his 20-year-old son, Daniel, who was closer to the front door, opened it without hesitation. They exchanged a few words with the courier, but before anyone could react, a gunshot rang out. Mike was still descending the stairs when the gunfire erupted. It seemed likely that he was the original target, but his son Daniel was standing between him and the shooter. The young man took a bullet to the chest and collapsed to the floor. The attacker then fired multiple shots at Mike, hitting him 3 times. Like in Angelucci's murder, the courier didn't enter the home. Instead, after shooting the father and son, he turned around and calmly left the scene, leaving the family to die. What the shooter didn't know was that there was another person in the house, Judge Esther Salas, the wife of Mike and the mother of Daniel. She had been in the basement, sorting through items, and didn't hear the gunfire. When she came upstairs, the horrifying scene unfolded before her eyes. Her son, Daniel, lay in a pool of blood near the front door. Desperately, she rushed to him, trying to stop the bleeding. She called out for her husband's help, only to realize that Mike, too, was severely wounded, lying on the stairs. Judge Salas immediately called 911, reporting the shooting and doing her best to provide first aid to both her husband and son. It was a scene of unimaginable horror for a family that had no idea danger was lurking so close to home. By the time paramedics and law enforcement arrived at the scene, both Marc Angelucci and his son Daniel were still alive, but in extremely critical condition. They were immediately rushed to the nearest hospital, where they underwent emergency surgery. It seemed for a moment that their conditions had stabilized, but the criminal's motive remained unclear. It was uncertain whether the shooter intended to kill Judge Esther Salas, her lawyer husband, or to eliminate the entire family. Once again, no significant traces or clues were found at the scene. The only tangible evidence consisted of the bullets extracted from the victims. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, quickly took over the case, suspecting a link between this shooting in New Jersey and the earlier murder of Marc Angelucci in California. Both victims were lawyers, and in both incidents, the shooter disguised himself as a FedEx courier. Despite the similarities, the FBI believed that the primary target in the New Jersey case was Judge Salas, and that her husband and son were collateral victims. Ballistic analysis confirmed their suspicions. The bullets from both shootings were fired from the same .380 caliber pistol. This removed any doubt that the same individual was behind both attacks. But the question remained, who was this person, and why was he targeting these people? Investigators knew they had to find him quickly before he struck again. The key to unlocking the case might lie with Daniel Angelucci, the surviving witness who had come face-to-face with the shooter and even exchanged a few words with him. Daniel, who had undergone major surgery, was in critical condition in the intensive care unit. When he regained consciousness, he immediately expressed a desire to speak with detectives about what he had seen. Although Daniel couldn't describe the shooter's face due to the mask, he did provide some valuable observations. He noted that the man appeared to be older, with gray hair at the temples, wrinkles around the eyes, and hands that looked aged. Behind the courier, Daniel also noticed a light-colored car parked near the road, although he couldn't remember the make or model. The most significant detail from Daniel's account was that the shooter had asked if his mother, Judge Salas, was home. This led Daniel to speculate that his mother had been the real target. The attacker seemed surprised when Marc Angelucci appeared on the stairs, and that's when he drew his pistol. Daniel was shot in the chest almost immediately, and the shooter then fired 3 shots at Mike, wounding him. Daniel's memory went blank after that until he woke up in the hospital. His testimony, while important, didn't provide much new information, except for confirming that the shooter was likely an older white man. This description, combined with the few other clues, left investigators with little to go on as they worked tirelessly to identify the elusive killer. The fear lingered that the man might strike again. Unfortunately, Daniel's condition worsened, and just one day after speaking with law enforcement, the 20-year-old succumbed to internal bleeding. His passing solidified the detectives' belief that the main target of the shooter was indeed Esther Salas, but her husband and son tragically got caught in the crossfire. With Daniel now deceased and his father still fighting for his life, the urgency to uncover the connection between Judge Salas and the earlier victim, Marc Angelucci, intensified. Detectives needed to understand if they had shared cases or common adversaries. Esther Salas was born in 1968 in Monterey Park, California, to a Cuban mother and a Mexican father. She grew up in poverty but excelled in her education, achieving everything through hard work and determination. After graduating from Rutgers University Law School in 1994, she built a distinguished legal career. She worked her way up from a clerk to an assistant U.S. public defender and, eventually, to a U.S. magistrate judge in New Jersey. She also served as the president of the Hispanic Lawyers Association for several years. Since 2011, Salas had been serving as a U.S. District Court judge for the District of New Jersey. In 1993, Esther married Marc Angelucci, a prominent lawyer who was 11 years her senior. The couple desperately wanted children, but Esther faced many challenges conceiving. After enduring 4 miscarriages, doctors informed her she would never be able to carry a child to term. However, a miracle occurred when their only son, Daniel, was born on July 13, 2000. The couple adored their son and raised him in an atmosphere of love and care, striving to give him the best opportunities in life. Tragically, just a week after celebrating his 20th birthday, Daniel was gone. As the investigation continued, news about the courier killer spread rapidly across the internet. Panic began to set in, especially since so little concrete information was available. Wild rumors circulated as people became increasingly fearful of opening their doors to delivery drivers, even though couriers were crucial during the pandemic. Then, the case took an unexpected turn. A few days after the New Jersey shooting, on a deserted dead-end road near Rockland, in northern New York, detectives made a discovery that would change the course of the investigation caught Hollander's attention. An abandoned beige sedan was found. Nearby lay the body of a man with a gun wound on the head. The document in the car helped identify the man as 72-year-old Roy Den Hollander, a successful lawyer. Near the body lay a pistol and the scene resembles self-deprivation of life. There were no signs of struggle and third-party involvement, and the murder weapon contained the fingerprint of victim. The weapon itself drew the interest of investigators. It was a .380 caliber pistol identical to the one used to take the life of Marc Angelucci and Daniel and Mike Andelson. Ballistic analysis showed both men were deprived of life by bullets fired by that gun. Roy Den Hollander was born on September 26, 1947, in Midland Park, New Jersey. He had a twin brother who died under mysterious circumstances during their childhood, and Roy blamed his mother for it for the rest of his life. He openly expressed these feelings in his memoirs, along with his dislike for his parents. He graduated from high school in 1965 and went on to study at George Washington University Law School. Later, he earned an MBA from Columbia Business School. As a lawyer, he worked for several well-known firms. In the late 1990s, he moved to Russia, where he lived for a few years, working as a lawyer and private investigator for Kroll Associates, a firm focused on financial issues and risk management. During his time in Russia, he made a lot of money, which he spent on elite entertainment venues, mostly on young women, his main weakness. In 2000, at a Moscow nightclub, the 52-year-old met a 24-year-old model named Angela Jelena Chipolina, who was a former track athlete. She decided to switch to modeling, knowing she had the right qualities to succeed. In 2000, Roy Den Hollander married Angela Jelena Chipolina. However, the marriage was short-lived. Angela filed for divorce after only a few months, citing Hollander's controlling and obsessive behavior. This divorce further fueled his resentment towards women, and in the years that followed, he became increasingly vocal about his anti-feminist views. Upon returning to the United States, Hollander shifted his legal focus towards filing lawsuits that challenged what he believed to be gender-based discrimination against men. He became a self-proclaimed men's rights activist, gaining media attention for his numerous cases against feminist organizations and policies he deemed unfair to men. His lawsuits, however, were often dismissed, and he garnered a reputation as a fringe figure. Hollander's deep-seated anger and frustration with society grew over time, and his writings reflected an increasing bitterness towards women and the legal system. In his manifesto, discovered on his laptop, he expressed his belief that women, particularly feminists, were responsible for many of his personal and professional failures. His hatred extended beyond feminist ideology to include anyone he perceived as standing in his way, from judges and lawyers to former friends and family members. His obsessive desire for revenge culminated in the violent attacks that took the lives of Marc Angelucci and Daniel Andel and severely wounded Mike Andel. Despite the similarities between his victims, there was no clear connection beyond Hollander's belief that they represented the legal system and societal forces he despised. His final act of taking his own life marked the tragic conclusion to a life driven by resentment and hatred. The investigation into Roy den Hollander's crimes painted a portrait of a man who felt isolated, embittered, and wronged by the world around him. His actions left a trail of devastation, particularly for the families of his victims, and served as a chilling reminder of the potential dangers posed by individuals consumed by anger and extremist ideologies. For a serious threat. His behavior, while eccentric and increasingly erratic, was not initially seen as capable of escalating into violence. Many dismissed him as a disgruntled lawyer with a chip on his shoulder, fighting against feminist policies in his peculiar, attention-seeking way. However, as Roy den Hollander's life continued to unravel, his mental state deteriorated further. The combination of his professional failures, personal frustrations, and deep-seated resentment towards women and the legal system pushed him to a breaking point. His expulsion from the men's rights community, where he had once found a sense of belonging, only added to his feelings of isolation and bitterness. In his final months, Hollander's health also declined. He was diagnosed with cancer, which further fueled his desperation and rage. It became clear from his writings that he saw his violent spree as a way to settle old scores and leave a mark on the world before his illness claimed his life. Despite the seemingly random nature of his attacks, Hollander had meticulously planned them. He targeted people who represented what he viewed as the source of his suffering and failures: feminism, the legal system, and the successful figures within the men's rights movement. Marc Angelucci and Judge Esther Salas, along with her family, embodied the institutions and individuals that Hollander believed had wronged him. The tragic story of Roy den Hollander's life and crime serves as a stark reminder of the potential consequences of unchecked anger, isolation, and mental instability. His descent into violence left a lasting impact on the lives of his victims' families, and his actions raised alarm about the growing dangers of extremism rooted in personal grievances. The conclusion of this tragic case emphasizes how Roy den Hollander's actions were deeply rooted in personal grievances and mental instability. His violent spree, targeting figures he believed had wronged him, brought devastating consequences to the lives of his victims and their families. After his death, the discovery of extensive writings revealed the breadth of his anger and delusions, but fortunately no accomplices were found, meaning others on his revenge list were safe. The aftermath of the attack on the Andrel family was equally harrowing. Mike Andrel endured a prolonged and painful recovery after suffering 3 gunshot wounds. Judge Esther Salas, left devastated by the loss of their only son, Daniel, fell into a deep depression. However, despite her grief, she found the strength to speak publicly about the ordeal in a televised interview with 60 Minutes. This marked her first public acknowledgement of the tragedy, and she used the platform to raise awareness about the dangers public figures and their families face. Inspired by her loss, Esther Salas also became an advocate for change. Her efforts helped pass Daniel's Law in December 2021, a legislative measure aimed at protecting judges and their families by prohibiting the public disclosure of their addresses and personal contact information. This law stands as a tribute to her son, ensuring that his death leads to greater safety for public officials across the country. The case not only highlighted the dangers of unchecked extremism and mental illness, but also the importance of safeguarding individuals in high-risk public roles. As Esther Salas continues to work towards greater protections, her son's memory endures through the impactful changes she has helped bring about. We're delving into another tragic and heart-wrenching case. This one involves Alice and Dickie, who was born on July 1, 1968. From her early years, Alice showed a natural talent for ballet, a passion she pursued with unwavering dedication. Her love for ballet was not just a fleeting childhood interest, it became a central part of her identity, with her skills rapidly developing as she grew older. With time and practice, Alice emerged as an exceptional ballerina, capturing the admiration of her teachers, peers, and audiences alike. Her story, however, is not just one of talent but of a life that would later be marred by an unspeakable tragedy. On August 23, 1997, Alice married Gerard Clay, an accountant who worked at the flight centre in Brisbane, where Alice also worked. The two appeared to be a perfect match, building a life together in Brisbane. Gerard, born in September 1970 in Bournemouth, England, had relocated to Australia with his family during the 1980s. His family's move from England to Australia was part of a larger migration trend at the time, but what made Gerard's background particularly notable was his lineage. Gerard's great-grandfather was none other than Lord Baden-Powell, the founder of the worldwide scouting movement. This connection gave Gerard a certain social prestige, although it played no role in the horrific events that were to unfold years later. Alice and Gerard built a seemingly happy life together in Queensland, eventually having 3 daughters. They settled in the tranquil suburb of Brookfield, a picturesque area that offered a balance between suburban peace and proximity to the bustling city of Brisbane. Like many families, they were drawn to the area because it allowed them to enjoy the best of both worlds: quiet, leafy streets with the convenience of nearby urban amenities. Over the years, Alice and Gerard's life appeared to flourish. By 2012, Alice had risen through the ranks at the flight centre, holding an executive position that reflected her intelligence, work ethic, and leadership abilities. Gerard, on the other hand, had left his accounting career behind and ventured into the world of real estate. His decision to switch careers had paid off, as he had become a successful real estate agent, earning a respected name in the industry. From the outside, the Clay family seemed to embody success, stability, and happiness. Their friends, neighbors, and community members viewed them as the ideal family, admired and well-respected. To those who knew them casually, it seemed they were living a life many would envy. However, beneath this seemingly perfect exterior, cracks were beginning to form. And on April 20, 2012, everything would come crashing down. It was a Friday morning, and around 7 a.m. Gerard placed a call to emergency services. His voice was calm, perhaps too calm, as he reported that his wife Alice had gone missing. According to Gerard, Alice had a habit of taking early morning walks around 5 a.m. He said he had assumed she was out for her usual walk when he first noticed she was not home. However, as the hours passed and Alice failed to return home in time to prepare breakfast for their 3 young daughters, as was her routine, Gerard's concern allegedly grew. By the time he contacted the authorities, he claimed to be worried that something might have happened to her. The police took Alice's disappearance seriously from the outset. She was a well-known figure in the community, and her devotion to her daughters, who were all under the age of 10, made it highly unlikely that she would have simply left on her own. The idea of her abandoning her children was unthinkable to those who knew her. With this in mind, the police quickly mobilized a task force to search for Alice, working on the assumption that her disappearance was highly unusual and likely indicative of foul play. The search began immediately, with officers combing through the parks, creeks, and green spaces in and around Brookfield, hoping to find any trace of the missing mother. In the days following her disappearance, the search intensified. The police utilized a local Brookfield clubhouse as their headquarters, where they coordinated their efforts and managed the many tips and leads that were coming in from the public. The Brookfield community, typically a quiet and tight-knit suburban enclave, was thrown into a state of shock and anxiety. The news of Alice's disappearance spread quickly, and soon volunteers from all over the area began to join the search efforts. Men and women from all walks of life, many of whom had never met Alice, gathered to help, moved by the tragic situation and eager to do whatever they could to bring her home. On April 23, 2012, 3 days after Gerard had reported Alice missing, her parents, Jeff and Priscilla Dickey, made a tearful public appeal. Speaking to the media, they pleaded with anyone who might have information to come forward. Their heartbreak was evident, and it was clear to everyone watching that they were desperately hoping for a miracle. The longer Alice remained missing, the more fear and anxiety gripped the community. While her family and friends held on to hope, the sense of dread was palpable. Something was terribly wrong, and everyone could feel it. As the investigation progressed, police began to take a closer look at Gerard's behavior. Almost from the beginning, his actions had raised eyebrows. Despite his wife's sudden and mysterious disappearance, Gerard remained surprisingly calm. To many, his demeanor seemed oddly detached for a man whose wife was missing. He was not joining the search efforts, which struck some as suspicious, especially given that strangers, people who had no personal connection to Alice, were out in the community, searching tirelessly for any sign of her. Instead of being out there with them, Gerard had made the unusual decision to move himself and his daughters out of their family home and into his parents' house. This move only fueled further speculation. Journalists, eager to get a sense of what was really going on, began to close in on Gerard. A reporter who managed to find him at his parents' home attempted to speak with him, but the encounter left her feeling unsettled. Gerard's voice was unnaturally high-pitched, and he seemed unable to maintain eye contact. His overall demeanor struck the reporter as bizarre, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. During the interview, Gerard appeared evasive, and while he claimed to be concerned about his wife, his behavior didn't align with the image of a worried husband. Instead, he came across as detached and rehearsed, as though he were playing a role rather than expressing genuine emotion. This strange encounter didn't go unnoticed by the police. When they learned of Gerard's interaction with the reporter, they decided to investigate further. They asked the reporter if she had noticed anything unusual about Gerard's physical appearance during their conversation. After reviewing the footage, the reporter made a curious observation: Gerard had been deliberately shielding one side of his face throughout the interview. This revelation prompted the police to look more closely at Gerard, and when they did, they discovered something suspicious: 2 deep cuts on his cheek. When asked about the injuries, Gerard claimed that he had accidentally cut himself while shaving. However, the detectives were not convinced. The cuts didn't resemble typical shaving nicks, and Gerard's explanation seemed dubious at best. As the investigation continued, Gerard's story began to unravel. While the police lacked direct evidence linking him to Alice's disappearance, their suspicions were growing by the day. They began to look into his background and relationships, hoping to find clues that might explain what had happened. Neighbors and acquaintances who were interviewed by the police painted a less than flattering picture of Gerard. Despite his professional success as a real estate agent and his former role as president of the local chamber of commerce, many people who knew him described him as arrogant and insincere. Some went so far as to call him a phony, noting that he often acted condescending toward others. This portrayal of Gerard contrasted sharply with the image he had cultivated publicly, but it added to the growing sense of unease surrounding him. Meanwhile, the search for Alice continued. Volunteers remained steadfast in their efforts to find her, combing through parks, creeks, and remote areas around Brookfield. As the days dragged on with no sign of her, the situation became increasingly dire. Despite the lack of tangible leads, the police refused to give up. They employed a creative tactic to raise awareness about Alice's disappearance, setting up a mannequin dressed in clothing similar to what Alice had been wearing on the day she vanished. The mannequin was placed along a busy highway, in the hopes that it might jog someone's memory and lead to new information. Then, on April 30th, 2012, just over a week after Alice was reported missing, there was a breakthrough. Daryl Joyce, a professor of horticulture and a local resident, was out kayaking along the Brisbane River. The day had started like any other for Daryl, who often spent his free time paddling along the river, enjoying the peace and quiet of nature. But as he made his way down a small creek known as Colorado Creek, he stumbled upon something that would change the course of the investigation. As Daryl paddled along the creek, something under the bank caught his eye. At first, he wasn't sure what it was, but as he drew closer, the sight became clearer and more horrifying. It was a body, partially submerged and lying beneath the creek bank. The smell of decomposition confirmed what Daryl had feared. Shaken but determined to do the right thing, Daryl paddled back up the river to where he had cell phone service and called the police. On May 1st, 2012, an autopsy was conducted on the body discovered in Colorado Creek. The examination confirmed what many had feared: the body was that of Alice Bayan Clay. However, the cause of death was not immediately clear. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, the medical examiner was unable to determine exactly how Alice had died. One key finding was the absence of water in her lungs, ruling out drowning as a cause of death. There was also a 5-centimeter area of discoloration on her chest, which the examiner believed could have been caused by blunt force trauma. But despite these clues, the exact circumstances surrounding Alice's death remained a mystery. While the autopsy did not provide definitive answers, the police were convinced that Alice's death was no accident. The discovery of her body only intensified their focus on Gerard, whose behavior had raised red flags from the beginning. As investigators dug deeper into his life, they uncovered a series of startling revelations that pointed to a much darker truth. One of the most shocking discoveries was that Gerard had been living a double life. Although he had presented himself as a devoted husband and father, the reality was far more complicated. Since 2008, Gerard had been involved in an extramarital affair with a woman named Toni Michu, who worked with him at his real estate agency. The affair had continued for years, despite Gerard's efforts to keep it a secret. In fact, Alice had discovered the affair in 2011, which led to a brief period of marriage counseling. However, Gerard's relationship with Toni did not end. In the months leading up to Alice's disappearance, Gerard and Toni had rekindled their affair. Toni Michu later told investigators that Gerard had professed his love for her and had even promised to leave Alice so that they could be together. Gerard had gone so far as to tell Toni that he planned to leave his wife, though he never followed through on this promise. In addition to his affair with Toni, Gerard had also been involved in 2 other extramarital relationships during his marriage to Alice. As the police delved deeper into Gerard's personal life, they also uncovered significant financial troubles. Despite his apparent success in the real estate industry, Gerard was struggling financially. The devastating Brisbane floods of 2011 had severely impacted his business, and he was finding it increasingly difficult to make ends meet. These financial difficulties, combined with his extramarital affairs, painted a grim picture of a man under immense pressure. The most damning piece of evidence, however, came in the form of a life insurance policy. Investigators discovered that Gerard had taken out a life insurance policy on Alice worth $800,000. The timing of the policy, coupled with Gerard's financial struggles, raised serious questions about his motives. Even more suspicious was the fact that Gerard had contacted the insurance company on the very day that Alice's body was discovered, inquiring about how to file a claim. With this mounting evidence, the police began to focus their investigation on Gerard as the prime suspect in Alice's death. Forensic experts were brought in to examine the scene, and a botanist was consulted to analyze the plant material found on Alice's clothing. This analysis proved to be a crucial turning point in the case. The botanist identified 6 distinct species of plants on Alice's body, and when he visited the Clay home, he found all 6 species present in their backyard. This discovery led detectives to believe that Alice had been killed at home, likely on the back patio, and that her body had been moved to Colorado Creek afterward. Bloodstains found in the trunk of Alice's car further supported this theory. The police now believed that Gerard had killed Alice, transported her body in the car, and then disposed of it in the creek, hoping to cover up his crime. On June 13, 2012, Gerard, accompanied by his lawyer, arrived at the police station for questioning. During the interview, he was formally charged with the murder of his wife Alice, as well as with interfering with her corpse. Gerard maintained his innocence, insisting that he had nothing to do with Alice's death. However, his application for bail was denied, as the judge deemed him a flight risk. Gerard's arrest sent shockwaves through the community. For many, it confirmed their worst fears that the man who had appeared to be a loving husband and father was, in fact, responsible for his wife's death. The case garnered widespread media attention, with reporters camped outside Gerard's parents' home, eager for any new developments. The trial of Gerard Clay began in June 2014, 2 years after his arrest. The prosecution laid out a detailed case, supported by forensic evidence, witness testimony, and diary entries from Alice that revealed the emotional toll that Gerard's affairs had taken on her. In her diary, Alice wrote about her feelings of betrayal, humiliation, and frustration over Gerard's infidelity. She expressed her deep sadness and loneliness, describing how the affair had made her feel sick and dirty. These diary entries painted a picture of a woman who was emotionally devastated by her husband's actions, yet determined to hold her family together. Despite the compelling evidence presented by the prosecution, Gerard's defense team argued that the case against him was circumstantial. They claimed that there was no direct proof that Gerard had killed Alice, and that the evidence could not definitively prove that her death was a result of foul play. After 5 days of deliberation, the jury returned a verdict. Gerard was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison, with a minimum of 15 years to be served before he would be eligible for parole. However, Gerard's legal battle did not end with his conviction. In August 2015, the Queensland Court of Appeal downgraded his conviction to manslaughter, citing a lack of conclusive evidence to prove that Gerard had intended to kill Alice. This decision sparked outrage in the community, with many people feeling that justice had not been served. In response to the public outcry, the Director of Public Prosecutions appealed the decision, and in August 2016, the High Court of Australia reinstated Gerard's original murder conviction. This ruling brought a sense of closure to Alice's family and friends, who had been fighting for justice since the day she disappeared. Today, Alice's legacy lives on through the Alison Bayen Clay Foundation, which was established by her loved ones to raise awareness about domestic violence and provide support for victims. Her sister, Vanessa Fowler, has become a leading advocate in the fight against coercive control, a form of psychological abuse that Alice endured during her marriage to Gerard. Through their work, they hope to honor Alice's memory and prevent other families from experiencing the same tragedy. We're diving into a chilling case about someone who caused a bloodbath in a peaceful town. When a crime happens in a small, quiet place where everyone knows each other, it quickly becomes the talk of the town. But if it's a brutal attack on an entire family, something that's never happened before, it doesn't just get people talking, it leads to rumors, speculations, and gruesome stories that eventually become an urban legend. This tragic event took place in the fall of 2010, in a small Australian town called Kapunda, with a population of only 3,000. It's located near the Light River and Barossa Valley in South Australia. The whole town was shocked by the horrific news of a family being massacred. The local police, who had never seen anything like this, were left baffled. Rumors quickly spread, and the story was told in many different ways. Things got so out of control that the police had to partially classify the case to avoid further panic and prevent leaks. The family involved was well known and respected in the town. They had no known enemies, and there seemed to be no clear motive for the crime. At first, it appeared to be a senseless act of violence, leading detectives to believe it might have been the work of a madman. Surprisingly, the real culprit wasn't even considered a suspect at first, and might have gotten away with it if he hadn't accidentally revealed himself later on. Let's talk about the Rowe family. The head of the family, Andrew Rowe, was born in England in 1965. When he was just 3 years old, he and his parents moved to Australia, where they decided to stay. They settled in a suburb of Adelaide, and Andrew grew up there, attending school. He was known to be friendly, had a great sense of humor, made lots of friends, and enjoyed fishing with his dad. After high school, while studying in Adelaide, Andrew met Rose, a cheerful young woman just a year younger than him. The two quickly developed a romantic relationship, and in 1985, they got married in a small ceremony with only close friends and family. 2 years later, in 1987, they had their first child, a boy named Christopher. In 1994, Andrew and Rose Rowe welcomed their second child, a daughter named Chantel. The family settled in the quiet town of Kapunda and started their own carpet cleaning business. The business thrived, giving them financial stability. Their children attended local schools, where both performed well academically. Christopher, their eldest son, took up guitar and became interested in music, while Chantal excelled in painting, danced, and played basketball. She was known for being kind-hearted and always willing to help others. Chantal dreamed of becoming a lawyer, and Christopher planned to pursue a career in programming and technology. The Rowe family was close-knit and happy. By the summer of 2010, 23-year-old Christopher had moved out to live with his girlfriend, just a few blocks away. In September, 16-year-old Chantal started working part-time as a waitress at a roadside cafe. Since she didn't have her driver's license yet, her father or brother would drive her to work, though she looked forward to getting her own license soon. The crime scene was so horrifying that even seasoned detectives from Adelaide were shocked. Inside the house, it looked like a scene from a horror movie, with blood splattered everywhere on the floor, walls, furniture, curtains, and even the ceiling. The bodies of 45-year-old Andrew and 44-year-old Rose were found in the kitchen, severely disfigured, while Chantal's body lay in her bedroom, brutally torn. Each family member had suffered multiple stab wounds and had been dead long before the police and paramedics arrived. Detectives quickly suspected that the crime was personal, as nothing was stolen. Valuables like phones, a laptop, an expensive camera, and even money were left in plain sight. This suggested that the killer wasn't motivated by robbery. The brutality also hinted that more than one person might have been involved, as it would have been difficult for a single individual to overpower 3 adults. Alternatively, the perpetrator could have been a physically strong man. Investigators noticed that someone had clumsily tried to clean the crime scene, wiping away footprints in some areas, but the attempt was abandoned. Bloody shoe prints were also found leading to the door, but they suddenly stopped, implying the killer might have removed his shoes and left in socks. There were no signs of forced entry, which suggested that the family had likely known the killer and willingly let him inside, or he had entered through some other means. The family had no known enemies, leaving everyone puzzled as to who could have committed such a horrific crime. Some clear fingerprints were found on the door to Chantal's room, but they didn't match anyone in the police database, indicating that the person responsible had never been caught for any previous crimes. The house was immediately sealed off as a crime scene, and the surrounding area was fenced off to keep away curious onlookers and the press, who had quickly gathered at the scene. To avoid scaring the killer into hiding or fleeing, the police chose not to release too many details about the investigation. Still, rumors of a maniac spread quickly through the small town. People became fearful, avoiding the streets at night and locking their doors tightly. As strange as it sounds, the first person suspected of the crime was Christopher, the only surviving family member. At the time of the murders, he was on vacation with his fiancée in Moreton Bay, Queensland, on the Pacific coast. However, authorities had to investigate all possibilities, no matter how unlikely they seemed. Christopher was the first to raise the alarm when he couldn't get in touch with his family, and he took the next flight home after hearing the devastating news. His alibi and fingerprints were quickly checked, and it was confirmed that he was on the other side of the continent at the time of the crime, so he was ruled out as a suspect. A strange detail emerged from the investigation after the murders. The killer changed into clean clothes and lay on the bed. Bloody drag marks near Chantal's bed indicated that she had likely tried to hide under it, but the killer had pulled her out. Forensic experts also determined that she had been sexually assaulted before her death. This further suggested that the crime was deeply personal, filled with senseless cruelty. Andrew, the head of the family, suffered over 30 stab wounds, while Rose was stabbed 50 times. Evidence showed she had been attacked twice and had even tried to call for help after the first attack. Chantal had 33 stab wounds and had been sexually assaulted. Investigators immediately looked into Chantal's personal life, focusing on whether she had been in a relationship or had any obsessive admirers. It was soon revealed that she had been dating a boy named Dylan for about a year. They both attended the same school, and at 16 years old, Dylan didn't initially seem capable of committing such a brutal crime. Nonetheless, detectives needed to interview him, check his alibi, and hear his thoughts on whether anyone might have wanted to harm Chantal or her family. Dylan cooperated fully with the police, expressing his deep grief over Chantal's death. He explained that they had a loving relationship and planned to marry once they were older. He was devastated by her loss and didn't know how to cope. At the time of the murders, Dylan had been in a nearby city attending his grandfather's anniversary. His alibi was confirmed by dozens of witnesses, and he was ruled out as a suspect. The police had few leads but now had the killer's fingerprints, as well as DNA from the seminal fluid found on Chantal's body. This gave them a crucial piece of evidence that could eventually help them identify the murderer. The DNA extracted from the seminal fluid and fingerprints left at the scene did not match anyone in the police database, adding to the mystery. Interestingly, the family was killed with knives from their own kitchen, suggesting that the attack may not have been premeditated but rather a spontaneous act of violence. The killer took the murder weapons with him when he left the house. Forensic experts determined the time of death to be between midnight and 2 a.m. A neighbor of the Rowe family reported hearing Rose call for help twice around 1 a.m., followed by a loud thud, but assumed it was a domestic dispute and did not call the police. No strangers were seen near the house that night, and officers meticulously searched the area for any clues or the missing murder weapons. The police also reached out to the local community through the media, asking for any information that could help with the investigation. However, this led to an overwhelming number of tips, many of which were unhelpful or false. People called in to report suspicious individuals, strange cars, and even tried to link the crime to local biker gangs or drug dealers. There were also tips about social media posts from local residents, but none of these leads advanced the investigation. 2 days before the murders, detectives discovered Chantal's expensive camera at the crime scene. Since Chantal was an avid photographer, they hoped the camera might contain useful images. Indeed, they found many pictures, and the most recent ones drew their attention. On November 6th, just 2 days before the massacre, Chantal had hosted a small gathering at her home. Her parents had gone to stay with relatives for the night, so she took advantage of their absence to invite her boyfriend and 3 close friends, along with their partners, for a quiet evening of movie watching and a barbecue. It wasn't a wild party, just a calm, friendly get-together. Chantal took numerous photos that night, capturing everyone enjoying themselves. Some of the guests even posted pictures from the evening on their social media pages, which the police examined for any potential clues. All of Chantal's friends who attended the party stayed overnight at the row house and left the next morning, with Andrew and Rose even cooking breakfast for everyone. Detectives realized it was crucial to interview everyone who had been at the party to see if Chantal had any enemies, envious peers, or stalkers. They also decided to collect fingerprints from each person to compare them with the prints found on Chantal's bedroom door. Chantal's friends were still in shock over the murders but fully cooperated with the investigation. They came to the station to testify, provided their fingerprints and DNA samples, which didn't match the ones found at the crime scene, and allowed the police to access their social media accounts and phones. They recounted the events of what ended up being the last party at the row house. Dylan recalled that on Sunday, Chantal wasn't feeling well and likely had a cold. By the evening, she had developed a fever and called her boss to let him know she wouldn't be able to work the next day. The following morning, at around 5 a.m., Dylan texted her to ask how she was feeling. He saw that his message had been read, but Chantal never responded. What Dylan didn't know at the time was that Chantal and her parents were already dead, and the killer had read his message. In a chilling detail, the police discovered that the killer had even tried to respond to Dylan's text, but Chantal's phone account had run out of credit, so the message was never sent. The killer had attempted to create the illusion that Chantal was still alive. Dylan, along with several of Chantal's closest friends, helped the police compile a list of everyone she had been in contact with. Law enforcement systematically worked their way down the list, questioning and checking each person. About a week into the investigation, they reached an 18-year-old named Jason Downey, who had previously attended the same high school as Chantal and Dylan. He had graduated the previous year and was now working at a local auto repair shop. Initially, Jason didn't raise any red flags. He was of average height, very thin, and appeared completely harmless. The plan was to ask him a few questions and then let him go. However, during the interview, Jason began to act strangely. Instead of answering the detective's standard questions directly, he became increasingly nervous and his behavior started to raise suspicions. On November 4, 2010, Christopher left for a vacation to Brisbane with his girlfriend, intending to return and prepare for their upcoming wedding. However, on November 8, Christopher couldn't reach his family and grew increasingly concerned. After learning from his father's office that Andrew hadn't shown up for work, Christopher sensed something was wrong. He asked a friend to check on the house. Around 3 p.m. that day, a patrol car arrived at the row home. When the local police, who were unprepared for such a crime, saw the horrific scene inside, they immediately requested backup, realizing they were dealing with a brutal triple murder. Jason Downey began acting oddly during the police interview. He complained about not being invited to Chantal's party, mentioning that everyone else had a partner and he didn't have a girlfriend. Then, out of nowhere, he claimed to have an alibi for the night of the murders, even though no one had asked about it yet. His odd behavior made the police even more suspicious. As a result, they decided to fully investigate him, including taking his fingerprints and DNA sample. Surprisingly, Downey remained calm and cooperative, agreeing to all the tests without showing any nervousness. This behavior caused the police to briefly doubt their suspicions, but they continued with the procedures. When an expert collected his fingerprints, he noticed fresh, deep cuts on Jason's palms. Downey explained that he had hurt himself while working at the machine shop, but the cuts looked as if they had been made by a thin, sharp object. When the fingerprint results came back, they showed that Downey's prints matched the ones found on Chantal's bedroom door. All that remained was to wait for the DNA results, which were due in 2 days. The police questioned Downey again, asking how his fingerprints ended up in the Rowe family house if he hadn't been there recently. Downey calmly explained that he had visited the house with Dylan about a month and a half earlier, suggesting that's when he might have left the prints. However, this explanation didn't hold up, as the prints were fresh and clean, not old or faded. On November 16, 2010, the DNA results came in, confirming that Jason Downey had assaulted Chantal that night and was responsible for the murders of her and her parents. But the question remained, why had he done it, and how did this skinny young man find the strength and rage to commit such a brutal act? Jason was arrested that same day. Now, the detectives needed to uncover the motive behind this horrific massacre. Who was Jason Downey? Jason Downey was born in September 1992 in the Scottish town of Kilmarnock, where he spent his childhood and early teen years. He was the youngest of 2 children and was raised alongside his older brother Jamie. When Jason was just 8 months old, his parents divorced and his mother, Lorraine, took on the role of raising him. His father remarried soon after, and Jason and Jamie had a half-sister named Judy, though they had little contact with her. When Jason was 13, he, his mother, and his brother emigrated to Australia, where they settled in the small town of Kapunda. In their new home, Jason's mother remarried, this time to a local resident. Jason Downey had a difficult time adjusting to life in the small town of Kapunda after growing up in a big city. He despised the quiet, provincial atmosphere and longed to leave. At school, Jason struggled socially. His peers found him strange, and most only spoke to him out of pity. He was overly talkative, arrogant, and frequently lied, boasting about his imaginary athletic abilities, popularity, and supposed admirers. In reality, girls ignored him, and his odd behavior repelled others. Dylan, Chantal's boyfriend, played on the same basketball team as Jason and felt sorry for him. Out of kindness, Dylan started inviting Jason to friendly gatherings and even introduced him to Chantal, a decision that would have disastrous consequences. Chantal, who was polite and empathetic, treated Jason kindly, and she had even defended him from other teenagers on occasion. Her friendly demeanor, however, led Jason to develop an intense crush on her, which soon turned into an unhealthy obsession. Jason began to believe that Chantal harbored secret feelings for him but couldn't express them because of her relationship with Dylan. Although Chantal never encouraged Jason's advances or gave him any reason to hope, he misinterpreted her kindness. Over time, his infatuation morphed into a delusional fantasy in which he believed that he and Chantal were meant to be together. Jason became consumed by these thoughts, mistaking her politeness for love, while no one around him noticed the depth of his obsession. Once the police were certain that Jason was responsible for the murders, they knew they had to act quickly to arrest him. However, they were unsure of how best to proceed, fearing that Jason could pose a danger to himself or others. To avoid any potential complications, they decided to lure him to the police station under a benign pretext. When Jason arrived, he was immediately placed in handcuffs, but surprisingly, he showed no emotion. He wasn't startled, scared, or angry. He remained completely calm. During his first interrogation, Jason denied all accusations. He tried to explain away the evidence, claiming that he had left his fingerprints in the Rowe family home during his previous visit a month and a half earlier. When questioned about how his DNA was found on Chantal's body, Jason made a desperate claim. He said that during that same visit, he and Chantal had consensual intimacy. However, this story was easily disproven. The forensic evidence made it clear that the seminal fluid found on Chantal's body could not have remained there for such a long period, either inside or outside her body. This false narrative further exposed Jason's lies and guilt. Jason Downey's confession revealed a disturbing sequence of events that led to the brutal murders of Chantal and her parents. After an argument with his mother and stepfather, Jason claimed he decided to sleep in his car. However, after speaking with Dylan, who mentioned Chantal was sick and staying home, Jason became obsessed with seeing her. His initial plan was simply to drive by her house and look through the windows, something he had done many times before due to his fixation on her. When Jason arrived at the Rowe family's home, it was dark inside, so he parked his car at the end of the street and returned on foot. He found a small bathroom window left open, and, being thin, he was able to squeeze through it without much difficulty. Once inside, Jason sat quietly in the bathroom for about half an hour, listening to ensure that everyone in the house had gone to bed. Jason later claimed that his intention was to confess his feelings to Chantal. However, he took a knife from the kitchen before entering her bedroom, a fact he could not explain logically. Investigators believe that Jason had more sinister intentions from the beginning, likely planning to use the knife to threaten and control Chantal in order to fulfill his obsessive desires. When Jason entered Chantal's room and attempted to assault her, she resisted. This resistance triggered a violent rage in Jason, leading him to stab her repeatedly. The horrific attack woke her parents, Andrew and Rose, who rushed to help their daughter. However, Jason, now in a frenzied state, turned his knife on them as well, brutally stabbing both Andrew and Rose to death. In his confession, Jason claimed he acted out of an uncontrollable passion, but the calculated nature of his actions, sneaking into the house, bringing a weapon, and murdering not just Chantal but her parents, suggested otherwise. His confession did little to minimize his guilt, despite his attempts to downplay his responsibility. As the investigation progressed, more damning evidence against Jason surfaced. A pair of blood-stained shoes was found discarded in a deserted area, and the blood on them matched that of all three victims. The sole prints from these shoes matched the bloody footprints found at the crime scene, and inside the shoes were traces of Jason's sweat, further implicating him. Despite Jason's attempts to cooperate with investigators, promising, for example, to show them where he had disposed of the knives used in the murders, the murder weapons were never recovered, leading detectives to suspect that he was still trying to manipulate the situation. Jason's confession did help reconstruct the timeline of events, but it did little to change the gruesome reality of his crime. His obsession with Chantal, combined with his inability to control his urges, had driven him to commit an unimaginable act of violence, wiping out an entire family in the process. The trial of Jason Downey concluded with a sentence that echoed the severity of his crimes. In the fall of 2011, nearly a year after the brutal murders of Chantal Rowe and her parents, Jason stood trial. Throughout the proceedings, he remained emotionless, often changing his testimony and showing no remorse for his actions. He continued to claim that he had no memory of killing the Rowe family and insisted that he had loved Chantal, even though his actions told a much darker story. One detail that stood out during the trial was that after the massacre, Jason had taken Chantal's pendant and chain, which were later found during a search of his room and car. This act underscored his obsession with her, as he tried to keep a piece of her with him even after her death. Despite his claim that the tragedy could have been avoided if Chantal had invited him to the party she hosted before her death, it was clear that his feelings of rejection and obsession had driven him to commit the horrific act. Throughout the trial, Jason maintained a calm and indifferent demeanor. He ultimately pleaded guilty, hoping for a lighter sentence. He openly admitted to his brother that this was the reason for his guilty plea, to avoid life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In the end, on April 19, 2012, Jason Downey was sentenced to life imprisonment, with the possibility of parole after 35 years. Had he not pleaded guilty, he would have had to serve at least 45 years before being eligible for parole. Chantal's brother, Christopher Rowe, who lost his entire family in the massacre, expressed that while he believed the punishment was just, no court sentence could ever heal the pain of losing his loved ones. In memory of his parents and sister, Christopher had their names tattooed on his body. Despite the grief and tragedy, Christopher has since found a way to rebuild his life. He is now married and raising his son, Kobe, honoring the memory of his family while moving forward with his own. The case left an indelible mark on all involved, with Jason Downey's lack of remorse and cold demeanor continuing to haunt those who followed the trial.
The daily news of crimes can sometimes be so cruel that it shakes even the strongest people. These shocking events make us question human behavior and morality. However, it's crucial to remember that such incidents are rare. Most people in society are peaceful. This story involves two individuals whose actions crossed cultural boundaries, resulting in the tragic deaths of two people. The incident happened in Sweden and highlighted ongoing societal issues. Saga, a 20-year-old woman, was 7 months pregnant at the time. She was in a 2-year relationship with Magamaden Ibrahim, whom she affectionately called Amin. He was the father of her unborn child, and the couple was eagerly awaiting their baby boy. According to doctors, the pregnancy was going smoothly, and Saga was thrilled to become a mother. She was preparing with excitement, decorating the baby's room, shopping for essentials, and doing exercises. Saga shared her joy on social media, posting pictures of her growing belly and the baby clothes she bought. Her mother, Melissa, often visited to support her. On December 28th, the day before the tragedy, Saga told Melissa that Amin would visit so they could talk. Their relationship had recently become tense, and Amin didn't visit as often. Respecting their privacy, Melissa chose not to interfere. Saga was a kind, bright, and well-mannered young woman who got along easily with others. She had many admirers because of her beauty, but dreamed of building a happy family. Melissa, however, had concerns about Amin. His Somali background introduced cultural differences, which Saga had mentioned caused problems in their relationship. Melissa was surprised and uneasy when she met Amin at her home, aware of the challenges Saga might face in the relationship. Despite the challenges in her relationship, Saga remained full of optimism and hope. She deeply loved Amin and worked hard to keep their bond strong, even though she felt hurt that he kept her a secret from his family. This caused frequent arguments between them. On the afternoon of April 29, 2023, Saga's mother, Melissa Elorg, visited her daughter's apartment in the city of U, located 100 kilometers from Stockholm. Melissa planned to help Saga with preparations for the baby's arrival and pick up some items. When she arrived, she was talking on the phone with her other daughter. She rang the doorbell but got no response. After several tries, she called and texted Saga, but there was still no answer. Melissa assumed Saga might have forgotten about the visit and gone out. Though this was unusual, Melissa had a spare key and decided to enter the apartment, not wanting to disturb the couple. As she approached the door, she noticed it was unlocked, which immediately raised alarm bells. Saga was always cautious, locking the door even for a quick trip to check the mail or use the laundry room. Entering the apartment, Melissa heard water running in the kitchen. She turned off the faucet and called out for her daughter, but there was no reply. Moving toward the living room where the lights were off, she noticed something strange. Turning on the light, she was met with a horrifying sight. Saga was lying on the floor, pale and motionless. Her hair covered her face, and a table lamp cord was tightly wrapped around her neck. To Melissa's shock, a heavy table had overturned, pressing down on Saga's throat. Melissa screamed in terror and rushed to her daughter. She managed to push the table away and remove the cord from Saga's neck. In a panic, she called an ambulance and tried to revive Saga with CPR. However, it was clear that her daughter's body was cold to the touch, indicating she had been dead for some time. Despite her efforts, Melissa was unable to bring her daughter back. The ambulance arrived quickly, but it was already too late. As expected, when the medics arrived, they could only confirm the deaths of the young woman and her unborn child. Police officers examined the apartment and Saga's body carefully. They found injuries on her head and face, with clotted blood tangled in her hair. While there were no clear signs of a struggle, some furniture was displaced and jewelry boxes lay overturned, their contents scattered across the floor. Interestingly, there were no indications of forced entry, leading detectives to initially consider the possibility of suicide. However, this theory was quickly dismissed. Investigations into Saga's phone data and conversations, along with insights from her family, made it clear that she had no mental health issues and was full of joy and anticipation for her baby. Suicide was entirely out of character for her. Forensic experts collected fingerprints and DNA samples from the scene, including traces found under Saga's nails and on the furniture. The autopsy revealed that Saga had died from strangulation, with her time of death estimated between 1 and 3 in the morning. Her unborn baby boy, weighing 1.7 kilograms, was found to be perfectly healthy, which only deepened the tragedy. Melissa, overwhelmed with grief and anger, demanded justice for her daughter and grandson. The horrifying event shocked Saga's family and friends, who struggled to believe that someone so close could commit such a brutal act. Saga had no connections to the criminal world, and her tragic death felt incomprehensible. Detectives immediately launched an investigation, starting with interviews of Saga's family members. Melissa shared that on April 28th, Saga had planned to meet some friends at a local restaurant, and Melissa had joined them as well. During the gathering, Melissa noticed her daughter was unusually anxious, constantly checking her phone. Saga appeared preoccupied and admitted she was waiting for a message from Amin. Saga confided in her mother that Amin was finally planning to introduce her to his family. However, he was deeply worried about how they would react to her pregnancy, especially since they weren't married. According to Saga, Amin was under immense pressure and seemed on the verge of a breakdown. Amin was deeply worried that his family, strict Somali Muslims with conservative beliefs, would not accept his relationship with Saga. Saga, on the other hand, was half Thai, half European, and a Swedish citizen with modern views. The cultural and religious differences between their families often led to tension. Amin, though raised in Europe and more progressive than his parents, still respected their traditions, which added to the strain. Like many of his fellow hammerhammers, he smiled when he thought about it. After visiting the restaurant, Saga said goodbye to her mother and friends. They wished her well, not knowing it would be their last time seeing her alive. Detectives later discovered that Saga was killed after she returned home. Investigators theorized that Amin might have disclosed his relationship to his family, which could have provoked a violent reaction leading to the tragedy. Early in the investigation, Amin's family members were scrutinized. His mother's behavior raised suspicion as she was seen leaving her home late that evening. However, it was confirmed that she had only gone to the store and returned within 15 minutes. His best friend said no evidence linked her or any family members to the crime. Amin's mother had shown hostility toward him after learning about his relationship. The situation worsened when she found out that Amin's car had been parked near Saga's home. By then, his family had suspected he was seeing a Christian woman. Furious, his mother told Amin he was no longer welcome in their house, believing that breaking family traditions warranted severing ties. Amin managed to convince her that he hadn't visited Saga, but it was a difficult conversation. Melissa revealed that tensions between Saga and Amin grew worse after Saga's pregnancy. There were rumors that Amin had pressured Saga to have an abortion, fearing his family's disapproval. However, Saga stood firm in her decision to keep the baby. She told her mother that if necessary, she was prepared to raise her child alone. This determination, paired with the joy she felt about becoming a mother, made the tragic events that followed even harder to comprehend. In October, Saga shared the news of her pregnancy with her family, who were overjoyed, just as she was. However, during this time, her relationship with Amin grew strained. Saga frequently expressed frustration over the cultural differences between them, feeling that without a change in Amin's perspective, their relationship couldn't last. Despite these challenges, things seemed to improve after a few months. Amin appeared to accept the pregnancy and even seemed happy about becoming a father. Saga decided to move into a larger apartment to accommodate her growing family. She began setting up a nursery and preparing for her baby's arrival. By March 2023, their relationship was still intact, though troubling incidents arose. One such incident involved a woman named Deanna, who approached Saga privately. Deanna claimed that Amin had tried to persuade her to attack Saga, suggesting she kick Saga in the stomach to induce a miscarriage. When confronted, Amin vehemently denied the accusation, calling it a lie. Melissa was aware of these unsettling events, which left her deeply concerned for her daughter. As the police pieced together the events leading to Saga's death, they found that on April 27th, Saga and Amin had planned to spend the evening together. However, Amin avoided her, claiming he was delayed at work. This behavior led Saga to issue an ultimatum. He had to tell his family about their relationship, her pregnancy, and her new apartment, or their relationship would end. The following day, April 28th, both Saga and Amin were busy with work, but kept in touch via messages. Melissa later noted that Saga seemed unusually anxious, likely due to the ongoing tensions with Amin. Police investigations into Saga's phone revealed that their conversation remained active until around 11 p.m. At 11:15 p.m., Amin messaged Saga, telling her he wouldn't tell his family about their relationship or the baby. He explained that his family's approval was more important to him than an extramarital child. Saga was clearly upset by his decision and tried to convince him otherwise. She reasoned that his family would eventually find out about the child, especially if they broke up, as she planned to seek financial support from him. Their messages indicated that Amin finally agreed to inform his family about Saga and the baby, but the situation remained tense. Amin's last message to Saga indicated he was extremely anxious, claiming his heart felt like it might jump out of his chest. This was the final communication before Saga was killed. Detectives believed her persistence and the risk of her revealing their relationship to his family gave Amin a compelling motive for the attack. As the sole suspect in the case, Amin was brought in for questioning. The 22-year-old denied any involvement in Saga's death. He claimed that on the night of the murder he had gone to his family to confess his relationship with her. However, geolocation data proved this was false. He had in fact gone to Saga's apartment. Detectives initially withheld details about Saga's death during the interrogation to observe his reaction. Amin's demeanor was oddly calm, even light-hearted, as he joked with the officers. When they mentioned Saga's apartment address, he showed no reaction and acted as if he didn't recognize her. When informed that he was the main suspect, Amin became defensive. He insisted he had an alibi, claiming he was driving with a friend at the time of the murder. However, the friend, who had been talking to others on the phone, refused to support Amin's story. This rendered his alibi unreliable. Amin's narrative also became inconsistent. Initially, he claimed he hadn't seen Saga since the evening of December 27th. However, when questioned further, he admitted to visiting her apartment to discuss their relationship, and her insistence that he tell his parents about her and the baby. Saga had also urged Amin to move in with her so they could start a family. Yet detectives confirmed that Amin had never spent a night at her new apartment, avoiding it out of fear his family might find out. Despite promising Saga he would move in, Amin repeatedly made excuses to delay. His inconsistent statements, contradictory actions, and suspicious behavior led investigators to arrest him. He was taken into custody while authorities continued to clarify the circumstances of Saga's death. Amin was held in custody for several months as the investigation progressed. Eventually, the prosecution gathered enough convincing evidence to secure a strong case against him. Among the evidence, specially trained dogs were used to identify and confirm traces linking Amin to the crime scene. While the defense argued that dogs were not a reliable source of evidence, this was only one piece of the broader case. The most compelling evidence came from DNA analysis. The results confirmed Amin's direct involvement in Saga's murder. Detectives demonstrated that he had strangled her using a lamp cord while she was asleep on the sofa. However, Amin's actions didn't stop there. According to investigators, after strangling Saga, he dragged her to the floor and attempted to use a 30 kg table to harm her further. It appeared he intended to tip the table onto her stomach to end the pregnancy. Despite being injured in the struggle, Saga managed to protect her unborn child. Frustrated, Amin then placed the tabletop edge on Saga's throat, pinning her down. Unable to resist further, Saga suffocated under the weight of the table. The heavy object left a visible mark on her neck, corroborating the sequence of events reconstructed by forensic experts. After the murder, Amin staged the scene to resemble a robbery. Drawers were emptied and several household items were scattered. However, detectives found missing items in Amin's possession during subsequent searches. He claimed these were his belongings or gifts from friends. But the explanation didn't hold up under scrutiny. Additional evidence included traces of Amin's DNA under Saga's nails, indicating a struggle. Furthermore, forensic analysis revealed that Saga had engaged in sexual intercourse shortly before her death, which pointed to Amin as the likely partner. The prosecution argued that the staged robbery, along with Amin's attempt to cover his tracks, worsened the severity of his actions. Meanwhile, the defense's claims of a random robbery were undermined by the overwhelming evidence against him, further solidifying the case for the prosecution. Amin insisted that his physical intimacy with Saga had occurred by mutual consent and days before her death. However, the prosecution doubted his claims, given his history of deception throughout the investigation. Evidence from the crime scene and contradictory statements further undermined his credibility. One of the key pieces of evidence was the extensive presence of Amin's DNA in Saga's apartment, contradicting his initial claims that he had never been to her new address. Investigators also corroborated the testimony of Diana, who had warned Saga about Amin's attempts to harm her. Diana's statements were bolstered by alarming search history records on Amin's devices, including searches about whether a kick to a pregnant woman's stomach could harm an unborn child. This painted a clear picture of premeditation. The prosecution presented months of correspondence between Saga and Amin, highlighting their escalating discord since November 2022, primarily over her pregnancy. Saga's persistence in encouraging Amin to acknowledge their relationship to his family, as seen in their final conversations on April 28, placed mounting pressure on him. Amin's defenders argued that this pressure contributed to his mental state, but it did not absolve him of the heinous crime. The prosecution maintained that, instead of confessing to his family, Amin went to Saga's apartment intending to confront her. The confrontation escalated into violence, driven by his fear of his parents' reaction and unwillingness to commit to a future with Saga and their child. The brutal manner in which he murdered her reflected cold-blooded premeditation. The defense attempted to argue that the DNA under Saga's nails could have been from earlier interactions, as the two were in a relationship. However, Saga's mother, Melissa, refuted this claim, pointing out her daughter's obsessive cleanliness, particularly during pregnancy. Melissa testified that Saga habitually showered shortly before bed and would never have gone unwashed for an extended period, making it highly improbable for old DNA to remain under her nails. The combination of Amin's lies, his incriminating search history, the confirmed testimony of Diana, and the forensic evidence ultimately painted a damning portrait of guilt, leaving little room for doubt about his involvement in the murder of Saga and their unborn child. From the evidence gathered, it became increasingly clear to detectives that Amin had carefully orchestrated his actions around the time of Saga's death. Forensic analysis confirmed that all DNA traces left on her body and belongings were fresh, having been deposited during the violent confrontation. This contradicted Amin's claims and further implicated him in the crime. Additionally, Amin's behavior after the murder raised significant suspicion. He immediately deleted Saga from his Snapchat and other social media accounts, erasing recent correspondence. Detectives easily recovered the deleted data, which added to the growing body of evidence against him. This attempt to sever ties and conceal his connection with Saga and the crime spoke volumes about his guilt. Geolocation records placed Amin near Saga's apartment building at around 8 p.m. on the night of the murder. He stayed in the vicinity, sending messages but not approaching or leaving, as if hesitating or waiting for the right moment. This period of inactivity suggested that he was mentally preparing himself for the attack or waiting for Saga to fall asleep. Between midnight and 2 a.m., the estimated time of the murder, Amin's phone activity abruptly ceased. Forensic evidence later revealed that this was the same time frame during which Saga and her unborn child were killed. During this period, Amin's phone was set to airplane mode, effectively silencing all incoming calls and messages. His friend Samir tried to contact him multiple times, but the calls were ignored. Cell tower records confirmed that Amin's phone was in the same residential complex where Saga lived, further contradicting his claim that he was at home with his parents during those hours. Amin's phone became active again at 2:16 a.m., coinciding with the conclusion of forensic experts regarding the time of Saga's death. This precise alignment further reinforced the timeline of events and Amin's involvement. Despite this mounting evidence, Amin's version of events continued to shift, further eroding his credibility. At one point, he admitted to being near Saga's apartment but denied entering it. At another, he claimed he had not seen her in days. Detectives and prosecutors used this web of lies, alongside forensic and digital evidence, to build a strong case against Amin. His inconsistent statements, coupled with the undeniable physical evidence, pointed to a calculated and deliberate act of murder. The defense's efforts to paint Amin as a devoted and conflicted partner were undermined by the growing mountain of evidence against him. During the trial, it was revealed that throughout his 2-year relationship with Saga, Amin had been unfaithful multiple times, engaging in intimate encounters with other women. This not only contradicted his claims of love and loyalty, but also cast significant doubt on his character and integrity. The prosecution leveraged these details to dismantle the image Amin's lawyer attempted to construct. Amin's fabricated story about a gang of robbers further eroded his credibility. His claim that a bag of money stored in Saga's apartment had motivated the alleged robbery was unsupported by any evidence. Investigators found no signs of forced entry at Saga's residence, and the lack of any significant cash sum reinforced the notion that Amin's story was a desperate attempt to deflect blame. The prosecution argued that the only plausible explanation was that Amin had been let into the apartment by Saga or used a key he possessed, an assertion consistent with the evidence. Despite spending 9 months in custody, Amin never confessed to the crime, maintaining his innocence throughout the investigation and trial. He admitted that he feared his family's reaction to his relationship with Saga, particularly the pregnancy, due to the stark cultural and religious differences between them. Amin's admission highlighted the pressure he felt, but it also underscored the prosecution's argument that this pressure could have driven him to commit the murder. The jury deliberated the evidence and arguments for several days, ultimately reaching a unanimous verdict on November 9, 2024. Magad Amin Ibrahim was found guilty of the premeditated murder of Saga and her unborn child. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, a punishment reflective of the gravity of his crime. Despite the conviction, Armin continued to insist on his innocence, claiming that he had loved Saga and their unborn child and that he had no intention of harming them. However, his actions, coupled with the overwhelming evidence, painted a different picture. A young man who, consumed by fear of familial dishonor and societal judgment, committed a heinous act that ended two innocent lives. The case served as a stark reminder of the devastating consequences of cultural and familial pressures when combined with personal insecurities and a lack of accountability. Saga's family, while devastated by her loss, expressed hope that justice had been served and that her story would inspire others to prioritize love and respect over prejudice and fear. The defense, continuing to insist that Amin was not guilty, maintained the argument that Saga had become the victim of a random robbery. They asserted that they would appeal the verdict, seeking to secure Amin's freedom. The appeal was filed immediately following the court's decision, though the outcome of this legal struggle remained uncertain. Despite the conviction for the murder of Saga, no charges were filed for the death of her unborn child, which sparked outrage within Saga's family. They felt that the child's death had been completely disregarded, overshadowed by the focus on Saga's tragic end. The case quickly gained widespread attention from both the media and the public, igniting intense discussions about migrants, particularly those from Muslim-majority countries, arriving in Sweden. With an increasing number of migrants seeking asylum and a growing debate over integration, the murder became emblematic of the tensions surrounding cultural assimilation and the challenges posed by differing worldviews. Critics of the migrant influx pointed to the brutality of the crime as evidence of the difficulties migrants face in adapting to European societal norms, especially when entrenched religious and cultural beliefs come into conflict with the values of the host country. Some members of the public, however, voiced support for Amin, maintaining that the young man had never shown a tendency toward cruelty. His family continued to advocate for his innocence, convinced of his good character. They argued that Amin's actions were driven by an overwhelming fear of his conservative family's rejection, rather than any malice towards Saga or their unborn child. Despite this defense, the evidence against him remained irrefutable, leading to his conviction for the murder of both Saga and her child. Saga's family, devastated by the loss of their daughter and grandchild, found little comfort in the ongoing legal battle. They felt that the justice system had failed to address the full scope of the tragedy, especially regarding the loss of the unborn child. Nonetheless, the case had forced Sweden to confront difficult conversations about cultural clashes and the potential dangers of uncompromising traditionalism when juxtaposed with modern European values. We're diving into a chilling case that proves the saying no case doesn't always hold true. This principle, rooted in English law, gained fame after the miracle of Campton. But in our story, there's no body yet there's still a case. On a November morning in 2011, Galiuna Kolyadzinskaya returned to her rented apartment on Ubovica Street in Vladivostok and vanished without a trace. 3 years later, her boyfriend, Victor Cohen, was convicted of her murder. However, no physical evidence of Galuna's death was ever presented in court. Her parents remain convinced she is alive and continue to hope for her return. In April 2024, Victor Cohen was released from prison, reigniting public interest in the case. The controversy has split opinions. Some believe Victor served time for a crime that never happened, while others argue the sentence for murder was far too lenient. Let's explore how this high-profile disappearance and alleged murder unfolded, dividing the nation and inspiring search efforts for Galiuna. Victor Cohen was born on July 9, 1988, in Vladivostok. He adopted the surname Cohen in 2012. His parents divorced when he was young, leaving his mother and grandmother to raise him. In 2005, he graduated from the Far Eastern State University's high school gymnasium. He enrolled in the university's Institute of Mass Communications to study public relations but dropped out after 6 months. In 2007, Galiuna Kolyadzinskaya introduced Victor to her sister, Galiuna, who was 3.5 years older than him. Galiuna was born on April 22, 1985, in Rostov-on-Don. At age 13, her family moved to Vladivostok. Galiuna was known for her striking appearance, unique sense of style, and artistic nature. She studied at an art school and later joined the Faculty of Design at the Far Eastern Federal University. Victor fell deeply in love with Galiuna, and together they dreamed of pursuing theater careers. Victor dropped out of school, and the couple moved to Moscow to chase their dreams. Unfortunately, Galiuna failed her entrance exams, and although Victor succeeded, he returned to Vladivostok with her out of solidarity. Back home, they started living together, and Victor received news of his grandfather's death. With the inheritance Victor received after his grandfather's death, he and Galiuna rented an apartment in the city center, bought themselves cars, and decided to invest the remaining money into a business. They tried several ventures producing car tires, opening a chain of donut shops, and even reselling Cherkela traditional Georgian sweets. However, all these projects quickly failed, leaving the couple disheartened. Over time, the strain of financial failure began to take a toll on their relationship. Their disagreements turned into heated arguments, and at times, violence. On one occasion, Galiuna's friends witnessed Victor lifting her by the neck during a fight. However, Galiuna wasn't always the victim. She sometimes hit Victor or broke furniture in their rented apartment during arguments. Their relationship deteriorated further. Galiuna began frequenting nightclubs, while Victor sought attention from other women, both seemingly trying to escape the problems in their lives. On the morning of November 14, 2011, after another night out at the club, Galiuna returned home in high spirits. However, Victor wasn't there, which made her furious. At 6:43 a.m., she called him, demanding he return immediately. Within 15 minutes, Victor was back at their apartment. A heated argument followed, during which they decided to end their relationship for good. Galiuna demanded 300,000 rubles in exchange for the car Victor had previously given her. Victor handed over the money, and Galiuna left the apartment, supposedly for the last time. The following day, Galiuna's parents grew concerned when they couldn't reach her. Her phone was switched off. Victor also didn't respond to their calls. 2 days later, he contacted Galiuna's mother, explaining that the two had quarreled. He claimed she had taken a large sum of money and left, saying, "You'll never see me again. Don't look for me. Tell my mom everything is fine with me." Victor added that he had tried calling Galiuna several times after she left, but her phone remained off. Initially, her sudden disappearance didn't alarm her friends and family, as Galiuna was known for her impulsive behavior. However, as days passed without any sign of her, their worry grew. Initially, Galiuna's disappearance didn't raise alarms because she was known for her impulsive nature and had disappeared for days before. However, 3 days later, her father filed a missing person report, prompting law enforcement to begin an official search. Police immediately questioned Victor, as he was the last person to see Galiuna. During his interrogation, Victor admitted that his relationship with Galiuna had deteriorated and that he was seeing another woman. He described Galiuna as volatile and jealous, claiming she had physically attacked him in the past, and once poured yogurt on his car in a fit of rage. Victor insisted on his innocence, saying, "I didn't kill Galiuna. Yes, we quarreled. She packed her belongings, took 300,000 rubles and left. I don't know where she went." Investigators searched the apartment the couple shared, as well as both of their cars, but found no blood or any evidence of foul play. Victor even agreed to take a lie detector test. While his testimony was inconsistent at times, there was no concrete proof linking him to Galiuna's disappearance. Police also interviewed Galiuna's friends and neighbors but found no signs of a crime. Adding to the mystery, Galiuna had never traveled outside of Vladivostok and didn't possess a foreign passport. With no evidence of wrongdoing, the authorities decided not to pursue a criminal case. Victor, meanwhile, moved on with his life. He collected Galiuna's belongings and returned them to her parents. Shortly afterward, he moved in with his new girlfriend, Tatiana. Their relationship blossomed, and in 2012 they got married. It was during this time that Victor decided to change his last name. Encouraged by Tatiana, who had heard the name in a movie, he adopted the surname Cohen, leaving behind his father's surname, which he had long disliked. For several years, Galina's disappearance faded from public memory. Victor and Tatiana enjoyed a happy marriage, filled with travel and quiet moments together. But everything changed 3 years later, when Galina's disappearance was reclassified as a murder case. For 3 years, Galina remained missing, and her mother, Galiuna Kolyadzinskaya, didn't initially worry much. Elena believed her daughter's creative and unpredictable nature meant she might have simply left on a whim. This lack of urgency likely contributed to the delay in classifying Galina's disappearance as a criminal case. In June 2014, however, the authorities revisited the case. Based on existing evidence, they reclassified it as a murder investigation under the relevant criminal code. Galina was officially listed as a missing person, and detectives began exploring multiple theories about her disappearance. These ranged from her leaving to work in the modeling industry abroad to the possibility of foul play. As investigators delved into the murder theory, Victor Cohen, Galina's ex-boyfriend, came under scrutiny. They uncovered reports of frequent quarrels between the two, often fueled by Galina's jealousy over Victor's relationships with other women. Additionally, there were claims that Galina had plans to travel to Korea. She had previously worked as a model in China and was rumored to want to continue her career in modeling. However, Victor became the primary suspect because he was the last person to see Galina alive. Discrepancies in Victor's and other witnesses' testimonies further raised suspicions about his potential involvement. On July 23, 2014, Victor was summoned for questioning. During this session, he shocked investigators by confessing to killing Galina. Victor admitted that during an argument on the morning of November 14, 2011, he strangled Galina. He then dismembered her body in the bathroom, placed the remains into 3 plastic buckets, and transported them to a wooded area near the Vareg factory. There, he built a fire using car tires, burned the body, and scattered the ashes in various locations. Victor displayed an unsettling level of confidence during the interrogation. He spoke casually with investigators, used foul language, and even smiled as he recounted the gruesome details. Sitting comfortably, with his feet on the floor, he behaved as though the entire ordeal was a routine conversation. He shared chilling details, including how he had initially planned to boil Galina's body in a steamer, grind the remains with a meat grinder, and flush them down the toilet. However, he abandoned this idea, fearing the sewer system might clog and incriminate him. Victor coldly explained that he killed Galina because she was interfering with his new relationship. This shocking confession left even seasoned detectives stunned by Victor's lack of remorse and the sheer brutality of his actions. Victor described Galina as an unconventional woman who thrived on attention. She frequently went out to nightclubs and had a fiery temper, often causing loud arguments at home. According to Victor, Galina sometimes spoke of wanting the glamorous life of an escort model. However, she refused to accept that such a lifestyle often required providing intimate services. Despite her eccentric behavior, Victor found her charming and interesting until things took a darker turn. From Victor Cohen's interrogation. I was irritated. I was standing near the coffee machine, drinking coffee, and something in me just snapped. That was it. I went home, walked up to her while she was sleeping, said, "I'm sorry," and started choking her. She woke up and tried to fight back. But I strangled her for a long time. Then I left the house and cried. It wasn't fear, it was frustration and loss. I understood what I had done, but as a rational person, I kept my composure. Following the confession, investigators brought Victor to the apartment he shared with Galina in 2011 to conduct an investigative experiment. There, Victor demonstrated how he strangled Galina on a folding sofa. He claimed she had been drunk and asleep, making it easy for him to overpower her. After ensuring she was dead, Victor said he left the apartment, went to his car, and devised a calculated plan to dispose of her body. Victor explained that he had learned about burning bodies using car tires from a documentary about India, where the practice was used in traditional cremation rituals to achieve higher temperatures. He told investigators that disposing of Galina's body was much simpler than he had initially imagined. Late that night, Victor was taken to the vacant lot where he claimed to have burned Galina's remains. Under pitch darkness, he was asked to pinpoint the exact location. However, according to human rights activists, the chosen location had no traffic or CCTV cameras, raising suspicions about the integrity of the investigation. Key gaps in the case emerged during the investigation. Victor repeatedly pointed out inconsistencies himself. It wasn't clear what tool he used to dismember Galina's body, as an ordinary kitchen knife wouldn't suffice. Questions arose about how he fit her remains into 3 buckets, carried them out in full view, and why no one noticed him leaving with such unusual items. The landlord who rented the apartment to Galina was later brought in for questioning, as investigators tried to piece together the missing details. When investigators questioned the landlords who rented the apartment to Galina and Victor, they revealed that they had lost contact with Victor after learning the police had been there. When they went to check the property, they found the apartment completely empty, no tenants or belongings remained. On the ceiling, they noticed brown splatters they assumed were from coffee or tea, and there were black streaks on the wallpaper, likely from storing car tires. Unknown to Victor, his interrogation had been recorded on video. When he realized he had revealed too much on camera, he retracted his confession. Victor claimed that during his questioning at the investigation unit on Kareva Street, officers had forced him to confess through unauthorized methods. He also alleged they threatened to harm his wife, Tatiana, if he did not comply. Victor stated that the story he told was fabricated under duress by the officers, and that the location of the alleged burning of Galina's remains had been deduced using his phone records. However, questions about his claims of torture arose. CCTV footage from the investigation unit showed that Tatiana Cohen arrived at the building around 6 p.m., but was not allowed inside. She waited outside until 6:20 p.m., at which point Victor was brought in. Tatiana entered the building at 6:30 p.m., and Victor's recorded interrogation began at 6:38 p.m. Critics questioned how torture could occur in just 8 minutes, leading Victor to make up such a detailed and graphic confession. On August 11, 2015, after the first court hearing, Victor Cohen was found guilty of the murder of Galiuna Kolyadzinskaya. The court sentenced him to 9 years and 10 months of imprisonment in a strict regime penal colony. After Victor's conviction, his wife Tatiana became his staunchest supporter and primary defender. Convinced of his innocence, she tirelessly fought to clear his name. The case captured the attention of Vladivostok residents, dividing the public into 2 camps: those who believed Victor was wrongfully convicted and those who saw him as a cold-blooded killer. Supporters even organized rallies in Victor's defense, while his wife remained unwavering in her fight for justice. Even after the devastating news that her husband would spend nearly 10 years in prison, Tatiana remained steadfast in her belief in Victor's innocence. During the court proceedings, a revealing video included in the case files was shown. Victor claimed his confessions were coerced through threats and physical abuse by interrogators, citing hospital records that documented a concussion and ear trauma as evidence. The case gained widespread attention. The idea that a young, charming man with striking brown eyes could coldly strangle, dismember, and burn his girlfriend shocked the public. Many struggled to reconcile these accusations with Victor's charismatic persona and his background. He had even been admitted to the prestigious Moscow Theatre Institute but chose not to pursue it. Friends, classmates, and acquaintances universally described Victor as a positive, well-mannered individual. Victor's defense focused on the lack of concrete evidence. Neither the apartment, where the murder allegedly occurred, nor the site where the body was reportedly burned yielded any traces of human DNA. Witnesses even claimed to have seen Galina in the city after her disappearance. The case's emotional intensity was further amplified by Galina's mother, Galiuna Kolyadzinskaya. She genuinely believed her daughter was alive and consistently stated in interviews that Victor was innocent. She held on to the hope that Galina would eventually return and explain her absence. After being convicted, Victor continued to claim that the narrative of the murder was entirely fabricated. He pointed out the absence of biological traces at the alleged burning site, as well as inconclusive forensic results from his apartment and car. Galina's parents, surprisingly, supported Victor, remaining convinced that their daughter was still alive. Victor's lawyer, Ivan Mikheyev, also emphasized the lack of objective evidence. Soil samples from the site where Victor allegedly burned the body showed no biological remains. Furthermore, Critical case materials were reportedly missing, including inspection reports from the apartment and car, lie detector results, and camera footage from 2011. Victor's family and defense team suggested the case had been hastily reclassified as a murder to avoid accountability for an unsolved disappearance. Despite the conviction, questions lingered about the integrity of the investigation, leaving the public divided over Victor's guilt and Galina's fate. Galiuna Kolyadzinskaya was never found, but the case against Victor Cohen proceeded despite the absence of a body. Victor, disagreeing with the verdict, filed an appeal, maintaining his innocence and insisting that his confession had been coerced by law enforcement. Tatiana Cohen, Victor's wife at the time, launched a massive campaign in his defense. She appeared on various talk shows, organized rallies, and maintained an active presence on social media, where she raised funds for legal fees while posting what many believed to be fabricated updates. On December 7, 2015, the Court of Appeals overturned Victor's conviction, citing violations of the Code of Criminal Procedure. The case was sent back to the Court of First Instance for retrial. Despite this, on June 21, 2016, the court again found Victor guilty of murdering Galiuna. He was sentenced to 9 years and 9 months in a strict regime penal colony. Victor's defense team appealed the ruling once more, but on November 28, 2016, the Court of Appeals upheld the sentence, and Victor began serving his time. Following the final ruling, Tatiana distanced herself from Victor, withdrew from the campaign, and filed for divorce. It was later revealed that she had entered a new relationship almost immediately after Victor's arrest. This unexpected development led to speculation about her true motives, but Tatiana refused to comment. Despite the lack of a body, the court convicted Victor based on circumstantial evidence, which prosecutors argued was overwhelming. Among the key pieces of evidence was his confession, in which he described a plan to dispose of Galuna's body using a meat grinder. Investigators later uncovered corroborating records from November 14, 2011. According to these records, Victor purchased a meat grinder and a pressure cooker from the Dominica store at the Maxim shopping center. In 2015, the investigation retrieved receipts and matched them with Victor's phone records. A purchase under the surname Pouv matched the exact time of the billing. The store's administrator testified in court, confirming the authenticity of the database and that there had been no tampering. This evidence, combined with Victor's initial confession and his inconsistent testimony, led to his conviction. Though Victor and his defense continued to contest the fairness of the trial, public opinion remained divided, with many questioning the justice of convicting someone in the absence of direct forensic evidence. The court's decision to convict Victor Cohen heavily relied on circumstantial evidence, as the body of Galiuna Kolyadzinskaya was never recovered. Key factors in the verdict included discrepancies in Victor's statements and corroborative details from various sources. Cell phone billings and behavior. Victor's cell phone records from November 14, 2011, showed that he stayed at the apartment from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. This time frame coincided with the alleged dismemberment of Galuna's body. Later that night, his phone connected to a tower near the Vareg plant, where he reportedly disposed of her remains. Victor had previously claimed that he tried to call Galiuna after she left, but phone records indicated otherwise. Between 10 a.m. and the evening, he made no attempts to contact her. His last call that day was at 11:51 p.m. to Tatiana, made near the plant. What stood out to investigators in the court was Victor's lack of effort to contact Galiuna after her disappearance. Unlike her relatives, friends, and even Victor's own mother, who repeatedly tried calling her, Victor made no such attempts. Prosecutors argued that this behavior suggested Victor already knew she would not answer. Purchases and evidence in the apartment. Victor reportedly purchased 3 20-liter plastic buckets with lids on the same day he bought a meat grinder and pressure cooker. While the receipts for these buckets did not contain a name, investigators linked them to Victor. Questions arose about how Galuna's body could have fit into 3 20-liter buckets. Prosecutors argued that Victor meticulously dismembered her in the bathtub to make this possible. Further evidence came from the bathtub itself. According to Victor's confession, he dismembered Galiuna there, covering the area with foil to prevent blood from leaving traces. He then scrubbed the tub vigorously with a metal brush, damaging the enamel. Later, Victor claimed that the damaged enamel was the result of Galiuna using harsh cleaning chemicals. Witness testimonies. Witnesses claim to have seen Galina in a supermarket in Vladivostok and at Sheremetyevo Airport in Moscow after her disappearance. However, these claims were debunked during the investigation. CCTV footage from the airport revealed no evidence of Galina's presence, and the alleged supermarket sighting was also proven false. One witness, who falsely testified to seeing Galina, was later charged with providing false evidence. Final judgment. The combination of Victor's inconsistent statements, the phone billing records, the detailed confession later recanted, the purchases tied to the timeline of events, and the damage to the apartment's bathtub formed a compelling narrative for the prosecution. While the defense continued to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that no physical traces of Galina were ever found, the court upheld its decision. Victor Cohen was sentenced to 9 years and 9 months in a strict regime penal colony. Despite ongoing debate, Victor's conviction remains one of the more controversial cases, as it hinges on circumstantial evidence without the recovery of the victim's body. The mystery surrounding Galiuna Kolyadzinskaya's disappearance and the subsequent conviction of Victor Cohen has left many unresolved questions. One of the main issues discussed by investigators and journalists is why no physical traces of Galina were found, despite the brutal nature of the crime. The lack of traces. The key question that loomed over the investigation was why, after committing such a gruesome crime, there were no physical traces of Galina's body or DNA in Victor's apartment or cars. The answer became clearer when examining the timeline and the way the crime scene was handled. 1. Delay in police access after Galina's disappearance. Victor made sure that the police couldn't access his apartment for a critical period. He immediately moved in with his wife, Tatiana, and the apartment remained off limits to the police until December 8th, nearly a month after the murder. Even then, the police didn't use sensitive techniques, such as luminol, which could reveal traces of blood, to investigate the apartment for forensic evidence. By the time they gained access, Victor had had 3 weeks to clean the apartment thoroughly. 2. Car inspections. Similarly, the police didn't inspect Victor's car until December 27th, more than a month after Galina's disappearance. This delay gave him ample time to clean the car and eliminate any traces of her presence. 3. Burning the body. Expert analysis concluded that it was indeed possible to completely burn a body under artisanal conditions, such as using car tires to reach the high temperatures required to burn bones. This process destroyed much of Galina's remains, leaving only small, blackened fragments of bone. Victor claimed he scattered these remains in the woods near the place of the fire, but wild animals may have further scattered them, making it nearly impossible for investigators to recover any physical evidence. 4. Scattering evidence. The fact that no bones or remains were found in the area Victor described was significant. The only way to locate these remnants would have been to sift through a vast area of forest. The sheer scale of the search made it an almost impossible task, further complicating the investigation. Theories and doubts. Victor Cohen's conviction for Galiuna Kolyadzinskaya's murder remains controversial, as questions linger about her fate. Investigators argue it's nearly impossible for someone to vanish completely in today's world without leaving a trace. Yet, more than 13 years later, no evidence has surfaced of Galina being alive or of her remains being found. Victor never suggested Galina might return, focusing instead on denying his guilt. Unanswered questions. The case lacks definitive evidence, such as DNA or a body, leaving uncertainty about Victor's guilt and what truly happened to Galina. His passive acceptance of his conviction and lack of efforts to prove his innocence have raised doubts. Lack of closure. Galina's family continues to search for her, clinging to hope despite the years gone by. The absence of answers keeps the case alive in the public's mind, with many still skeptical of the official story. Legacy of mystery. The disappearance of Galiuna Kolyadzinskaya is a haunting reminder of how elusive the truth can be. Victor's behavior, coupled with the unresolved case, ensures the mystery continues to stir emotions and speculation.
Imagine a cold, dimly lit basement in a quiet Czech town, where the air smells of decay and the walls seem to press in with a weight that feels almost alive. In the flickering shadows, 2 small figures crouch inside crude cages. Children, though their thin, battered bodies make them barely recognizable. They are covered in bruises and wounds, evidence of months of unimaginable suffering. This was not a scene from a horror film. It was a cruel reality that police uncovered in 2007, one of the most horrifying cases of child abuse in recent history. At the center of it were two sisters, Klara and Katerina Mauerova, whose lives would take a dark and tragic turn no one could have foreseen. Klara was the eldest daughter in a seemingly normal family. Born in 1975, she grew up with her sister in Kuzim, a small, peaceful village about 120 miles from Prague. It was a quiet, picturesque place where life moved at an easy pace with good schools and a strong sense of community. The kind of town where things like this shouldn't happen. Little is known about the Mauerova sisters' early years, but one thing was clear. Something wasn't right with Klara from a young age. She was a pretty child, with blonde hair and bright blue eyes, but beneath her innocent appearance, her mind was beginning to unravel. Early signs of schizophrenia started to surface. Schizophrenia is a brutal disorder, twisting a person's perception of reality, causing them to see and believe things that aren't there. For Klara, these delusions took on a religious form, filling her head with strange fantasies of divine purpose. No official diagnosis was ever made, but those around Klara noticed the change. Over time, her younger sister Katerina, like many siblings, began to mimic her. Unfortunately, what she copied was not just her sister's behavior, but her increasingly unstable mental state. Together, they fell deeper into their shared world of religious delusions. They convinced themselves that they were chosen for some higher purpose, feeding off each other's fantasies until their grip on reality was barely there. Despite their growing madness, Klara managed to live a seemingly ordinary life. She finished school, went to university to study pedagogy, and even found love with a man who accepted her, flaws and all. They married, and for a brief time, it seemed like things were looking up. When their first child, Jakob, was born, it was a moment of hope, a sign that Klara might escape the darkness in her mind and build a life full of love and normalcy. But the darkness was never far behind. And soon, it would consume everything. Nearly 2 years after the birth of her first child, Klara was pregnant again, and soon welcomed her second son, Andrei. But while the family grew, so did the cracks in her relationship with her husband. As time passed, Klara's erratic behavior, her mood swings and even bouts of aggression, became too much for her husband to handle. Eventually, it all reached a breaking point, and he left, abandoning Klara with their 2 young boys. Despite the heartbreak, Klara did her best to keep life moving forward for her children. She was dedicated to their studies, encouraging their involvement in activities like summer camps, school events, and family vacations. Outwardly, she was still fulfilling her role as a mother, but inside, the loneliness and resentment weighed heavily on her, dragging her deeper into depression. In her isolation, Klara turned to the one person she trusted, her younger sister, Katerina. Hoping that her sister's presence might ease her emotional burden, Klara invited Katerina to move in with her and the boys. It was during this time that a new figure entered their lives, a girl named Anichka, who claimed to be just 12 years old. Some reports say Klara met Anichka at university, where the girl told her she had run away from a youth care center after suffering mistreatment. Others suggest that Katerina, who worked at a local youth institution, encountered Anichka, who said she had escaped from a human trafficking ring. There were many stories about how Anichka came into their lives, but all led to the same unsettling truth. This child was no ordinary girl. The Mauerova sisters, driven by their own delusions and religious fervor, welcomed Anichka into their home with open arms. To them, she seemed like a gift, an innocent, vulnerable girl who needed protection. But Anichka was hiding an extraordinary secret. She wasn't a helpless child at all. In reality, she was a 32-year-old woman named Barbara Shkrlova. Barbara suffered from a condition that made her appear much younger than she was. With her childlike face and small stature, she had perfected the art of deception, manipulating those around her into believing she was a vulnerable young girl. She exploited this to gain sympathy and secure a place in the homes of people who were moved by her tragic backstory. There are reports of one family who took her in, convinced they were adopting a young girl in need. However, Barbara's violent and unpredictable behavior soon surfaced, and the family discovered the shocking truth about her real age, leading to her return to the state's child welfare system. Barbara's history was filled with stints in psychiatric institutions from which she often managed to escape. But none of this was known to Klara and Katerina. To them, Anichka was a helpless child in need of love and care. They quickly grew attached to her, and before long, they made the fateful decision to adopt her. A decision that would lead directly to disaster. At first, everything seemed to go smoothly with the addition of the so-called child to the family. But it wasn't long before Barbara began to feel envious of the loving attention Klara's biological children received. She started causing trouble, engaging in mischievous behavior, and creating disruptions, for which she then blamed the two young boys, ages 10 and 8. The boys, in turn, were unfairly reprimanded, often without reason. These increasingly tense situations undoubtedly worsened the fragile mental state of the Małorowa sisters. It appears that Barbara's skillful manipulation gave her control over the sisters, allowing her to slowly influence their decisions. Around this time, Barbara began discussing the religion she followed, called the Grail movement. Research into this group shows it to be an apocalyptic religious organization that believes in a coming transformation of society. Followers, organized into small groups known as circles, interpret the teachings in their own way, guided by the idea that good deeds on earth will ensure a place in heaven. However, it seems that within some circles, these good deeds were believed to absolve members of any wrongs they may have committed. Barbara belonged to one of these circles and soon convinced Klara and Katerina to join her. According to various accounts, this particular group was involved in troubling practices, including violence, exploitation, and other morally questionable acts. At the center of this group was a mysterious figure known as the Doctor, who communicated with his followers through text messages, issuing instructions that were often beyond comprehension. One of the first deeply concerning actions, which went largely unnoticed, was when Klara withdrew her son Andrei from school, claiming he had become deaf and mute and that she would be homeschooling him. This marked the beginning of a descent into something far darker for the family. From that moment on, any wrongdoings, whether genuine or made up by Barbara, led to Jacob and Andrei experiencing severe punishments. They were hit with disproportionate force for their transgressions, whether real or imagined, using objects as hard as spoons or belts, and even worse, being locked in small, dark rooms at night, exploiting Barbara's control over the siblings. In a more extreme approach, Barbara suggested locking the disobedient children permanently to a local blacksmith to set an example and curb their continued misconduct. The blacksmith was tasked with constructing a cage, unaware of what its purpose would be once completed. This iron cage was then installed in the house's basement, where the children were confined over several months. Klara's sons endured a nightmare filled with cruelty, following the physician's orders received via text messages. They faced torture, including being pinched repeatedly, tied up, whipped, and deprived of food for days. Being trapped in the cage, they were unable to escape, forcing them to use makeshift toilets and sleep on the dirty ground. Every week, pretending to clean up the odor, the women would drench the children and the basement with cold water. However, their suffering did not end there. At one point, the boys were taken to cabins hidden deep in the forest and locked in smaller cages. During this period, more members of the Grail movement assembled and subjected the boys to a week of brutal abuse. They were submerged in buckets of water, suffocated with plastic bags until nearly unconscious, beaten, forced into battles with each other, and made to dig what they believed were graves. Cigarettes were burned into their flesh. They were often bound by their hands and feet, their mouths sealed with tape, and subjected to sexual abuse. Upon their return to their prison, located in the basement of their family residence, the circumstances took a turn for the worse. Barbara came up with a strategy to overfeed the boys while they were confined, aiming to make them gain weight. One day, the three women went down to the basement, and Klara asked her younger son to stretch his leg through the bars of the cage. The frightened child complied, and as soon as his leg was within reach, Katerina and Barbara seized it, while Klara swiftly made a cut, dividing the flesh among them, which led to hysterical laughter. This nightmare-worthy scenario persisted for roughly 6 months, from December 2006 to June 2007. During this time, Barbara came up with another ingenious plan to monitor the children. They bought baby monitoring cameras and installed one in the basement, allowing them to not only oversee the children's every move but also witness their suffering whenever one of the women would go down to torment them while the others were busy with household tasks. Little did they know, this clever plan would ultimately lead to their downfall, in a way that seemed almost miraculous. On May 10, 2007, a neighbor of the Maurava sisters was installing a baby monitor in his house to keep an eye on his newborn while he slept. After setting up the camera, he turned it on to ensure everything was functioning properly. To his shock, instead of seeing his baby's crib, the screen displayed a dark area where a small child, with his arms tied behind him, was struggling to eat food from the floor with his mouth. At another moment, the screen showed an adult woman's hand holding something, while the child desperately tried to consume it. The image was so disturbing that the neighbor was horrified and immediately called the police to report the appalling scene. Moments later, officers arrived at his home and were met with the horrifying images. The advanced range of their equipment made it clear that the source of this terror was very close. Determined to put an end to the nightmare as swiftly as possible, the officers began to knock on the doors of nearby homes. The initial few residents had no issue allowing the police access to every room until they reached the house where the Maurava sisters lived. Initially, the sisters were hesitant to let the police in, but eventually relented. During the inspection, the police discovered a small door hidden under the staircase. To their shock, what they found was beyond what anyone could imagine. Stepping inside, they were overwhelmed by a terrible stench that filled the entire space. The first sight was of a terrified girl clutching a teddy bear, running directly towards the officers, screaming in fear that she and her brothers had been abused by their adoptive mother and aunt. One officer took the girl outside, while the others were left in disbelief at the sight of two nearly naked boys, their bodies covered in wounds, locked inside cages as if they were animals. One of the boys appeared unconscious. Without hesitation, the boys were immediately freed and attended to by emergency services. They quickly provided first aid and rushed them to the hospital for further treatment. The girl, who didn't seem to have any physical injuries, was taken into custody by the authorities. Clara and Katerina were arrested. Jacob had some wounds that were treated but did not require hospitalization, so both children were sent to a child protection center. However, Andre, the younger boy, was in critical condition when he arrived at the hospital. Upon realizing he had not been returned to the basement, he experienced a panic attack, began to scream that he was seeing ghosts, and begged the doctors to end his suffering. The situation could not have been more tragic. When he calmed down, the doctors could not believe what they saw in the boy. He was covered in scars, bruises, and open wounds, one of which was particularly large on one of his buttocks. He had to remain hospitalized for proper treatment. While healing physical wounds on their body, injury was caused by months of terrible violence with their mother, aunt, and others, so much harder to overcome in the meantime that research began to reveal the truth about what happened behind closed doors in this house, and at the same time in the lives of the population were placed in the care center, believed that the young girl refused to work with advisors and professionals who showed aggression and sadness, but she also began to make mistakes that pointed out the truth during the initial assessment of her mental condition. She got paper and crayon to draw what, instead, she wanted a children's drawing. She produced complex geometric shapes and improved mathematical calculations that go beyond what could be expected from 13 years old. Unfortunately, Annika's studies were never completed. A few days after being placed in the center, she escaped through the window without leaving a trace. Security forces immediately began searching for the girl and distributed leaflets with her photograph and information. To surprise, they soon received tips from various sources who claimed that she was recognized in the picture and claimed that she was a 33-year-old woman named Barbara, seemed to receive help from a known couple who provided her son's documents. In order to leave the country, she initially went to Denmark, and from there to Oslo, in Norway. Barbara again changed her appearance and shaved her head and posed like a 13-year-old boy named Adam. She turned to the authorities and claimed she was on a ran from a malicious father. Several sources say that Adam was occupied by the family and entered a school where he was soon considered a gifted student. This charade continued for several months, but the Czech authorities did not give up, and In cooperation with international colleagues, the pieces of the puzzle were managed together. DNA analysis eventually confirmed the true identity of Barbara, which led to her arrest. After that, she was extradited back to the Czech Republic to face legal proceedings. After her return, Barbara was assessed psychologically in a number of ways. At least one expert who dealt with her reportedly noticed indications of psychotic tendencies. Among the most startling revelations was the rumored fact that a worried instructor was the reason behind Barbara's imprisonment in Norway. Barbara had drawn a picture of 7 bruised and bleeding children, each with a number, and identified herself as the 7th, which had worried the teacher when she was posing as Adam. Hundreds of reporters and television teams crowded the municipal court in the Czech city of Brno on Friday, May 9, 2008, taking pictures of Katharina and Barbara being led inside. The two ladies were accused of tricking the personnel of a daycare center by pretending that Barbara was Annika, a 13-year-old adopted girl. They were not released even though the court apparently dismissed part of the charges. They were taken into custody right away and accused of major crimes including child abuse. 4 other members of the group they belonged to were also included in the charges. Visibly distraught and shrunken, Clara was spotted approaching the courtroom with her sister as the trial got underway. Along with 3 other people, Barbara also made her way into the courtroom. When Clara's turn came to testify, she confessed to abusing her kids over a period of several months. She asserted, nonetheless, that Barbara and her sister Katharina had tricked her. Clara claimed they had put her into a delusional condition, engulfing her in the Grail movement to the extent she was unable to recognize the seriousness of what she was doing. Additionally, Barbara reportedly stated that she had suffered abuse at the hands of the Małorowa sisters. But the court mostly disregarded her assertions, and few people found her credible. Jacob and Andre had the chance to speak with the judge directly, who described the horrifying experiences they went through. They told how the accused violated their privacy, forced them to live in near starvation for months in inhumane conditions, and even cannibalized parts of their bodies. During the hearings, the officers who had entered the House of Horrors also testified. One of the officers described how they saw a youngster lying on the floor, naked, as soon as they entered the basement. He pointed out that the Małorowa sisters showed no concern for the child's welfare, and the girl identified as Annika even tried to block the officers by clinging to their legs. At the end of the hearings, the prosecutor stated that the motive behind these horrific acts was to force the children into complete submission to the group's religious goals. When sentencing, the judge explained that the ultimate aim of these atrocities was to utterly break the will of the children. He also noted that, although there were signs of cult involvement, there wasn't enough evidence to prove it. In the end, the judge found all 6 accused guilty and handed down their sentences. Klara Małorowa, the boy's mother, was sentenced to 9 years in a maximum security prison, while her sister Katarina received a 10-year sentence. The other 3 individuals were convicted of abuse and given 7 years. Barbara, then 34, was found guilty of repeated abuse and cruelty, but received a lighter sentence of only 5 years in prison. The identity of the so-called doctor, believed to be behind the group's actions, was never confirmed. Many were shocked by what seemed like surprisingly light sentences, considering the brutal violence inflicted on 2 innocent children. Moreover, reports revealed that Barbara was released on parole after serving just half of her sentence, meaning she was out after only 2.5 years. Her lawyer argued that her deteriorating mental health played a role in her early release. Meanwhile, Jacob and Andre, with the help of specialists, have managed to overcome much of the trauma, though those events will undoubtedly stay with them forever.
In 2022, a young man named Bryce broal disappeared under strange circumstances, leaving only scattered clues and many unanswered questions. His girlfriend Cordelia's family was puzzled by what had happened, and her father, Michael Elix, seemed to know more than he let on. What started as a routine missing persons case quickly turned into a chilling tale of lies, revenge, and desperation. What really happened that fateful day? How deep does this mystery run? Stay with us as we uncover the truth buried beneath layers of deceit and suspicion. It was a cold day in a small Minnesota town, with mist blanketing the streets and a damp chill in the air. The usually quiet town of Center felt even more desolate. This was the last place Bryce was seen, leaving home to visit a storage unit with Cordelia's father, Michael. Cordelia had just returned to Minnesota after months of traveling across the country, hoping for a warm welcome and some peace. Instead, she found herself entangled in a series of unsettling events. Shortly after her return, she sensed something was off. Bryce had gone with her father to drop off some belongings at a storage unit just a short walk from their home. The trip should have only taken 30 minutes, but as the hours passed, Bryce didn't come back. Cordelia's unease grew. She tried to distract herself by settling in and taking a shower, but the anxiety wouldn't fade. Later that day, Michael returned alone. He looked shaken and told Cordelia that Bryce had been taken at the storage facility. Michael explained that two dark grey cars had pulled up while they were there. People who seemed like officials got out, but they didn't show any identification or introduce themselves. According to Michael, everything happened so quickly that he couldn't ask questions or figure out what was going on. The strangers restrained Bryce, handcuffed him, and drove off. The cars were plain and unmarked, their headlights cutting through the evening gloom, leaving more questions than answers. The fog clouded Michael's memory, and he couldn't recall any details that might help identify who or what he had seen. His vague words left Cordelia shocked. Desperate for answers, she immediately tried calling Bryce, but his phone was off. She sent him messages, begging him to come back and explain what had happened, but he never replied. As each minute passed, Cordelia's worry grew stronger. By Friday, October 28th, after several days without any news, she went to the Crow Wing County Sheriff's Office and filed a missing person report. She didn't have much information to give the authorities except for Michael's confusing account. The police wasted no time and launched an investigation. Detectives reviewed all the messages Cordelia had sent Bryce on the night he disappeared. Her panic was clear in the texts, with each message showing her growing fear. Her distress seemed to strike a chord with the investigators. What started as a standard missing persons case quickly became something much darker and more complicated. Officers questioned Michael Elix, but his statements were inconsistent and left too many unanswered questions. This led to further interviews with him. Meanwhile, investigators visited the storage facility where Bryce was last seen. What they found there only made the situation more mysterious. There were drag marks, like something heavy had been moved, and other pieces of evidence that added a sinister feel to the story. The deeper the police dug into the case, the more unsettling the details became. Bryce Broal's disappearance wasn't just a simple case anymore, it had turned into a troubling enigma filled with fear and uncertainty. Cordelia, who initially trusted her father's story, started to doubt him as everything around her became increasingly strange and incomprehensible. Michael Elix knew he would be the first person the police would question after Cordelia reported Bryce missing. He tried to mentally prepare himself for the inevitable. That Friday, October 28th, officers tracked Michael down at a family Halloween party in Brainerd. He agreed to return with them to the storage facility and provide a more detailed explanation of what had happened on the day Bryce vanished. Despite this, the story only grew more complex. Each new detail uncovered by the police seemed to raise even more questions. The truth felt increasingly out of reach. Michael recounted the events, trying to include every detail. He explained that he and Bryce had arrived at the storage unit in a white Ford Escape with a trailer to go through some belongings after the long road trip he and Cordelia had recently taken. The task took about 45 minutes, with Bryce sorting through his items to decide what to keep and what to throw away. Around 5:45 p.m., they were getting ready to leave when something unexpected happened. As they started pulling out of the storage unit, two dark grey vehicles blocked their path. Michael described the cars as having flashing lights, but not the kind used by regular patrol cars. Instead, they looked like the lights often seen on unmarked law enforcement vehicles. This immediately made Michael suspicious and question if the people inside were legitimate authorities. According to Michael, both he and Bryce were briefly detained by these unidentified individuals. Michael was taken back to his white Ford Escape, while Bryce was placed in a different vehicle, a dark grey SUV. Michael remembered the COV's interior as plain, except for a small computer mounted on the dashboard. During the encounter, Michael said it seemed highly organized, involving several people. Bryce appeared to understand that this wasn't a random situation. Before they were separated, Bryce thanked Michael for his help but didn't say anything else. Earlier that day, on the drive to the storage unit, the two men had barely spoken. When Michael asked Bryce about the road trip he and Cordelia had taken, Bryce had replied briefly, saying the drive was fine. Both men remained quiet and distant, showing little interest in starting a conversation. As detectives continued their investigation, they uncovered hints of tension within the family. Michael admitted that he felt uneasy around Bryce and was hesitant to spend time with him. This raised questions about why Michael had agreed to help Bryce with the storage unit in the first place, especially without Cordelia being there. Cordelia later explained that she had stayed home that day because she was too exhausted from the long road trip and needed to rest. From Michael's perspective, the trip to the storage unit had been routine until it was interrupted by the strange and unsettling encounter. He speculated that the events might be tied to some kind of trouble Bryce had gotten himself into, especially since Bryce had just returned to town after a lengthy road trip across the United States. Michael wasn't convinced. The mention of Arizona nagged at him. It was too specific to ignore. He pressed Cordelia further, asking why Bryce would be connected to Arizona or why it was relevant to his sudden disappearance. Cordelia hesitated, her eyes darting away as she stammered that it was nothing, just a passing mention. But Michael noticed the tremor in her voice and the way her hands fidgeted nervously. "You're hiding something," Michael said gently but firmly. "Cordelia, if you know anything about this, you have to tell me. This isn't just about Bryce, it could be about your safety too." Cordelia froze for a moment before lowering her gaze. "It's complicated," she muttered. Michael's patience was wearing thin, but he resisted the urge to raise his voice. "I don't care how complicated it is. Tell me what's going on." Finally, Cordelia relented. "There was someone we met on the road in Arizona. Bryce got involved," she began hesitantly. "Involved in what?" Michael asked, his heart sinking as he prepared for the worst. She shook her head. "I don't know everything, Dad. It was just supposed to be a simple deal. Some guy approached Bryce when we were at a diner, said he needed someone to deliver a package. Bryce thought it would be easy money. We were running low on cash and I didn't think it was a big deal." Michael felt his stomach twist. "What kind of package?" Cordelia's voice dropped to a whisper. "I don't know. He wouldn't tell me, and Bryce wouldn't let me see it. He just said it wasn't a big deal, that we'd drop it off and be done with it. But after that, things started happening. People started following us, leaving notes on the car. Bryce said he could handle it, but I was scared. Dad. I wanted to come home, but he insisted we finish the trip." Michael's mind raced. "And when you came home early, was it because of this?" Cordelia nodded slowly. "Something happened. Bryce didn't tell me everything, but he said we had to leave right away. He looked terrified." Michael's instincts told him they were in over their heads. If Bryce had gotten tangled up in something illegal, it could explain his disappearance. But there was still so much Cordelia wasn't saying or didn't know. "Did you ever see the man again?" "The one who gave Bryce the package." Cordelia shook her head. "No, but Bryce got a call from someone after we got home. I don't know who it was, but after that he started acting even stranger." Michael exhaled, his mind piecing together fragments of a puzzle that still didn't make sense. Whoever Bryce had gotten involved with, it wasn't over. "Okay," Michael said, trying to steady his voice. "We're going to figure this out. But you have to tell me everything, Cordelia. No more hiding things, no matter how bad they seem." Cordelia nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. "I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't mean for any of this to happen." As Michael embraced his daughter, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were both standing at the edge of something far darker than they had imagined. And for Bryce, wherever he was, time might be running out. Michael's mind raced as he processed Cordelia's revelation. "Washington? What were you doing there?" Cordelia hesitated, her hands fidgeting nervously. "Bryce wanted to meet someone there," she said. "He said it was important, something about tying up loose ends. I didn't ask too many questions because, well, he wasn't in the mood to explain. Do you remember where in Washington? Who he was meeting? Michael pressed, his voice tight with concern. I don't know exactly, Cordelia admitted. It was somewhere near Seattle. The guy seemed off. Bryce called him Jack, but I don't think that was his real name. Michael leaned forward, trying to piece together the fragments of information. Did you meet this Jack? What did he want? Cordelia nodded reluctantly. I saw him once. He was older, maybe in his late 40s or 50s. He gave Bryce something, a small package. Bryce told me to wait in the car while they talked. He didn't want me involved. Did Bryce ever tell you what was in the package? Michael asked. No, Cordelia said, her voice trembling. But after that meeting, Bryce started acting even more paranoid. He kept checking his phone, looking over his shoulder, and talking about people following us. Michael's heart sank. Whatever Bryce had gotten involved in, it was serious. He realized that his daughter might be in more danger than she realized. Did Bryce ever say why he was so worried? Or what these people wanted? Cordelia shook her head. Not really. He just said that we needed to lay low and stay out of sight for a while. Michael stood up and began pacing the room. Cordelia, this is bigger than just Bryce disappearing. If he was involved with dangerous people, they might come after you too. We need to go to the police and tell them everything you know. Cordelia's eyes widened in fear. No, we can't do that, Dad. Bryce said they would kill us if we talked to anyone. Michael stopped in his tracks, his chest tightening. He knelt in front of his daughter, gripping her shoulders gently. Listen to me, Cordelia. Keeping quiet isn't going to protect you. If these people are as dangerous as Bryce thought, they won't stop just because you stay silent. We need help. Cordelia hesitated, tears streaming down her face. I'm scared, Dad. I don't know what to do. Michael pulled her into a tight embrace. We'll figure this out together. But I need you to trust me, okay? We'll find a way to keep you safe. As he held his daughter, Michael resolved to get to the bottom of the mystery, no matter the cost. Bryce's disappearance was just the beginning. Whatever secrets had been buried during their travels, Michael was determined to uncover them before it was too late. The tension was palpable as the investigation progressed. Michael, though cooperative, found himself increasingly under scrutiny. Investigators began to notice inconsistencies in his timeline, which only added to the air of suspicion surrounding the case. Cordelia, for her part, seemed trapped in a web of fear and loyalty. She admitted to the controlling nature of her relationship with Bryce, but still appeared reluctant to speak ill of him outright. Her hesitance frustrated both her father and the authorities. I don't understand, Michael confided to the lead detective one evening. I just want to help my daughter, but she's hiding something. Bryce's disappearance feels like a piece of a much larger puzzle. The detective nodded. That's what we're trying to figure out, Mr. Howard. But we need complete transparency from everyone involved. A new development. Just when it seemed the case had stalled, the police received a tip from a motel owner in Flagstaff, Arizona. The owner recognized Bryce and Cordelia from a photo circulated by investigators. He claimed they had stayed there for 3 nights about 2 weeks prior to Bryce's disappearance. The motel records confirmed that they had checked in under fake names and paid in cash. Surveillance footage showed Bryce frequently leaving their room late at night, sometimes returning with small packages. When confronted with this information, Cordelia broke down. Bryce was in trouble, she admitted tearfully. He owed money to people. Dangerous people. That's why we were in Arizona. He said he needed to settle a debt. Debt? For what? Michael asked, his voice trembling. I don't know exactly, Cordelia replied. But he was desperate. He said if he didn't pay, they'd come after us. The revelation sent chills through Michael. It confirmed his worst fears that Bryce's disappearance was tied to something criminal. The missing phones. Investigators focused on tracking down Bryce's and Cordelia's phones, hoping they held vital information. After days of searching, they located one of Bryce's smartphones at a pawn shop in Flagstaff. The device had been wiped clean, but forensic experts managed to recover fragments of data. Among the recovered messages was an exchange with a contact saved as J. The messages were cryptic, but hinted at a deal gone wrong. Phrases like running out of time and they want more than we agreed painted a grim picture. The storage unit. Attention shifted back to the storage unit where Bryce was last seen. A thorough search revealed a hidden compartment in one of the walls. Inside, police found a burner phone and a small stash of cash. The burner phone contained a single unsent message. "I'm out. Can't do this anymore. If you come near her, I'll make sure everyone knows." The message was timestamped just hours before Bryce's disappearance. The unraveling. As the pieces of the puzzle came together, a troubling narrative emerged. Bryce appeared to be entangled in a smuggling operation, likely involving drugs or illegal goods. His sudden disappearance suggested he had either tried to back out of the arrangement or had been silenced. Cordelia, despite her loyalty to Bryce, seemed to be an unwitting accomplice. Her fear and evasiveness made sense in light of the danger they were in. Michael, meanwhile, remained determined to protect his daughter. But as he reflected on the events leading up to Bryce's disappearance, he couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was still missing from the story. The deeper the investigation went, the more it revealed the tangled history between the Elix family and the tragic events surrounding Bryce and Cordelia. As authorities unraveled more details, it became clear that the relationship between father and daughter had a significant impact on the unfolding situation. Family dynamics and tensions. Michael's tight control over Cordelia's life was a growing point of concern. His mistrust of her choices, and especially his dislike for Bryce, painted a clearer picture of why Cordelia had been so eager to escape on her cross-country trip. While it had initially seemed like an innocent adventure, it was clear that the road trip served as an escape from the mounting pressures and tension at home. Cordelia's family dynamics were complex. Her mother's battle with Huntington's disease, combined with the challenges faced by her younger sibling, had created an already volatile household. But Michael's behavior, specifically his relentless pressure on Cordelia, had pushed her further away. Hiring a private investigator to follow her ex-boyfriend was just one example of the lengths Michael went to, showing how deep his mistrust ran. Investigators began to suspect that Michael's influence over his daughter had more to do with the conflict than Cordelia was willing to admit. She had wanted to break free, but in doing so, she had connected herself to Bryce, whose own life was full of uncertainties and struggles. Michael's admission. It wasn't until investigators confronted Michael about Bryce's phone that the truth started to come out. Initially, Michael denied any involvement with the phone, claiming he had never handled it. But after further questioning, he admitted that he had taken the phone from the car and disposed of it in a gas station trash bin in Brainerd the same evening Bryce disappeared. His reasoning was that he wanted to protect Cordelia from being tracked by whoever was behind Bryce's disappearance. The admission was a significant moment in the investigation. Michael had gone to great lengths to shield his daughter from what he believed was an even darker situation. But the authorities now wondered, was he protecting her, or was he concealing something more troubling? Bryce the dreamer with a hidden life. Bryce Brogal's background also added more layers to the investigation. Born in Brainerd in 1999, Bryce had always been a dreamer. At 23, he had aspirations of building a homestead in Alaska, hoping to live off the land and create a self-sufficient life. His relationship with Cordelia had started in February 2022, and the two had bonded over their shared love for adventure and the outdoors. Their trip across the country had been meant to give them the freedom they longed for, but as the investigation revealed, their relationship wasn't as idyllic as it seemed. While Bryce had envisioned a simple life, free of the constraints of society, he was also entangled in a world of danger and secrecy. His ties to people who could be dangerous were becoming clearer, and it appeared that his disappearance wasn't an accident, it was part of a larger, more sinister story. The search for truth. As Michael's actions and the details of Cordelia's life began to surface, it became evident that there were more questions than answers. Was Michael's overbearing control over his daughter a catalyst for her getting involved with Bryce? Or had something darker been happening between them during their travels? Was Bryce's disappearance truly the result of a criminal operation, or was it an elaborate ruse to disappear under the radar? As Cordelia clung to Bryce despite everything, The true nature of their relationship and the secrets they had been hiding began to emerge. And with each new piece of information, the authorities were no closer to understanding whether Bryce had been taken, or whether he had simply vanished on his own accord. As investigators dug deeper into Michael's past, his history with the law became an unsettling part of the investigation. His previous legal issues raised questions about his behavior and mindset. The revelation that Michael had been convicted of a crime involving a mentally incapacitated adult in 2018 raised doubts about his motivations and his sense of control in sensitive situations. This new information painted a complicated picture of Michael as a man with a troubled past and a tendency to act out of fear or anger. Despite Michael's attempts to explain his actions, his conflicting statements and inconsistencies had investigators questioning whether his motives were purely protective, or whether there was more to his involvement in Bryce's disappearance than he was letting on. Michael's anguish and helplessness were real, but his desire to protect his daughter might have clouded his judgment, leading him to make decisions that only complicated the investigation further. The strained relationship between Cordelia and Bryce was also critical in understanding what had happened. Michael's suspicions about Bryce's controlling behavior were not unfounded. He had witnessed firsthand how Bryce seemed to dominate every aspect of Cordelia's life, from monitoring her phone activity to manipulating her emotions. Michael had seen his daughter become increasingly withdrawn and submissive, which triggered his desire to intervene. However, his intervention, at least as far as investigators were concerned, seemed to have crossed a line between protection and control. As investigators continued to piece together the story, they found themselves questioning not only the events surrounding Bryce's disappearance, but also Michael's role in the family's turmoil. His background, his strained relationship with his daughter, and his increasingly erratic actions were beginning to paint a picture of a man who might have had more to do with the situation than he was willing to admit. Cordelia, for her part, remained conflicted and torn. On one hand, she loved Bryce and seemed to feel deeply connected to him, but on the other, she had witnessed the destructive dynamics of their relationship and felt trapped between the man she loved and her protective father. She found herself caught in a web of guilt, fear, and confusion, unsure of who to trust or what actions to take. But the more he spoke, the more his words seemed to raise doubts about his true role in the events surrounding Bryce's disappearance. Michael's repeated insistence on protecting his family and his strong emotions about Bryce's behavior added layers to the investigation. Despite passing the polygraph tests, investigators remained skeptical, knowing that polygraphs were not definitive proof of innocence. Michael's credibility was now under scrutiny, not just because of his personal history, but also because of his contradictory statements and behavior. The tense atmosphere during the interrogations was palpable. Michael's frustration grew as the investigators pressed him for answers, but he held his ground. He argued that while he had been angry with Bryce, his actions had never been meant to harm him. However, his words were sometimes at odds with the actions he had taken. Throwing away Bryce's phone and expressing a desire to scare him off were not the actions of a passive bystander. These inconsistencies painted a picture of someone who might have been acting out of fear, but also out of a desire to control the situation. The fact that Michael had confronted Bryce multiple times about the bruises on Cordelia's face added to the complexity. He claimed that he had warned Bryce that any further harm to his daughter would result in consequences. But was this really an act of protection, or was it driven by something deeper, like a need for control over Cordelia's choices? Investigators were not convinced by Michael's explanations, especially since he kept referring to Bryce in the past tense, as if he had already accepted Bryce's disappearance as a fait accompli. His continued focus on his daughter's relationship with Bryce was not lost on the investigators, who now had to consider whether Michael was involved in a more direct way than he had let on. Michael Elix's controlling relationship with his daughter Cordelia and his growing mistrust of her boyfriend, Bryce Bogle, set the stage for a tragic and violent crime. Concerned for Cordelia's well-being and fueled by suspicions of abuse, Michael's protective instincts transformed into frustration and anger. This led him to confront Bryce at his storage unit, where an argument turned fatal. Michael shot Bryce in the back of the head, claiming it was an impulsive act to protect his daughter. However, the evidence painted a darker picture. Investigators uncovered forensic evidence and testimony revealing a premeditated plan. Michael had previously threatened Bryce and told others he intended to kill him. A bleach bottle found in the storage unit contained both Bryce's and Michael's DNA, while a sled used to move Bryce's body was discovered with traces of blood. Phone records showed Michael's movements from the storage unit to a remote area near Edward Lake, where Bryce's body was eventually found buried. Despite Michael's claims of acting out of fear for Cordelia's safety, the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder. Testimonies revealed Michael's long-standing animosity toward Bryce and his belief that killing him was the only way to protect Cordelia, even though she denied any abuse. In April 2024, Michael was sentenced to life in prison without parole. The case highlights the destructive power of fear, mistrust, and unresolved conflict, which led to the loss of a young man's life and the irreversible fracture of a family. It serves as a sobering reminder of the importance of addressing concerns through understanding and open communication, rather than resorting to violence. Have you ever thought about how one wrong decision or a simple, innocent action can lead to a tragedy? Picture a couple deciding to go kayaking on one of the riskiest days of the year. What started as a fun adventure ended in a way so shocking, it's hard to comprehend. Where do we draw the line between an honest mistake and a fateful error? How can one small action or word change everything? By the end of this story, you might find yourself questioning every detail. Angelica's story is a chilling example of how life can change in an instant. The Hudson Valley, with its breathtaking scenery and swift rivers, is a magnet for outdoor enthusiasts. Kayaking is especially popular among thrill seekers, but the river is unforgiving. Even experienced athletes can make mistakes. Angelica Graswald and Vincent Viafor shared a love for the water, seeing it as a source of freedom and connection. On April 19, 2015, they set out on the Hudson River, excited for another adventure. The day began with promise, but the rising winds and rough waves were warning signs. Their goal was a small island with a castle steeped in Scottish-inspired mystery, a place that always captivated them. After a day exploring, evening fell, and the situation grew dire. The waves were growing stronger, and the icy waters signaled danger. Staying on the island overnight without proper gear wasn't an option, so they decided to head back. As they paddled against the growing chaos, Vincent's kayak started taking on water. Without a life jacket and submerged in the freezing river, he was in critical danger. Angelica, in a panic, called emergency services, explaining through tears that she couldn't reach him because of the powerful waves pulling him further away. The dispatcher struggled to locate them, losing precious time. As rescuers scrambled to reach the scene, Vincent disappeared beneath the surface. By the time help arrived, it was too late. The dark, choppy waters showed no sign of Vincent, and the evening sky only deepened the despair. This tragic series of events is a haunting reminder of how quickly things can spiral out of control. Let's learn more about Angelica. At 35, she was an ambitious woman pursuing a career in photography, a passion she envisioned as her future. Born Angelica Lipska in Latvia, she longed for a better life beyond her homeland. After 2 marriages and divorces, her dream remained the same: to settle in the US, secure a work visa, and build a career. Her break came when she got a job as a nanny and moved to the States. Life took a dramatic turn when she met Vincent. Vincent, 46, was a successful construction professional who had also been through 2 divorces. Despite their age difference, their relationship blossomed quickly. Vincent was known for his generosity, hosting parties and enjoying a vibrant social life. It was at one of these gatherings that he met Angelica. Just weeks later, she moved into his home in Poughkeepsie, New York. Their relationship escalated rapidly, with talks of marriage and children becoming common. But under the surface, cracks were beginning to show. On April 18, 2015, just a day before the tragedy, the couple attended a party. While Vincent was lively and engaging with his friends, Angelica left early, citing that she wasn't feeling well. She seemed distant, interacting minimally and avoiding attention. Vincent's friends noticed a visible tension between the two, which led to a small but noticeable argument. Nothing major happened that night, and they went their separate ways until the next morning. The following day, Vincent proposed a kayaking trip, hoping it would help them reconnect and mend their strained bond. Despite the chilly weather and increasing wind, Angelica agreed. They planned to visit Bannerman's castle, a historic ruin on an island in the middle of the Hudson River, where Angelica hoped to capture stunning photos. She even brought elegant outfits for a photo session, eager to make the most of the day. By noon, the couple was ready to set off, unaware of the tragic turn their day would soon take. At the water's edge, Angelica and Vincent prepared for what they thought would be another exciting adventure. The wind howled, growing stronger by the minute, and massive waves began to rise. The biting cold made every movement feel heavy. Angelica noticed the worsening weather, but Vincent's love for adrenaline and his stubborn determination kept them moving forward. Before they launched, Vincent said something Angelica would never forget: "This will be the adventure of your life." Those words would take on a haunting significance just hours later. The journey to Bannerman's castle went smoothly at first. Angelica later told the police that they had shared a couple of beers before setting off, just to set the mood, but were careful to stay sober for the paddle back. Yet, despite their precautions, the return trip turned into a nightmare. The wind and waves intensified, and Vincent began to lag behind. He shouted that his kayak was taking on water. Angelica turned back and saw his kayak sinking. She tried to paddle toward him, but the powerful currents pulled her toward the shore. By the time she reached land, she frantically called emergency services, but Vincent had already vanished into the icy waters of the Hudson River. The evening of April 19, 2015, marked the start of a desperate search. Rescue teams worked through the night and into the next day. Divers plunged into the murky water, sonar-equipped boats combed the river, and helicopters scanned the area. Despite their tireless efforts, Vincent was nowhere to be found. His family and friends were devastated, clinging to the faint hope that he might have survived, though the odds were slim in such freezing water and against the strong currents. Amid the grief and panic, Angelica's behavior stood out. Unlike Vincent's loved ones, who were consumed with worry, she appeared unusually calm. She even continued to update her social media, posting photos and videos, as if nothing had happened. This deeply upset Vincent's family, who found her actions not only inappropriate but also suspicious. Angelica claimed she was holding on to hope, waiting for her fiancé to return, but her demeanor only widened the gap between her and the grieving relatives. 10 days after Vincent's disappearance, Angelica was called back to the police station for further questioning. The reason? A seemingly offhand comment she had made during her initial conversation with detectives, one that would raise even more questions about her role in the tragic events. Angelica made a startling admission during questioning. She mentioned that she might have accidentally removed the drain plug from Vincent's kayak before they started paddling back. This small but critical detail changed everything, shifting the investigation from a tragic accident to something potentially sinister. Suddenly, investigators were asking more questions, and the idea of Vincent's death being purely accidental began to seem less plausible. Angelica also mentioned that Vincent's paddle had a broken locking ring, making it difficult to row properly. This, combined with the missing drain plug, raised alarms for investigators. Could these issues have been deliberate? The possibility of foul play was now on the table, but the big question remained: why? To dig deeper, detectives turned to people who knew Angelica and Vincent. One key interview was with Angelica's ex-boyfriend, Michael Coven, who had lived with her years earlier. Michael was shocked to hear about the suspicions surrounding Angelica, but admitted that her calm demeanor sometimes masked a darker side. He described how Angelica could become confrontational during arguments, particularly when drinking a side of her Vincent reportedly tolerated quietly. More revelations came from Vincent himself. Just weeks before the tragedy, he confided in a friend that he was having second thoughts about marrying Angelica. He described her as manipulative and aggressive, particularly during moments of conflict. This information painted a picture of a relationship that was far from perfect. When detectives questioned Angelica further, she admitted there were conflicts in their relationship but insisted they were personal and unrelated to Vincent's death. However, her vague and ambiguous answers only heightened suspicions. Slowly, the narrative was shifting. Vincent's death seemed less like an accident and more like a deliberate act. The turning point came when investigators uncovered Angelica's potential financial motive. She was the primary beneficiary of Vincent's $500,000 life insurance policy, a sum that could solve her financial troubles and give her a fresh start. At the time of the tragedy, Angelica was unemployed, and this money represented a life-changing opportunity. This discovery transformed Angelica from a grieving fiancée to the prime suspect. Despite the growing evidence against her, she continued to insist on her innocence, maintaining that Vincent's death was nothing more than a tragic accident. The prosecution charged Angelica with second-degree criminal wrongdoing, leading to her arrest and a bail set at $9 million, a sum far beyond her means. Given her foreign nationality, investigators feared she might flee, so Angelica remained in custody as she awaited trial. Her defense team argued that her statements during the grueling 11-hour interrogation were not admissible as solid evidence. Angelica's attorney emphasized that Vincent's body had not yet been recovered, making it impossible to confirm any foul play or intentional wrongdoing. According to the defense, Vincent's death was a tragic accident. They suggested the kayak likely capsized due to a wave, and the drain plug might have come loose as a consequence, not as a cause. To support their claims, the defense conducted an experiment on the Hudson River. A man with a similar build to Vincent sat in an identical kayak model. The test revealed that even under calm conditions, the kayak sat very low in the water, just a few inches above the surface. The demonstration showed how large waves could have easily flooded the vessel, even without the drain plug issue. Adding to their case, the defense pointed out that Vincent had consumed alcohol before the trip, which could have impaired his coordination and reaction time. This, combined with the unstable kayak and rough conditions, might have led to the accident. With a flooded kayak, questionable confessions, and conflicting evidence, the case sparked heated debate. The investigation focused heavily on the drain plug, a tiny opening no larger than a fingertip. It was hard to believe such a small detail could have caused the kayak to sink. The drain plug on Vincent's kayak was located on top, making it unlikely that it could have allowed enough water to sink the vessel quickly. In response, the defense insisted on further testing. Using the same kayak model, a man of Vincent's size, and conditions that mirrored the fateful day, they conducted another simulation. The results were telling. Even with the drain plug removed, the kayak did not fill with water rapidly. The small hole allowed only a slow trickle of water, not nearly enough to capsize the vessel in a short period. These findings added significant doubts to the prosecution's theory. Without a recovered body or clear forensic evidence, the case against Angelica was increasingly built on circumstantial evidence and speculation. The defense's experiments revealed that even without the drain plug, Vincent's kayak could have easily made the 1-mile journey back to shore. This undermined the prosecution's claim that the missing plug alone caused the tragedy. When the theory about the plug fell apart, the prosecution shifted their focus to the paddle. Angelica had stated that Vincent's paddle was damaged, missing a locking ring. Investigators suggested that this might have hindered his ability to control the kayak. However, the defense countered this claim with another demonstration. They showed that the absence of the locking ring did not impact the paddle's functionality. It remained sturdy, effective, and fully operational. Despite this, the prosecution leaned heavily on Angelica's own admissions during her interrogation. She had admitted to touching both Vincent's paddle and the kayak's drain plug, which became central to the case against her. For investigators, these admissions seemed to support the idea of a premeditated crime. Even small details like touching the paddle or brushing against the plug were framed as deliberate actions. But Angelica's defense team argued that her words had been taken out of context, pointing to the intense psychological pressure she had endured during her 11-hour interrogation. To bolster their case, the defense brought in an expert on false confessions who reviewed the entire recorded questioning session. The expert argued that the police used techniques designed to elicit a confession through coercion. These included leading questions, the classic good cop, bad cop approach, and denying Angelica time to process what was happening. They also pressured her to repeat phrases that supported their narrative. During the interrogation, Angelica frequently appeared confused, her answers growing increasingly vague and her emotions unstable. The expert emphasized that she was in a state of shock, and her statements should have been viewed with caution. One particular phrase became a focal point for the prosecution. Angelica had fleetingly mentioned that she had once thought about being free from her relationship with Vincent. Detectives interpreted this as a confession of intent to harm him. The defense, however, argued that the remark referred to the general strain in their relationship and was unrelated to the events of that day. The false confessions expert noted that at no point did Angelica use words like crime or death in relation to this statement. The police, however, chose to frame her vague comment as a direct admission of guilt, further fueling suspicions. The defense maintained that Angelica's admissions during the interrogation were not a reflection of the truth, but rather the result of manipulation by the investigators. Once the detectives heard statements they could use against her, they ignored her subsequent clarifications. The defense argued that Vincent's kayak had long-standing issues, including a faulty drain plug that had been a problem for months. Angelica claimed they had kayaked several times without the plug, and it had never caused significant trouble. According to the defense, the true cause of the tragedy was the dangerous weather conditions that day, not any intentional actions. However, the prosecution insisted on their theory: a woman tired of her relationship, seeking financial gain, staging an accident to collect insurance money, and starting anew. Angelica's interrogation became a grueling ordeal. She lost track of time and felt trapped, cornered by the relentless questioning. Initially, she tried to stand firm, but the detectives kept circling back to the issue of the drain plug, gradually wearing her down. Her account of the plug's presence or absence became inconsistent, a confusion that the investigators capitalized on. The turning point came when Angelica, emotionally and physically drained, asked to leave so she could feed her cat at home. Tears welled up in her eyes, a moment of vulnerability that the detectives seized. They intensified their questioning, firing a series of leading inquiries designed to elicit incriminating responses. Despite her emotional state, Angelica never directly confessed to any crime. Still, the police refused to back off, interpreting her unclear answers as signs of guilt. An expert who later analyzed the interrogation footage noted that Angelica appeared overwhelmed, exhausted, and unable to think clearly. Her inconsistent responses were, in their view, typical of someone experiencing emotional and mental fatigue, not of someone admitting to wrongdoing. The expert explained that Angelica's primary motivation during the questioning was to bring the ordeal to an end, leading her to provide vague or muddled answers. Her unclear statements became the cornerstone of the prosecution's narrative, even though they were arguably the product of her desperation to escape the relentless interrogation. Vincent's disappearance left his family and friends in emotional turmoil, their grief compounded by uncertainty. Nearly a month later, on May 23, 2015, a boater found Vincent's body in the Hudson River near Bannerman's Island, where he and Angelica had gone that fateful day. The autopsy confirmed the cause of death as drowning, with no evidence of foul play or struggle. Vincent's blood showed traces of alcohol, though not enough to significantly impair him, suggesting the harsh weather and frigid water were the primary factors in his death. Vincent's kayak was also recovered, missing the drain plug, and with a paddle lacking its locking ring. The defense maintained that these details were minor and insufficient to explain the tragedy. According to them, the real culprits were the extreme conditions that day: icy water, strong winds, the lack of a life jacket, and Vincent's decision to venture out despite these risks. The prosecution, however, focused on Angelica's inconsistent statements, using them to build their case. They argued that Angelica had intentionally sabotaged the kayak, creating a scenario where Vincent had little chance of survival. Their theory painted her as a calculating woman, staging an accident for personal gain. Angelica's lawyer countered this by emphasizing Vincent's own choices. He had willingly gone kayaking under dangerous conditions, without proper safety gear, and while slightly under the influence of alcohol. These actions, the defense argued, pointed to his own recklessness rather than any malicious intent on Angelica's part. Despite these arguments, Angelica's behavior after Vincent's disappearance remained a sticking point for the prosecution. Her social media posts and calm demeanor were portrayed as suspicious, even though her defense claimed they reflected her unique way of coping with the tragedy. Angelica continued to assert her innocence, maintaining that the events of that day were nothing more than a heartbreaking accident. But as the legal battle unfolded, her statements, the missing drain plug, and the damaged paddle remained central to a case that divided public opinion and kept the spotlight on the mysterious circumstances of Vincent's death. The case took an unexpected turn when the prosecution decided to reevaluate its strategy. They realized that proving Angelica had intentionally caused Vincent's death would be nearly impossible to convince a jury. The theories surrounding the removed drain plug or a broken paddle were considered too circumstantial and speculative to establish intent beyond a reasonable doubt. Furthermore, the defense's arguments and expert testimonies significantly undermined the foundation of the prosecution's case. It became clear that the tragedy could have been the result of a combination of adverse weather conditions, faulty equipment, and poor judgment on Vincent's part, particularly his decision to kayak without a life jacket in dangerous conditions. Faced with these challenges, the prosecution opted to offer Angelica a plea deal if she admitted guilt to involuntary manslaughter. She would serve a reduced sentence of 4 years in prison, a far cry from the life sentence initially sought. The plea deal and sentencing. Angelica accepted the deal, seeing it as a way to avoid the uncertainty of a trial that could have ended with a harsher punishment. She was sentenced to 4 years in prison. However, because she had already spent significant time in custody while awaiting trial and during the court proceedings, her actual time left to serve was minimal. In December 2017, after serving 32 months, Angelica was released on parole. For Vincent's family, this outcome felt like an insult to their loss. They remained vocal about their dissatisfaction, believing that Angelica had orchestrated the events leading to Vincent's death. They viewed the plea deal as a failure of the justice system, allowing someone they deemed guilty to walk free after serving what they considered an inadequate sentence. Angelica's post-release struggles. After her release, Angelica faced immense challenges. Public opinion in the US was largely against her, and Vincent's family's public statements painted her in a negative light. Her guilty plea also barred her from claiming Vincent's $500,000 life insurance policy, which had been cited as a potential motive for the alleged crime. Furthermore, her status as a foreign national meant she was at risk of deportation. 16 months after her release, Angelica was forced to return to her home country. Back in her homeland, she attempted to rebuild her life. She enrolled in university, secured a job, and worked to move forward, leaving the traumatic events behind. Despite these efforts, the case continued to haunt her. In interviews, she maintained her innocence, insisting that Vincent's death was a tragic accident caused by circumstances beyond her control. Lingering questions and unresolved tensions. The conclusion of the legal proceedings did little to bring closure. Vincent's family remained adamant in their belief that Angelica was responsible for his death, unable to reconcile her actions before and after the tragedy with her claims of innocence. They were especially critical of her demeanor in the immediate aftermath of Vincent's disappearance, including her calm behavior and social media activity, which they found inappropriate and suspicious. On the other hand, Angelica defended her actions, claiming she was in shock and trying to maintain hope. She described her time in custody as harrowing and insisted that the confession she gave during the 11-hour interrogation was coerced and misunderstood. She continued to assert that only she and God knew the truth, and she expressed regret over the tragedy without admitting to any deliberate wrongdoing. Legacy of the case. The case remained a topic of debate, with many questioning whether justice had been served. While the legal proceedings had concluded, the mystery of what truly happened on the Hudson River persisted. The tragedy served as a cautionary tale about the unpredictability of nature, the consequences of poor judgment, and the devastating impact of unresolved questions surrounding sudden loss. Even after returning to her home country, Angelica's life was forever altered. She became a polarizing figure, with some sympathizing with her plight, and others believing she had escaped true accountability. For Vincent's family and friends, the pain of his loss lingered, compounded by their frustration with the justice system and their enduring suspicions about Angelica's role in his death. Rick and Susan seemed to have it all: a big house in a peaceful neighborhood, 2 lovely kids, good jobs, and financial security. But hidden within the Wamsley household were dark secrets. Things took a turn when the police received an unusual 911 call just before Christmas. When officers arrived at the quiet town of Mansfield, Texas, they found the garage doors open and the side door unlocked. Inside, they discovered a tragic scene. Rick Wamsley, a well-liked local accountant, and his cheerful wife Susie were found dead. It seemed the crime had happened well before the emergency call was made. Rick and Susie knew each other from high school in Oklahoma in the 1970s, though they weren't close back then. Years later, they reconnected while Rick was at Oklahoma State University and Susie was at a Christian college. Their relationship grew, and they decided to get married, start a family, and grow old together. They tied the knot and welcomed their daughter Sarah in 1978, followed by their son Andrew 6 years later. Rick became a certified accountant and worked in the oil and gas industry. The family moved several times due to his career opportunities, eventually settling in Fort Worth, Texas, near the Trinity River. Fort Worth is a large but cozy city with a rich history. There, Rick set up his own accounting practice from home, which provided a good income. By 2003, the Wamsleys lived in an upscale neighborhood in Mansville, about 20 miles from Fort Worth. Sarah, now 25, had become a mother and lived on her own, while 19-year-old Andrew had just finished high school and was attending college while working part-time at a mini golf course. Rick and Susie had a happy marriage and celebrated their 25th wedding anniversary in July 2003 with friends and family. In December of that year, Rick and Susan wanted to have a special family celebration for their 25th Christmas together. Susie put a lot of effort into making the day perfect. She spent hours picking out decorations and gifts, and she adorned their home inside and out with festive garlands and Christmas figurines. A large Christmas tree, covered in bright lights and colorful ornaments, stood in the living room, with presents wrapped and placed underneath. Susie wrapped each gift with love, imagining how happy her family would be when they opened them. This cozy holiday scene took a dark turn when, on December 11, 2003, at 11:41 p.m., the Mansville emergency dispatcher received a call from the Wamsley home. There was only silence on the other end, suggesting that someone needed help but couldn't speak. The dispatcher quickly sent a patrol car to the house. Upon arrival, the police officers circled the house, peering through the windows. They got no response from knocking or ringing the doorbell, but they found the side door to the garage open. The officers entered the home, walking through the kitchen where they noticed the landline phone off the hook and lying on the table. In the living room, they found 45-year-old Susie Wamsley lying cold on the couch. In the foyer, near the front door, they discovered 46-year-old Rick Wamsley in a pool of blood. Sadly, it was clear that both were beyond help. At 12:17 a.m., paramedics arrived and confirmed that Rick and Susie were dead. The house was immediately sealed off, and an investigation began. The autopsy revealed that Susie had died from a gunshot wound and had also been stabbed 7 times, likely after she had already passed away. It's believed she was attacked while she was dozing on the couch in the living room. Detectives discovered 2 bloody palm prints that might have been left by the perpetrator, as well as a bullet, 2 pieces of a blue plastic hair clip, and another piece of plastic on the floor nearby. Rick Wamsley met the same tragic end as his wife, but possibly not as quickly. Bullet holes in the headboard of the bed in the master bedroom suggested that the attack on Rick began there before moving to the hallway. There was no blood in the bedroom, leading investigators to believe that Rick woke up from the gunshots and either fled the room or confronted the intruder himself. It appeared that Rick wasn't willing to go down without a fight, as evidenced by a tuft of hair found in his left hand, indicating a struggle. This hair became crucial evidence. Rick was also shot and suffered approximately 11 knife wounds to his back. The detectives carefully combed through every room in the house, examining all carpets and furniture for clues. The hair found in Rick's hand and the broken hair clip on the living room floor were sent for DNA analysis. The Wamsley spacious home was thoroughly checked for fingerprints, and investigators searched each room for signs of robbery. Initially, they considered the possibility that the family had interrupted a burglary, causing the intruders to resort to violence. However, the excessive number of stab wounds suggested otherwise. This theory was further dismissed when nearly $115,000 in cash was discovered in the master bedroom. A thief would have easily found and taken this money, but since it remained untouched in the bedside table, robbery was ruled out as a motive. It was later confirmed that no valuables were missing from the house, and there were no signs of forced entry. Neighbors and friends were horrified by the shocking news. They couldn't fathom who would commit such a heinous act against Rick and Susie, who were beloved in the community.
Wonderful people. It is a tragedy because it's unexpected.
I just couldn't believe it. You just don't think of that. happening close by.
The couple often hosted guests in their home and were known for their kindness and willingness to help others. The sudden, brutal crime in this quiet neighborhood, especially just before the holidays, left everyone feeling anxious and fearful. Rick and Susie Wamsley appeared to have an ideal life. They lived in a spacious house, where Rick thrived as an accountant. He also enjoyed gardening and taking his son to Texas Rangers baseball games. Susie was a dedicated homemaker who kept the household running smoothly and cared deeply for their children. In her free time, she loved spending quality moments with her son and daughter. However, what occurred behind closed doors turned out to be far more troubling than the serene life they seemed to lead. According to some sources, there were more layers to this seemingly perfect family. There was always tension inside the Wamsley house, particularly concerning their two children, Sarah and Andrew. As a teenager, Sarah was kicked out of the house for misbehavior, leading her to become pregnant at 19 and enter into an unhealthy relationship with her daughter's father, Todd Cleveland. Sarah often argued with her younger brother Andrew. The two siblings never felt much affection for each other. According to Sarah's ex-boyfriend, the Wamsley family was always wary of outsiders, even their friends, suspecting that people were only pretending to be close to them to gain something. This mistrust extended to their own family, contributing to an underlying unhappiness despite their growing prosperity. Reports suggested that Rick and Susie's marriage was unstable, although they tried to maintain appearances in public. The Wamsleys had an agreement with their children: if they enrolled in college and stayed in school, they would receive financial support. This arrangement didn't work out with Sarah, but Andrew convinced his parents that he was committed to honoring his part of the deal. As a result, Susie and Rick gifted him a new white Mustang, paid for his insurance, and provided money for other expenses. Andrew continued living at home without contributing to the household budget, and everything seemed fine except that he didn't keep up his end of the bargain. Like his sister, Andrew dropped out of college without completing his education. When his parents eventually discovered that he had left school, they stopped supporting him financially. However, they didn't go as far as to kick him out of the house. Despite the ongoing tension, Andrew, now 19, chose to spend most of his free time hanging out with friends at the local pancake house. A restaurant specializing in breakfasts, the Pancake House was where Andrew's friend introduced him to his sister, 19-year-old Chelsea Richardson. Sarah Wamsley was informed of her parents' deaths at 4 a.m., soon after their bodies were discovered. However, the police couldn't locate the younger son, Andrew. The authorities had already appealed to the media, asking for any sightings of Andrew's white Mustang. While forensic experts continued their work at the crime scene, a white Mustang arrived at the Wamsley house. Andrew and his girlfriend Chelsea Richardson stepped out of the car. They had been staying at Chelsea's place for several days. That morning, they learned about the tragic events at the Wamsley home while watching the news. The police immediately asked Andrew and Chelsea to follow a service vehicle to the station for questioning. Andrew's interview lasted about 45 minutes. He revealed that he hadn't been home or communicated with his parents for several days, as he had been living with Chelsea. The police noted fresh scratches on Andrew's hand, adding to the investigation's interest. There was nothing suspicious in Andrew's story, so the police allowed him to leave the station. However, they requested that he sign a consent form permitting them to search his car. During a conversation with his sister after the interrogation, Andrew mentioned that forensic experts might find their mother's blood in the Mustang. He explained that their mother had recently cut her finger and, for some reason, had taken his car to drive to the store, which could explain any potential blood traces. Chelsea Richardson's statement at the police station matched Andrew's perfectly. She confirmed they had been together for the past 2 days and had been inseparable since they began dating the previous fall. They often spent entire nights in a 24-hour cafe playing Master Duel, a Japanese collectible card game where players use cards to battle each other, simulating battles between fantastic monsters. The game's central character was described as a weak, infantile boy who became a hero when he played. This shared interest deeply bonded Andrew and Chelsea, and they had started thinking seriously about marriage. Chelsea's mother supported their relationship and was fond of Andrew. However, Rick and Susie Wamsley were openly disappointed with Andrew's choice of partner. They had hoped for a different kind of girl for their son, The Richardsons lived on the outskirts of Fort Worth, in a working-class area known as the Blue-Collar District, which was a stark contrast to the upscale neighborhood of Mansfield, where the Wamsleys lived. A few years earlier, Chelsea had lost her beloved father to a heart attack, and her mother sometimes worked 3 jobs to make ends meet. Despite their financial struggles, the Richardsons were known for their generosity. Chelsea, an extroverted and cheerful person, was quite popular at her school. Her lively and happy disposition earned her the nickname Bubbles.
Chelsea Richardson's best friend, Suzanne Padana, sometimes benefited from Chelsea's generosity. When Suzanne had disputes with her own mother, she was warmly welcomed into the Richardson home, where she stayed for several months. The 3 teenagers Andrew, Chelsea, and Suzanne were together on the night of Andrew's parents' deaths. Chelsea's ex-boyfriend, Jeremy Bamber, confirmed their alibi, stating that they were at his house the entire time. Sarah Wamsley informed the police that her daughter's father, Todd Cleveland, might be involved in her parents' deaths. They had been arguing about custody, and Sarah had recently threatened to call Child Protective Services on him. A day after this threat, and about a month before the tragedy, another suspicious incident occurred. In early November, while returning home with her parents after a horseback riding lesson, Sarah experienced a frightening event. As they drove through a neighboring town looking for a place to eat, her father's Jeep suddenly jolted. Rick thought they might have hit a large stone, but upon inspection, they found a bullet hole in the rear of the vehicle. Frightened and confused, Susie made 2 phone calls. Oddly, her first call was to her son Andrew, not the police. She believed that a white Mustang had been following them from the ranch, assuming it was Andrew's car. However, this assumption changed after the Jeep was shot at. Susie's second call was to the police, and she filed a report about the incident. Sarah recalled suspecting Todd Cleveland at the time, but now she questioned why her mother had called Andrew first. It turned out that both Sarah and Andrew stood to inherit a $1 million insurance policy from their father. Additionally, the family home was valued at about $1,650,000, and there was around $100,000 in cash plus other assets left by Rick and Susie. Investigators considered Sarah's suspicions and eventually ruled out her former partner, Todd, as a suspect. Given the financial benefits and family tensions, the investigators continued to focus on the Wamsley children. However, DNA analysis and fingerprinting did not match any family members, indicating no direct connection to the crime scene for either Rick and Susie's son or daughter. Despite the lack of physical evidence, Sarah filed a petition to block Andrew from inheriting any family assets. She believed he was responsible for their parents' deaths and feared for her own safety. Although forensic examination of Andrew's car confirmed the presence of blood on the back seat and headrests, the Mustang had been thoroughly washed, making it impossible for experts to collect a viable DNA sample. Law enforcement couldn't even determine whose blood it was. Several months after Rick and Susie's tragic deaths, the investigation hit a dead end. The district attorney needed more information, so the police department convened a grand jury and began issuing subpoenas to those connected to the deceased couple. They started by verifying the alibis of the son and daughter. Jeremy Bamber, Chelsea's ex-boyfriend, testified under oath that Andrew and his friends were with him that night, providing a solid alibi. Chelsea's best friend Suzanne corroborated this, and after giving her testimony, she voluntarily provided a DNA sample to compare with evidence from the crime scene. No one expected this moment would become a turning point in the investigation. Suzanne Tadano had moved to Texas from Illinois a few years earlier. She didn't fit in well with her new classmates. She wasn't particularly diligent, smart, or charismatic. Suzanne frequently skipped classes and argued with her mother. Chelsea Richardson became Suzanne's lifeline, and the two grew so close that Chelsea wrote a note in the school yearbook celebrating their strong friendship and even composed a poem titled Friends Forever. When investigators compared Suzanne Tadano's DNA with the strand of hair found in Rick's hand and DNA from the broken hair clip at the crime scene, they found a match. This revelation indicated there was much more to the story. Suzanne was arrested on suspicion of killing the Wamsley couple and faced the possibility of the death penalty. Realizing the severity of her situation, Suzanne began to talk. Initially, Suzanne claimed that on the night of the crime, she was walking with a friend, a 25-year-old man named Hilario Cardis. She said Hilario had a gun and needed money. According to her story, Hilario entered the Wamsley house alone in the middle of the night while she stayed outside. When she heard gunshots, she ran into the house, where Rick Wamsley allegedly begged her to stop the attack. Susanna claimed she couldn't intervene because she wasn't really involved. Her hair was left in the house during the chaos. But who was Hilario Cardis? It turned out he worked as a night manager at a local restaurant where the friends frequently spent their leisure time. Hilario had a young daughter and was in desperate need of money. He learned about the Wamsley family's wealth through Andrew Wamsley, whom he had met and befriended. During questioning, Hilario denied any involvement in the attack, but admitted to acquiring a gun for $200 at Andrew Wamsley's request. Andrew, Chelsea, and Susanna had planned to practice target shooting with an acquaintance. Armed investigators sought to verify Hilario's story, starting with the owners of the property where the teenagers supposedly practiced shooting. The property owner, a friend of Chelsea's mother, confirmed that a few months before the tragedy, Andrew, Chelsea, and Susanna came to her approximately 3-acre plot to practice shooting at a small pond. However, she had never seen or heard of Hilario Cardis. Hilario further gained the police's trust by passing a lie detector test. The pond on the farm property was drained, and forensic experts collected bullets from the bottom. They matched the bullets fired in the Wamsley house, confirming that the 3 teenagers had indeed been practicing their marksmanship for several months, preparing for the crime. This evidence discredited Susanna's initial story, accusing Hilario of attacking the Wamsley couple. She was given another opportunity to tell the truth, and this time she directly implicated her best friend in a more detailed account. According to Susanna's new version, the 3 teenagers spent nights at a local cafe plotting their sinister plans. They calculated that, after Rick and Susie's deaths, Andrew would inherit over $1 million, a sum that would set them up for life. The friends envisioned living together, with Susanna quitting her hated low-paying job and buying a new car. They convinced Hilario to purchase a gun for them. After target practice on the farm, the group concluded that Susanna was the most accurate shooter among them. Their first plan involved shooting at Rick's Jeep's gas tank. If successful, this would have caused an explosion, potentially killing Rick and his family. However, the plan did not go as intended. The plan to eliminate the Wamsley family for financial gain started with an attempt to shoot at Rick's Jeep's gas tank. When that failed, the teenagers Andrew, Chelsea, and Susanna decided to break into the Wamsley house, intending to stage it as a robbery. Chelsea's frustration with Susanna led her to pressure Susanna into following through with the plan. Susanna, armed with a gun, was hidden in Andrew's bedroom closet. After several hours of indecision, she and the others proceeded with their plan early on December 11, 2003. Susanna shot Susie on the couch, then attempted to shoot Rick in the master bedroom, missing and waking him up. A struggle ensued, and Andrew took the gun from Susanna, delivering fatal shots to his father. Chelsea and Andrew then inflicted additional wounds on Rick before fleeing. Susanna's testimony, though initially inconsistent, became the cornerstone of the case against her friends. She confessed to her involvement and implicated Chelsea and Andrew in the crime. The investigation and subsequent trial revealed a complex web of deceit, manipulation, and betrayal among the teenagers. Chelsea Richardson, once seen as the mastermind, was convicted and sentenced to death. Her sentence was later commuted to life imprisonment after her defense argued that her best friend, Susanna, was the primary instigator. Andrew Wamsley received a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 2044, while Hilario Cardis, involved in the conspiracy but not the attack, was sentenced to 50 years. Susanna Tadano, who provided crucial testimony, was also convicted and will be eligible for parole in 2034. The tragic story highlights how ambition and envy can drive individuals to commit heinous acts.
Diving into another tragic story. Financial struggles can happen to anyone. Some people are able to overcome their difficulties quickly, while others might struggle for years. How someone handles these challenges is really important. Some people work hard, earning money through honest jobs, while others turn to crime for a fast way out. There's also a third group of people who choose to create controversial adult content, hoping to make a lot of money. While this kind of work isn't illegal, people in this industry, especially actresses, often face harsh criticism and judgment from society. Still, the promise of quick wealth and fame can sometimes make people overlook their moral values. Many of these individuals now work from home, setting up studios and doing live broadcasts. However, it's important to remember the serious emotional toll this work can have, often leading to heartbreaking consequences. The story of Carol Maly, a young mother and adult film actress, is a sad example of what can happen when someone chases fame and money in this industry. Carol didn't see her work as immoral. She was just trying to gain financial independence, planning to retire once she had enough to support herself and her young son. Sadly, she was never able to leave the industry, and her once admired body was tragically found dismembered on a rocky cliff. Let's take a closer look at Carol's early life. Carol Nicole Maly was born on September 19, 1995, in a small Italian province. She was the only child of her parents, Fabio and Josephine. Carol had Italian roots from her mother and Dutch heritage from her father. When she was just 4 years old, her parents divorced. She stayed with her mother while her father moved back to the Netherlands, remarried, and had more children. Josephine decided to stay in Italy and raise Carol on her own, as her ex-husband provided little support. They lived in a small town called Sesto Kenda in the province of V. Josephine worked several jobs to give Carol the best education and a better future. Carol grew up to be a beautiful, kind, and sociable young woman with many friends. She easily connected with people and had a natural charm. As a schoolgirl, she was very active, participating in sports, especially horseback riding, and also attended a dance studio. Carol was fluent in 3 languages, loved traveling across Europe, and enjoyed reading, allowing her to engage in conversations on almost any topic. As a teenager, she blossomed into a true beauty with a slim, feminine figure, attracting many admirers. She loved being the center of attention. After finishing school, Carol decided to pursue higher education and enrolled in a technical university to study industrial design, arts, and fashion. She quickly became one of the top students in her class, excelling in her studies. However, her life took an unexpected turn during her freshman year. Unexpected pregnancy. In 2020, when Carol was 20 years old, she developed a romantic relationship with a young man, a year older than her, who was studying architecture and design. In the fall of that year, Carol discovered that she was pregnant. The news shocked both her and the father, as they were both still students and unprepared for this life-changing event. Despite the surprise, Carol made the firm decision to keep the baby. In 2016, she and her boyfriend had a son, and their lives changed dramatically. They both had to leave school because they couldn't afford to support themselves and their newborn. They decided to move to Verona, hoping to find better opportunities to earn a living and take care of their new family. Carol took a job as a sales consultant at a large cosmetics and perfume retail chain. Shortly after their son turned 1, her boyfriend worked on various projects from home while also taking care of their child. New love. In mid-2019, Carol unexpectedly fell in love with another man named Angelo. They started a passionate affair, secretly meeting for about 6 months. The couple rented hotel rooms, exchanged messages late at night, and tried to spend every free moment together. However, just before the new year, the father of Carol's child found out about the affair. Feeling betrayed, he decided to end his relationship with Carol, leaving her to face the consequences of her actions. Maly believed that breaking up with her boyfriend was for the best, especially since she had already planned to leave him for her new boyfriend, Angelo. However, a new problem quickly arose. Angelo lived with his parents, and Carol couldn't move there with her child from her previous relationship. They decided to rent an apartment together, but then the coronavirus pandemic hit, and the young couple found themselves jobless and unable to afford their own place. In the end, Carol moved into Angelo's parents' house. She made the difficult decision to leave her 4-year-old son with his biological father temporarily, hoping the situation would improve so she could bring him to live with her. Unfortunately, things continued to worsen as a widespread self-isolation order was put in place. Everyone was confined to their homes, and Carol faced severe financial struggles during this challenging time. Angelo and his parents did their best to support her, but Carol could not contribute financially to her son's care. To make matters worse, Carol's mother was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and her condition worsened quickly. The medical costs for her mother's treatment added to Carol's financial burdens. Faced with this difficult situation, Carol realized she needed to find a way to earn money from home. Unexpected source of income. During the lockdown, Carol desperately searched for ways to support her son and her sick mother. She considered using social media and her YouTube channel, sharing her life during isolation and the struggles she was facing. However, her content didn't gain much attention, though her striking appearance did attract some attention. She received compliments from viewers and even some inappropriate proposals in the comments section. One subscriber suggested she try the platform OnlyFans, pointing out that her looks would be appreciated there and she could make money quickly. Carol, feeling desperate, decided to follow the advice. She created an account under the pseudonym Charlotte Angel and began posting revealing content, including intimate photos and short videos. It didn't take long for her to gather a significant following who were willing to pay for her content. This unexpected turn marked the beginning of Carol's new path. Carol quickly began earning well, but she kept the details of how she was making money hidden from her boyfriend and close relatives. She didn't share what she was doing or how much she was being paid. As time went on, her content became more explicit and sophisticated as she worked hard to please her fans. Surprisingly, Carol found that she enjoyed this line of work and became increasingly comfortable with it. She managed to keep her job a secret for about 6 months, but eventually someone she knew discovered her OnlyFans account. Rumors spread quickly, and soon, everyone knew how she was making a living. Carol wasn't too upset by the gossip. She even tried to defend her choice, claiming that her work was a form of art that brought in good money and fulfilled her needs. However, the conservative views of many in her community, especially in Italy, led to people judging her harshly. Friends and family members gradually distanced themselves, believing that her work was immoral and that associating with her could damage their own reputations. Carol saw this as prejudice and was confident that she would succeed. She believed that she would become wealthy and famous, eventually rising to the status of a well-known adult film star. As her popularity grew, adult film studios began to take serious interest in her. Several directors approached Carol with offers to star in their films, and she eagerly agreed. She participated in group shoots and public performances. When her boyfriend Angelo found out about her work, he was shocked. He had always believed Carol was working remotely as a designer, occasionally going to an office. He felt confused and didn't know how to respond, as he hadn't planned on breaking up with her. However, when his parents learned about the situation, they insisted he end the relationship immediately, fearing that her actions would ruin their family's reputation. By this time, Carol had earned enough money to rent her own apartment. Her OnlyFans account was thriving, and she was receiving regular offers from adult film directors. Her fees for shooting films were increasing as well. In interviews, Carol mentioned that she didn't plan to continue in the adult industry forever. She intended to finish her education and pursue a career as a designer or model. But for the moment, she was enjoying her work and was being well compensated for it. Despite her success, Carol often spoke about the constant moral pressure from those around her. The judgments and attempts to shame her caused emotional stress and psychological trauma. She defended her choices, calling her work art and advocating for every woman's right to choose their own profession without fear of judgment. At 25, Carol began a new chapter in her life. She entered into a relationship with a new partner, someone who took on a dominant role in her life, further complicating her emotional and personal journey. Carol decided to leave her adult film career and worked briefly as a sales consultant at a perfume boutique. However, her new path changed when she met 42-year-old banker David Fontana, a photographer specializing in nude styles. They connected online, and their initial meeting sparked a mutual attraction. Though married, David pursued a relationship with Carol, blending their romance with explicit photo sessions. David learned of Carol's past and encouraged her return to adult films, citing her talent. In March 2021, he divorced his wife to live with Carol, supporting her career and co-producing content for OnlyFans, taking a share of the profits. Carol's popularity soared, attracting offers from international studios. While David was jealous in daily life, he treated her work as professional, which she appreciated. Complications arose when Carol's ex, Angelo, reached out, expressing a desire to reconcile. Though Carol declined, they stayed in touch, angering David. His jealousy escalated to threats and an alleged car arson against Angelo. While a restraining order was issued, lack of evidence spared David legal consequences. Carol's career thrived as she traveled internationally, amassing over 30,000 subscribers on OnlyFans. She saved diligently, hoping to buy a home and reunite with her son. Here, Carol planned to leave the adult film industry, find a new job, and focus on raising her son. Meanwhile, she started making custom videos based on fan scripts, which became a lucrative venture. David Fontana continued assisting her with filming and editing, and they still shared a home and profits. In September 2021, Carol met actor Salvatore Galdo on a film set. Their on-screen partnership evolved into a secret romantic relationship. Fearing David's reaction, Carol waited for the right moment to end things with him. By year's end, Salvatore proposed with an engagement ring, and Carol joyfully accepted. Having saved enough money, she bought a home and planned to move in with her son and Salvatore. When she finally told David, he surprisingly accepted the news calmly. They agreed to complete their unfinished, prepaid projects before parting ways for good. The disappearance of Carol. In early 2022, Carol vanished. She stopped appearing in films, ceased online streams, and cut communication with colleagues. Most assumed she had quietly exited the industry, as she had planned. However, her disappearance concerned her friends and fiancé. Carol ignored calls but responded to messages, claiming she was fine and needed time to herself. She told Salvatore she had contracted COVID-19 and was self-isolating. This explanation seemed to satisfy him, and no alarms were raised. Her sudden withdrawal from her career and life left everyone puzzled, and the true story of her disappearance remained a mystery. Carol's social media activity became sporadic after her disappearance, with occasional posts and brief interactions. Her last updates included photos from a seaside vacation, shared without informing anyone. Gruesome discovery. On March 20, 2022, a passerby near Borno, Italy, noticed black trash bags on a rocky cliffside. Assuming it was discarded garbage, he approached and was horrified to see human fingers protruding from a torn bag. Police arrived to find 4 bags containing a dismembered body divided into 18 parts. Forensic analysis revealed it was a young woman who had died 2 months earlier, and the remains had been frozen before disposal. The body was intentionally mutilated to delay identification. Skin from areas likely covered by tattoos was burned, cut, or doused in acid. Despite this, fragments of the tattoos remained. Investigators matched these pieces to databases but found no local missing person reports fitting the description, raising suspicions that the victim was not from the area. Identification breakthrough. A news broadcast about the unidentified body prompted a response. An adult film actress contacted the police, recognizing the tattoos as belonging to her colleague Carol. This connection shocked the industry and confirmed that the victim was the once popular actress who had mysteriously vanished months earlier. The actress who identified the body explained that the deceased worked under the stage name Charlotte but didn't know her real name. This clue was critical. Once police had a clearer picture of the victim's life, they were able to confirm her real name and identity. Suspicious fiancé. When Carol's identity was revealed, it became public knowledge that she had recently gotten engaged to her colleague, Salvatore Galdo, shortly before disappearing. Strangely, Salvatore had never reported her missing, making him the first suspect. He was detained for questioning. Salvatore appeared devastated by the news of Carol's death and was confused about why he was being accused. He provided messages and social media interactions as proof that he had been in contact with her, even after her disappearance. According to him, Carol had told him she was isolating after contracting COVID-19, which is why he hadn't visited her. When asked why he didn't call to check on her or help during her illness, Salvatore claimed he had spoken to David Fontana, who assured him he was taking care of her. His story seemed fragmented and unconvincing, but it pointed police to a second suspect. David Fontana's involvement. Police didn't need to look far for David, as he showed up at the station the next day to report someone missing. He seemed unaware that Carol's body had been discovered and identified. When he realized she had been found and the investigation was underway, he panicked. David's nerves betrayed him. His story was inconsistent, and he contradicted himself repeatedly. He claimed that he and Carol had been very close but hadn't seen each other in months. When asked why he was only now reporting her missing, he had no explanation. The truth comes out. Under pressure from investigators, David finally confessed. He claimed Carol's death had been an accident. In early January, David and Carol were filming extreme content for a client who had paid a large sum of money. The script required David to tie her up, tape her mouth shut, put a bag over her head, and pretend to brutally beat and torture her with various tools, including a hammer. They had agreed he wouldn't actually harm her, and she would act as if she were in extreme pain. However, during the session, David claimed he misjudged a hammer blow and accidentally fractured her skull. When he removed the bag from her head, he saw that she was in her death throes. Instead of calling for help, He said he mercifully ended her suffering with another hammer blow. Panicked, David dismembered the body and stored the remains in a freezer for over 2 months before deciding to dispose of them. Piecing together the truth. The investigation uncovered a disturbing twist. The so-called client was actually David himself, using a fake account to lure Carol into the session. Investigators believe he planned the entire scenario as revenge after Carol decided to leave him. During the session, David forced Carol to reveal the password to her phone, which he claimed was part of the script. On January 11th, around 9 p.m., he delivered the fatal blow. The following day, he used Carol's credit card to buy a large freezer, as well as a saw and an axe from a hardware store. David then dismembered the body and made deliberate efforts to prevent identification. He removed tattoos by cutting off sections of skin and disfigured other parts of her body to obscure any identifying features. David wasn't done with his attempts to erase evidence. He tried to burn, shred, and completely destroy the remaining pieces of Carol's tattoos and any identifiable features. He then placed the body parts into bags and stored them in the freezer for over 2 months. During this time, David pretended Carol was alive. He communicated with her family and friends through her accounts and managed her social media, posting updates to create the illusion that she was fine. By late March, David believed enough time had passed, and it was safe to dispose of the remains. He took the bags to a remote cliffside, hoping they would either never be found or decompose to the point of being unidentifiable. However, his plan failed. Just 2 days later, the body was discovered, and police tracked him down within a week. Trial and verdict. One of the most shocking aspects of the case was that, for nearly 3 months, no one had reported Carol missing. Her family, friends, and even her fiancé accepted the messages and social media posts as proof she was alive. Even Salvatore, her fiancé, believed her claims of being sick and isolating, never visiting or raising the alarm. If anyone had reported her missing earlier, the police could have tracked her phone, which was with David the entire time, and solved the case sooner. At the trial, Fontana claimed he deeply regretted his actions and insisted that he loved Carol. He said her death was accidental and that he had even considered ending his own life afterward because of the grief. However, his explanation was seen as hollow and insincere, especially since he had planned the entire situation, including commissioning the violent video. On June 12, 2023, the court found Fontana guilty of manslaughter. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison and ordered to pay compensation of $200,000 to Carol's son, $100,000 to her mother, and $50,000 to the father of her child. Surprisingly, the court did not classify the killing as particularly cruel, and the dismemberment of the body was not treated as an aggravating factor. This means Fontana could potentially become eligible for parole in the future.
Jessica Wongso was born in 1988 in Jakarta, Indonesia, into an exceptionally wealthy family. The youngest of 3 children, she was raised by her parents, Imelda and Winardi Wongso, in an environment of extreme luxury. Her family owned a major company specializing in plastic imports, making them one of the largest plastic distributors in Indonesia. Her father was even nicknamed the Plastic King. In a country where most people live on an average income of around $4 a day, Jessica belonged to the privileged few. She always had more than she needed and never lacked for anything. In 2005, Jessica's parents moved to Sydney, Australia, as it was a key market for their business. They purchased a beautiful home in Double Bay, one of Sydney's most exclusive residential areas, where even a small plot of land could cost millions. For more space, Jessica's father bought 2 adjacent plots. However, for reasons unknown, Jessica did not move to Australia with her parents and siblings. She stayed behind in Jakarta to complete her high school education, surrounded by a staff of servants who took care of her every need. From a young age, Jessica was passionate about video games and showed a natural talent for painting, often spending hours absorbed in drawing. This passion eventually led her to pursue a degree in graphic design. After graduating from high school in 2007, Jessica moved to Sydney to live with her family and enrolled at the Billy Blue College of Design. Although her siblings were also in Australia, they led separate lives, and Jessica rarely saw them. As she started her university life, she made many friends. Her college friends described Jessica as a lively, silly girl who always entertained those around her with her humor and energy. It was during this time that Jessica met Myrna Salihin, another Indonesian student at the university. Like Jessica, Myrna also came from a wealthy family in Jakarta. Her father, Eddie Salihin, was a successful businessman. Myrna had a twin sister named Sandy and a long-term boyfriend, Ariev, who was studying in Melbourne while Myrna was in Sydney. Jessica and Myrna quickly became close friends, bonding over their shared backgrounds, love for design, and strong personalities. However, they also had their differences. While Jessica was outspoken and loved being the center of attention at every gathering, Myrna was shy, modest, and preferred a simpler, more low-key life. Moreover, unlike Jessica, Myrna's family was warm and close-knit. The university years were some of the most memorable for everyone. Jessica and Myrna often went out with two other classmates, Hani and Vera, who were also international students from wealthy families in Jakarta. Time passed, and eventually graduation day arrived. After graduation, Myrna returned to Jakarta with her boyfriend, while Jessica chose to stay in Australia with her family. In June 2015, Myrna visited Sydney for a holiday. She planned to meet her university friends and spend some time exploring the beautiful harbor city. Reconnecting with Jessica, they arranged to have dinner together. 4 years had passed since their graduation, and they had each gone their separate ways. While Myrna enjoyed a fulfilling life with her fiancé, they were newly engaged and planning their dream wedding, Jessica's life was less smooth. She was working in New South Wales and had a long-term boyfriend named Patrick, but their relationship was troubled by frequent arguments. Jessica confided that Patrick used prohibited substances and was prone to violence. She seemed to be struggling with mental health issues, becoming increasingly depressed and negative. The cheerful, lively Jessica from university was no longer there, and Myrna grew concerned for her friend. Being straightforward by nature, Myrna advised Jessica to break up with Patrick. It was clear from Jessica's stories that Patrick was not good for her and was having a detrimental effect on her well-being. However, Myrna could never have anticipated Jessica's reaction. Jessica became silent, offering no response to Myrna's advice. When Myrna finished speaking, Jessica abruptly stood up from the dining table and left the restaurant without saying goodbye. That day, Myrna learned a valuable lesson. Never advise someone on whether to marry or divorce. The friendship between Myrna and Jessica, already strained since graduation, now seemed beyond repair. Myrna told Ariev that she would only meet Jessica if other friends were present. Myrna felt uneasy about seeing Jessica alone, but Ariev reassured her not to overthink it. After all, Jessica was in Sydney and they were in Jakarta. They no longer had many mutual friends and life had moved on. In November 2015, just 5 months after the awkward encounter with Jessica, Myrna and Ariev celebrated their fairy tale wedding in Bali. The ceremony was beautiful, filled with friends and family, but notably, Jessica was not among the guests. Myrna, admired for her beauty, intelligence, and wealth, seemed to have it all: a loving husband and a life that appeared picture perfect. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Jessica's life was unraveling. In August 2015, she crashed her Audi A3 into a nursing home at 2 a.m. while intoxicated. The car plowed through a brick wall, stopping just inches from the elderly residents' sleeping quarters. Thankfully, no one was injured, but the accident caused chaos, and the year she had been hospitalized 5 times, struggling with a deep desire to end her life. Police and emergency services were frequent visitors to Jessica's home, often arriving just in time to prevent another tragedy. But by November, her boyfriend Patrick had reached his limit. He sought a restraining order to keep Jessica away, exhausted by her relentless harassment. Thousands of threatening messages, including promises to kill them both if he left her. Jessica also harassed Patrick's friends and family, leaving them all deeply concerned for their safety. Jessica's life continued to spiral as she drowned herself in alcohol and engaged in increasingly reckless behavior, which eventually cost her her job. Furious and feeling like she had nothing left, Jessica began to lash out. She sent threatening messages to her former manager, detailing how she could kill both the manager and the manager's mother. With her life in Sydney in ruins, no job, no relationship, and no stability, Jessica decided to return to Jakarta. To those around her, it seemed like she wanted to start fresh, but her decision was driven by something far darker. In early December 2015, Jessica created a WhatsApp group with Hani and Myrna, two of her old university friends. Hani was also living in Jakarta. Although Myrna was still upset and hadn't spoken to Jessica since their last encounter, Jessica's return to Jakarta set events in motion that no one could have anticipated. Myrna didn't respond to Jessica's messages right away. However, after Jessica's persistent pleas and with Hani's involvement, Myrna reluctantly agreed to meet. Jessica eagerly messaged the group, saying she would take care of the reservations and treat them to drinks. She even asked what everyone wanted to order. Myrna mentioned she liked Vietnamese iced coffee but said she would order it herself when she arrived. They planned to meet at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, January 6, 2016, at Oliver Coffee, a luxurious cafe in the Grand Indonesia Shopping Center. On the day of the meeting, Jessica arrived at 3:30 p.m., a full 90 minutes early. She spent some time wandering around, seemingly taking in her surroundings. In reality, Jessica was carefully observing the placement of the cafe's cameras. Eventually, she chose table number 54, a secluded spot by the wall out of direct view. By 4:15 p.m., Jessica returned with 3 shopping bags from the bags on the table. Jessica subtly adjusted them to block the camera's view. Soon after, she approached the bar and ordered 3 drinks, 2 cocktails and 1 Vietnamese iced coffee, paying for them in advance. When the server brought the drinks, Jessica ensured they were eat. Although the camera footage was blurry, her hand movements were noticeable. It appeared she was adding something to the coffee. Once she was done, Jessica stashed the bags behind her chair and returned to her seat. Myrna and Hani arrived at the cafe at 5:15 p.m., 15 minutes later than planned. Jessica quickly urged Myrna to try the coffee. Unaware of what was to come, Myrna took a sip. Almost immediately, she knew something was wrong. She waved her hands frantically, telling Hani that the coffee tasted terrible. Though she barely touched the drink, that single sip was enough to seal Myrna's fate. Less than a minute later, Myrna's head snapped back in what would be her final movement. She began to vomit, foam at the mouth, and convulse before collapsing to the ground, all within minutes. Chaos ensued. Servers and the manager quickly came over to help while Hani desperately tried to wake Myrna, who was completely unconscious. The manager told the staff to call an ambulance and bring oxygen tanks. As other customers watched in shock, Hani screamed and cried uncontrollably. Only Jessica stayed eerily calm and emotionless. Later, the restaurant manager told the police that she first thought Myrna was having an epileptic seizure. But Jessica immediately glared at her and accused, "What did you guys put in the coffee?" The manager, confused and offended, wondered why Jessica would blame them for tampering with the drink. Jessica's accusation made the manager suspicious, so she told the staff to seal the coffee cup as evidence. If Jessica hadn't spoken up, this key piece of evidence might have been thrown away. Meanwhile, Hani called Arif, telling him that Myrna was having a seizure and foaming at the mouth. Arif was filled with panic and rushed to the hospital, but by the time he arrived, Myrna had passed away. The doctors did everything they could, but it was too late. Arif was heartbroken. Just 2 months after their wedding, his future with Myrna was gone. Myrna Salihin died at 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday, January 6, 2016. Her family and friends were in shock, struggling to understand how a healthy young woman could suddenly die. Just 2 months earlier, they had celebrated her wedding, and now they were gathered around her coffin in grief. The suddenness of her death, along with the strange circumstances, immediately raised suspicions. At the funeral, Jessica's strange behavior stood out. She seemed irritated and didn't shed a single tear, which made people wonder even more. Why had she insisted that Myrna drink the coffee? Why had she ordered it 45 minutes before they arrived? Why choose a table hidden from one camera's view and blocked by the shopping bags from another? Sadly, everything happened so quickly that no one thought to search Jessica that day. Security footage showed that while everyone else was panicking and trying to help Myrna, Jessica stood off to the side, looking around and scratching her thigh. Experts later guessed that the itching on Jessica's hand might have been caused by contact with cyanide. When asked to hand over her trousers for testing, Jessica claimed she had thrown them away because Myrna had vomited on them. But in reality, Jessica never went near Myrna after the poisoning. She just stood back, showing no emotion, and did nothing to help. It's hard to believe that a friend, a young woman like Jessica, could be capable of such a terrible act. But her cold, distant behavior and suspicious actions left many wondering what she was really capable of. The manager handed Myrna's coffee to the police for investigation. 3 days later, the test results came back. The police confirmed that the coffee contained a deadly amount of cyanide. In Indonesia, where most people are Muslim, religious beliefs often discourage autopsies. In criminal cases, the police need the family's permission to perform one. At first, Myrna's family was hesitant to allow the autopsy because they didn't want her body to be disturbed. However, the investigators worked hard to convince the family, promising that the procedure would be done with great care. Eventually, the family agreed to let the police take some samples, but they did not allow a full autopsy. On the evening of Saturday, January 9th, 3 days after Myrna's death, the autopsy was conducted, and the findings were completed by the next morning. The results showed that Myrna's stomach had bled and contained a small amount of cyanide. However, the toxicology tests found no cyanide in other parts of her body. Thanks to the manager's smart decision to have the staff seal the coffee cup, the police had solid evidence. The murder weapon was a coffee cup laced with cyanide. The question then arose: how did Jessica get cyanide? Acquiring cyanide legally is difficult, but many believed that Jessica, being smart, might have bought it on the black market. However, the police found no evidence that Jessica had ever obtained cyanide. The case shook the entire nation of Indonesia, drawing massive public interest and media attention. People followed the case closely, discussing it as if it were a crime thriller. From that point on, many rumors began to spread. After security camera footage quickly circulated on social media, most people suspected Jessica. But the big question remained: why? What was her motive? Some speculated that Jessica had unrequited feelings for Myrna and decided to seek revenge after learning that Myrna had married Ariev. Others suggested Jessica acted out of anger because she wasn't invited to the wedding and felt left out as Myrna became closer to Hani and Vera. Ariev, Myrna's husband, thought that Jessica was upset because Myrna had advised her to break up with her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Sandy, Myrna's sister, believed that Jessica killed Myrna out of jealousy. She envied everything Myrna had that she didn't, not just wealth, but also a loving husband, a happy family, and close friends in Jakarta. However, all of these were just speculations. The true motive behind Jessica's actions might only be known to her. Indonesian police contacted the Australian authorities to access Jessica's criminal record while she lived in Australia. Since Australia has laws against the death penalty, the police agreed to share the files on the condition that Jessica would not face the death penalty if found guilty. The Indonesian authorities agreed, and it turned out that Jessica's record in Australia was far from clean. She was mentioned in 13 police reports for offenses like threatening others, driving under the influence, and even having her ex-boyfriend file a restraining order against her. On June 15, 2016, 6 months after Myrna's death, the trial of the century began at the Central Jakarta Court. Jessica showed no signs of guilt or sadness. In fact, she was quite the opposite. If you only looked at the footage, you might think her, often smiling at the judge and looking confident that she would be acquitted. Her wealthy family hired over 15 of Indonesia's top lawyers to defend her. The defense argued that no cyanide was found in Myrna's liver, lungs, or urine. Only a small amount was detected in her stomach, which they suggested could have been naturally produced after death. They also claimed that a full autopsy was needed to determine the exact cause of death, while the examiners had only studied tissue and fluid samples. Jessica's lawyers even suggested Myrna's death could have been from an undiagnosed illness. The police, however, never proved that Jessica possessed cyanide. On October 5, 2016, the packed courtroom and the entire nation held their breath as the final verdict was read. Jessica was ultimately found guilty and sentenced to 20 years in prison. The courtroom erupted in applause and sighs of relief. Due to an agreement with Australian authorities, Jessica avoided the death penalty by firing squad. For many Indonesians watching the lives of the ultra-wealthy like Jessica and Myrna, this case highlighted that even the rich face their own troubles and unhappiness. Afterward, Vietnamese iced coffee became a popular drink in cafes across the city, though it carried a dark association that no one really wanted to talk about.
We're diving into a case that captivated the world, the tragic story of Caroline Crouch. At just 15, she thought she had found her fairy tale romance, but what followed was a nightmare that would end in unimaginable tragedy. How did a love story spiral into such darkness? Stick around as we unravel this shocking tale, filled with twists and turns that will leave you questioning everything. If you're intrigued, make sure to like, comment, and share this video. Your support means the world and helps us bring more stories like this to light. Many teenage girls dream of finding the one, the love of their life. They imagine eloping, sharing secret vows, and embarking on a lifelong adventure together. Caroline Crouch was no different. At just 15 years old, this bright high schooler found herself captivated by a dashing 27-year-old pilot who would fly his helicopter right over her school, capturing her imagination and heart. He won her over, and soon after, they eloped and tied the knot. But what began as a storybook romance would soon unravel into a global tragedy. On Tuesday, May 11, 2021, at around 4:30 a.m., Haralambasa Annapolis, known as Bobby's, was shaken high awake in a terrifying moment. At the time of the incident, he had rented a 2-story maisonette in Galicia, a suburb on the outskirts of Athens, Greece. Bobby's had little time to react as 3 men with their faces hidden by hoods stormed in and overpowered him. Armed with pistols, they tied him up and blindfolded him with duct tape. Bobby's couldn't do much as the intruders turned their attention to his wife, 19-year-old Caroline. Their 11-month-old daughter, who'd been sleeping nearby, was woken by the commotion. The men, speaking in Greek and Albanian accents, kept demanding to know where the money was. Caroline had no idea that what looked like a robbery would soon end in her murder. Caroline Crouch was born on July 12, 2001, in Athens, to retired engineer David Crouch and Susan Della Costa. When she was 8, her family relocated to the island of Alanissos, where she was raised. David and Susan had fallen in love with the coastal lifestyle. Caroline quickly adapted to her beachside surroundings and developed a love for swimming and scuba diving. She met Babbies during a Good Friday parade in 2017. At the time, Babbies was a commercial helicopter pilot, and Caroline was only 15. 3 years later, on July 15, 2019, they married in Portugal. A few days before her murder, Babbies and Caroline had purchased a plot of land. They planned to build their dream home there, a place for them and their infant daughter. Caroline had received 50,000 euros as a gift from her parents to buy the land. The couple also had about 10,000 euros in cash, hidden in their home for construction costs. At the time, many people in Greece didn't trust banks due to the ongoing financial crisis, which made storing cash at home a common practice. Caroline likely believed it was safer this way and had no reason to fear what would happen next. On May 11th, the situation turned dire. Babbies, Caroline, and their daughter were filled with dread as the intruders demanded to know where they kept their savings. In a desperate attempt to save their lives, Babis revealed where the money was hidden, in an unusual spot. The men opened the Monopoly board game and took all the money the couple had stashed away for their future home. But they weren't finished. The intruders continued to roam the house, grabbing jewelry and other valuables, while Babis and Caroline, terrified, pleaded for their lives and that of their daughter. Babis could hear his wife's terrified screams as the men pointed a gun at their infant. Though blindfolded, Babis fought against his restraints, but the ropes around his neck were so tight that he repeatedly lost consciousness. When he finally regained his senses, the men were gone. The only sound left in the house was the desperate crying of his daughter. It took Babis roughly 30 minutes to reach his phone, and using his nose, he managed to dial emergency services. Once connected, he frantically called for help, begging them to send an ambulance and providing his location. Because his mouth was covered with duct tape, Babis's entire call to emergency services was filled with muffled words. The operator on the other end asked him to explain what had happened, but all he could manage to say was, "Robbers came in." By this time, an hour and a half had passed since the intruders had broken into Babis and Caroline's home. First responders arrived at the scene around 6 a.m., quickly rushing up the front steps to get inside. What they encountered was nothing short of horrific. The living room and kitchen had been completely ransacked. Drawers were left wide open, with clothes and other belongings scattered throughout the space. Among the chaos was an open Monopoly box, the very one in which Babis and Caroline had hidden their money. The responders also found a security camera lying on the couch, apparently ripped off the wall. However, its memory card was missing. Tragically, hanging from the staircase was the body of the couple's white and brown husky puppy, who had been strangled with her own leash. Babis was found on the floor of the main bedroom, his eyes and mouth still covered in duct tape, with his hands and feet tied behind him. On the bed, lying face down, was Caroline Crouch. Their infant daughter sat beside her mother, crying and clapping her hands, trying to wake her up. Caroline was already declared dead by the time first responders arrived. The baby, although visibly distressed, appeared unharmed. However, it didn't take long for first responders to notice Caroline's pale complexion, confirming that she had been murdered. Babis went into visible shock when he was freed from his restraints and saw the lifeless body of his wife, the woman he had loved for the last 5 years. Authorities immediately secured the safety of the infant and began questioning Babis. Based on his account and the state of the crime scene, the presence of 4 men was determined. Police concluded that 3 men had entered the home while a 4th stood guard outside. Investigators pieced together the sequence of events leading up to the murder and escape as follows. 1. The intruders approached the house using a dirt road that led to the back entrance. 2. After failing to break in through the back door, they removed the security pins from a basement window and entered the home. 3. Once inside, they killed Roxy, the family's 7-month-old husky. The murder weapon? Her own leash. 4. The intruders then made their way into the main bedroom where Babis and Caroline had been sleeping. 5. They ransacked the home, finding the money hidden in the Monopoly box. 6. Before leaving, they murdered Caroline by suffocating her with a pillow. Since Babis was drifting in and out of consciousness, the intruders may have assumed he had died and left the scene, believing they had no witnesses. As for Caroline's death, it was revealed that her ordeal lasted approximately 6 minutes. Bruises found on her body indicated signs of a struggle, while marks on her lips and tongue suggested sharp objects had been used. There were no signs of sexual assault. The investigation continued. Despite the extensive damage done to the home, the intruders left behind very little evidence. The only notable clue was the hood of one of the attackers found at the scene. Based on Babis's recounting of the event, police concluded that the hood likely fell off while Babis struggled to fight back. Although a small detail in such a significant case, this clue provided Babis with a brief glimpse of one of the attackers. He was able to describe an overweight, dark-skinned man of tall stature, leading authorities to create a sketch. Despite being disoriented, Babis also identified 2 firearms used by the intruders, a black pistol and a silver Colt. Details from the investigation revealed that the attackers had escaped with 10,000 euros in cash and jewelry worth 20,000 euros. Investigators believed the crime was carried out by professional criminals who had observed the family for some time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A police spokesperson described the attack as brutal and violent, and categorized it as an act of individuals with no empathy and a deeply antisocial personality. As the investigation progressed, numerous speculations arose, adding new layers of complexity to the case. One question lingered in everyone's mind. If money was the motive, why was the murder necessary? Other theories suggested the intruders may have been high on drugs, unable to control their actions, or perhaps Caroline had recognized one of them. Caroline, a skilled black belt in kickboxing, may have resisted and fought back, forcing the intruders to silence her. There were also suggestions that Caroline may have screamed when she saw her 11-month-old daughter held at gunpoint. While much of this remained speculative, investigators were certain about one thing. The attack was premeditated. They reasoned that the intruders must have known about the money hidden in the home. This led police to question members of Babby's and Caroline's inner circle, suspecting that the gang had received a tip. In addition to these interrogations, security footage from nearby homes and businesses was thoroughly reviewed for more clues. In the surveillance footage, authorities spotted a dark-colored car, followed closely by a motorcycle, and cruising near the couple's home on the morning of the murder. Caroline Crouch was laid to rest just 3 days after her tragic death. Her final resting place was the Greek island of Alonissos, where her parents had fallen in love and where she spent her childhood. Babys paid his respects to his late wife, saying he felt fortunate to have met Caroline, even more fortunate that she loved him, and luckiest of all that she was the mother of his daughter. He went on to express his sorrow that their daughter would grow up without ever knowing her mother. He described Caroline as the light of his life, adding that she would always be with him through their daughter. While Caroline's funeral was taking place, police made a routine stop in northeastern Greece, pulling over a car. Inside was a 36-year-old Georgian national, Georgi Haradishvili, heading toward the Bulgarian border. He handed over his passport, but it was quickly flagged as a counterfeit. Who was this man, and what connection did he have to Caroline's death? Investigators soon uncovered that this man was Georgi Haradishvili, a known criminal with a violent past and a string of prior convictions. He was wanted for 12 home burglaries committed across Athens over the last 6 months. What made him a suspect in Caroline's murder was that 3 of these crimes had occurred near her and Babis's neighborhood. One of those burglaries took place in December, when Haradishvili and 3 accomplices broke into a home through a back window, much like the attack on Bobby's in Carolina. In that incident, they violently dragged a woman by her hair and threatened to slit her throat. The robbers left with 10,000 euros in cash and jewelry. Their next robbery was on March 7th, just 2 months before Babby's and Caroline became targets. During this attack, they tied up 4 victims, including an elderly couple and their housekeeper, stealing money and valuables worth a substantial amount. If this pattern of crimes wasn't enough to link Haradishvili to the murder, consider this. He bore a striking resemblance to the sketch based on Babby's description of one of the intruders. The mounting evidence against Haradishvili included his history of violent break-ins, his attempt to flee the country, and his resemblance to the suspect in the sketch. With all this evidence in hand, the police felt certain they had their culprit. Haradishvili was apprehended and subjected to 4 days of intense interrogation, during which more aggressive methods were used to extract answers. He was repeatedly questioned about how he got to the scene, entered the house, and murdered Caroline. These methods left him with a concussion. Despite this, Haradishvili stood firm, claiming he had never heard of Caroline Crouch. In the end, the police's evidence against him crumbled, proving he wasn't the man they were after. Haradishvili was cleared of any involvement in the murder. As a result, 3 officers from the Athens homicide unit were demoted. Shifting focus, the police turned their attention to a local Albanian crime syndicate. Their initial list of suspects was around 100 names, but they soon narrowed it down to 10 individuals, all of whom were part of a criminal network known as the Red List. Babis was shown mugshots of these men, but authorities withheld further information. The investigation dragged on, and public frustration began to grow, especially as racially motivated crimes continued to rise. Information about Caroline's case was so limited that even a substantial monetary reward went unclaimed. The citizens of Athens were gripped with fear, unsure who might be next. Experts cited in the media said this was no ordinary case. If it had been, it would have been solved by now. Some details that surfaced from the investigation revealed no DNA or fingerprints left behind. Caroline's family, though devastated, expressed their gratitude for the continued efforts to find justice. Babies told reporters that he wished no one else would ever have to endure what he was going through. He publicly supported the police investigation and made frequent media appearances to keep Caroline's case in the public eye. He was even active on social media, responding to messages and thanking people for their support. Then, 37 days after Caroline was brutally murdered, a breakthrough finally came. A small memorial service was being held for Caroline on Alonisos, and among the mourners, a detective was spotted. After the service ended, investigators discreetly approached Babis and requested that he accompany them to Athens. The detectives had new information and asked Babis to help identify a suspect. Without knowing what was coming, Babis agreed. By this time, investigators had followed numerous leads and uncovered key details from the night of Caroline's death. These details didn't add up. Babis had told police that the intruders broke in through a basement window, but the window was too small for the attacker's build, as Babis had described. He also claimed the house had been ransacked, yet neighbors reported hearing no such disturbance. The only sounds that night were of the couple's puppy in distress. There were no sounds of a house being torn apart, no cries for help, no infant wailing. Moreover, Babis claimed the memory card from the living room security camera had been removed by the intruders, but data showed the card had actually been taken out at 1:20 a.m., hours before the supposed break-in. Caroline's smartwatch, which tracked her heart rate, showed her pulse at 3:58 a.m., was normal, indicating she was sleeping, but by 4:05 a.m., it had spiked by 50%, showing she was in severe distress. By 4:11 a.m., her pulse had stopped completely, long before Babis claimed the murder took place. Babis, on the other hand, had a fitness app on his phone that revealed he had been moving around during the time he said he was bound and unable to act. Police even tried to reenact how Babis supposedly dialed emergency services with his nose, but no one could replicate it. Investigators also discovered that on the night of her death, Caroline had attempted to book a hotel for herself and her baby. A text message to a friend showed she was threatening to leave Babis. Back when Babis first met Caroline, he'd been vacationing on Alonisos. His mother, a teacher at Caroline's school, also lived on the island. Babis was charismatic, sharp, and financially comfortable. He caught Caroline's attention by flying a helicopter over her school, something that might seem like a fantasy for many teenage girls. But for Caroline, this dream would soon become a nightmare. She thought she had found the perfect match and even told her family how happy she was. Babis proposed after a year and a half of dating, and although Caroline was still underage, she turned 18 3 days later. The couple married and settled in Galiuna, with Caroline attending college in Athens while Babis continued his work as a pilot. On social media, the couple projected an image of a joyful, loving relationship, but Caroline's private diary told a much darker story. In her entries, she often questioned her relationship with Babis. In 2019, she wrote about a severe argument, stating she had considered leaving him and going to stay with her sister. She wasn't sure if she could continue with him. Over time, Babis became increasingly manipulative and controlling. This behavior could be traced back to their unconventional wedding. When Babis and Caroline wed, they skipped the traditional Greek ceremony full of family and friends, opting instead for a secret elopement. What might have seemed like a romantic gesture was, in reality, the first step in isolating her. The isolation continued once they returned home, where Babis was the sole provider, while Caroline, a student, had little money of her own. Caroline's mother, Suzanne, sent some money, but even that was taken by Babis. In her diary, Caroline wrote that she loved Babis too much to leave him, even though the relationship was hurting her. One entry detailed a tearful confrontation where she expressed her desire to leave, but since she was pregnant, she felt she couldn't. Caroline wrote, "I stayed for the sake of my daughter so she wouldn't grow up without two parents." Another entry dated July 2020 read, "Today my little girl is 1 month old. I told Babbies I want to leave. I feel awful." The diary also mentioned a house in Halandri, Athens. What started as a fairy tale romance for Caroline had turned into a dark abyss of pain, despair, and isolation, one she could never escape. Phone records from the hours leading up to her murder revealed heated, argumentative texts between her and Babbies, painting a picture of how distant and toxic their relationship had become. Investigators finally informed Babbies that he was now the prime suspect in his wife's murder. Overwhelming evidence laid bare the inconsistencies in his story. After 8 hours of interrogation, Babbies broke down and confessed. Though his confession was still riddled with lies, he claimed that on the night of May 10th, he and Caroline had argued about their daughter, with Caroline threatening to take her and leave. Babbies said he lost control because his daughter was his whole world. He claimed that during the argument, Caroline threw their baby into the crib and ordered him to leave the house. He alleged that she became violent, pushing and hitting him, and that in a moment of rage, his judgment clouded. From there, Babbies lashed out, strangling Caroline and smothering her with a pillow until she died. A cold-blooded murder in front of their 11-month-old child. Babbies admitted that he considered disposing of the body, but quickly realized that wasn't possible. It was then that the idea of staging a break-in came to him. To make it believable, he killed the family dog, placed his baby next to Caroline's lifeless body, and tied himself up with duct tape. Babbies said he deserved to be punished, apologizing to those he had hurt. While he admitted his actions were inexcusable, he tried to shift the blame onto Caroline, claiming her actions had made him unstable. All that remained was their daughter, who would now grow up without ever knowing her mother, a little girl who would never remember the woman she lost, brutally taken from her by the man she once loved. This case, later dubbed the murder that fooled the world, exposed Babbies' confidence in getting away with his crime. So confident, in fact, that he didn't bother destroying key evidence. By May 2022, Babbies was convicted of premeditated murder, obstruction of justice, perjury, and animal cruelty.
We're looking at a scary event from the summer of 1985 in London. It was a sunny and warm time, full of peaceful nature. But at 3:30 in the morning on August 7th, Jeremy Bamber, who lived at White House Farm, got a sudden phone call. His foster father was on the line sounding panicked. Jeremy couldn't understand what his father was saying, but he heard something about his sister having a gun and behaving strangely. Jeremy called the police right away and told them about the scary conversation. The police arrived an hour and a half later following Jeremy. Everything seemed strangely quiet when they got there, which was suspicious considering what Jeremy had told them on the phone. Because they thought there might be weapons involved, the police decided not to rush in. This is their usual tactic. They usually wait for a situation to calm down, or for a special unit to handle it. So, they stayed back from the house, keeping a safe distance. Jeremy was with the police, and they asked him to explain what happened at the Bamber house the night before. Jeremy said that they had dinner together as a family with a small disagreement, but nothing serious. He mentioned leaving his pistol and a .22 caliber carbine with his parents, both loaded and working. A special team arrived and found all doors and windows locked except one in the master bedroom. They tried to talk through a loudspeaker for 2 hours, but only heard a dog barking. 3 hours later, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the SWAT team finally entered. Inside, they found chaos. Neville Bamber, Jeremy's father, was deceased in the kitchen. He had many bruises, a broken nose and jaw, and 8 bullet wounds, 6 in the head. It was clear he couldn't survive. Next to him was a phone with its receiver removed and bullets nearby. The police were shocked, but continued to search the house carefully, starting on the first floor. They had to move quietly because the old floors creaked, making noise. On the first floor, there were no other people, but in 2 bedrooms on the second floor, 4 more bodies were discovered. June, Sheila, and 2 young boys named Daniel and Nicholas. They had all been killed by gunshots. June had been shot 7 times, Daniel and Nicholas 5 and 3 times respectively. Sheila was found near her parents' bedroom with 2 bullet wounds under her chin and a gun in her hands. The total number of bullets used to kill the family members raised questions. Was it possible that someone intentionally targeted the Bamber family, and what could the motive be? Could the real culprit be trying to mislead the police? Answers to these questions were needed urgently, so authorities began investigating and researching the history of all members of the deceased family. The county of Essex, where the Bambers lived, is close to busy and crowded London, yet it offers tranquility and relaxation to its residents. The county is known for its natural beauty, with green meadows, clear lakes, and medieval castles attracting visitors. This peaceful environment likely drew the Bamber family, who purchased White House Farm to fulfill their dream. In 1949, at the age of 25, June married Neville, and they moved to the farm to build a prosperous family. Neville, a veteran of the Royal Air Force, became a magistrate in the local court. Despite facing challenges, such as June's struggle with infertility, the couple remained hopeful. Eventually, they decided to adopt 2 children from an orphanage, showing their determination to create a loving family. At just 3 months old, Sheila became part of their family, and later, at 6 months old, Jeremy joined them. June and Neville proved to be loving and caring parents, filling their children's lives with affection and attention. They ensured their children received an excellent education at prestigious private schools, thanks to their prosperous financial situation. Despite the opportunities provided, Jeremy showed a withdrawn personality from childhood and preferred solitude. His rebellious nature became evident in elementary school, where he struggled academically, leading his parents to send him to boarding school when he was 9 years old. Boarding school life was challenging due to strict discipline, but it possibly contributed to positive changes in Jeremy's character. He excelled academically at university, becoming more composed, which made his parents proud. After university, Neville offered Jeremy a job on a farm in England, which he accepted eagerly. Upon his return in 1982, his parents provided him with comfortable accommodations, including a cottage, a car, and a good salary. They also expected him to support them in their old age. Despite outward success, tensions arose within the family due to religious differences. June, a deeply religious woman, struggled emotionally because her children didn't share her beliefs. Her attempts to guide them towards faith were unsuccessful, leading to family discord and contributing to her depression. Sheila, June and Neville's daughter, also struggled with mental health issues, influenced by her mother's depression. Unlike her calm brother Jeremy, Sheila was drawn to the fashion world and dreamed of becoming a model. However, June strongly opposed the idea, refusing to entertain the thought of her daughter entering show business. At 17, Sheila shocked her parents by announcing her pregnancy. June faced a difficult decision: forbid Sheila from having a child out of wedlock, which went against their religious beliefs, or push her to have an abortion, also against their faith. Ultimately, June distanced herself from the decision, leaving it to Sheila, but insisting that no one in the family should know if she chose to terminate the pregnancy. This strained their relationship. In 1977, Sheila married Colin Cuffell, the father of her unborn child, despite her parents' objections. They had twins, Nicholas and Daniel. However, Sheila's suspicions of Colin's infidelity led to divorce, worsening her mental health. She spent time in a psychiatric hospital, undergoing electroshock therapy like her mother. Meanwhile, her sons were placed in an orphanage for nearly 2 years. Sheila's mental state deteriorated further, leading to anxiety and paranoid schizophrenia. In contrast, Jeremy, who had caused problems in the past, found happiness on the farm. In 1985, Sheila reunited with Colin, and they brought their sons to visit June and Neville at the farm. They planned to stay for a week before Colin and the boys travelled to Norway. On Tuesday, August 6, 1985, everyone gathered at the beautiful White House farmhouse for what would tragically be the last dinner of the Bamber family. A few days later, the family's funeral took place, and Jeremy attended, deeply affected by the loss. However, during this time, Jeremy's behavior began to raise suspicions. Relatives of the Bambers reported strange behavior from Jeremy to the authorities. Despite grieving, Jeremy would sometimes make odd remarks, referring to himself as the boss and displaying an unusual smile, hinting at a sense of satisfaction. These observations prompted authorities to investigate further. The ill-fated evening seemed normal at first, a family dinner with a joyful atmosphere and good food. However, tension arose when Neville and June suggested that Sheila send her children back to the orphanage, implying she couldn't care for them properly. Sheila reacted sharply, expressing her independence in making decisions about her children. At 9:30 p.m., Jeremy left for his house, while Barbara Wilson, the farm secretary, called with a work-related issue. Neville answered, displaying unusual irritability with loud voices and arguing heard in the background. An uncommon occurrence for the Bambers, surprising Barbara. Barbara couldn't figure out the cause of the argument, as Neville quickly ended the call. The next morning, all family members in the house were found shot dead, except for Jeremy, who was left alive. He couldn't hide his tears, and investigators respected his emotions, giving him time to recover before questioning him. Jeremy cooperated fully, sharing all available information, including his sister's life struggles and the dinner conflict on August 6th. Initially, it seemed that Sheila, influenced by her mental state and upset by her parents' remark, committed the desperate act of violence. Investigators believed that Sheila, overwhelmed by the intrusion into her privacy, lost control and turned to gun violence, shooting the family before taking her own life. Evidence, such as the weapon found pointing towards her chin, supported this theory. The detective's actions afterward might seem odd in hindsight. However, doubts arose when Jeremy's girlfriend Julie questioned his innocence. She revealed that on the night of August 7th, Jeremy called her, mentioning farm issues, but abruptly hung up when she pressed for details. Additionally, some peculiar details emerged. She remembered Jeremy complaining about his family several times before the tragedy, expressing exhaustion with his in-laws. But the most shocking part of her testimony was about the Bamber will. Apparently, the Bambers had a will stating that all their property would be divided equally between their children, with Sheila's share to be rewritten in favor of her twins. This upset Jeremy, and he openly shared his dislike for this idea with his friend. According to Julie, Neville's will also stated that Jeremy had to work on the farm to receive his share of the inheritance. But the most alarming revelation was when Jeremy supposedly expressed his desire to kill his family and blame it on Sheila, who was mentally unstable. He even acted out a scene in front of the police, trying to appear as a witness to the tragedy. Julie admitted to telling the police about this not only to help the investigation, but also out of a desire for revenge, as she had learned about Jeremy's affair. In an attempt to divert suspicion from himself, Jeremy falsely implicated a plumber he claimed to have hired. However, this plan failed when the plumber provided a solid alibi, narrowing down the list of suspects to Jeremy himself. Despite being temporarily arrested, Jeremy was released due to a lack of solid evidence against him. Surprisingly, the police allowed him to travel abroad, even though his financial situation had significantly improved after inheriting his parents' wealth. He wasted no time and went on vacation to Saint-Tropez, France, and sold his father's car a few days before departing. Jeremy's cousins urged authorities to reconsider the theory that Sheila was the perpetrator. They even approached the police and media, but their efforts were dismissed by the deputy head of the CID. Undeterred, one of the cousins secretly investigated the scene himself, driven by doubts about Sheila's involvement. He managed to gain access to the house and found a shocking piece of evidence, a silencer for a .22 caliber carbine with traces of blood in a closet. This discovery led him to new conclusions. The length of the weapon, including the silencer, suggested that Sheila couldn't have used it to shoot herself. This indicated that Sheila couldn't have been part of the crime. Since she was shot twice and bleeding, it would have been impossible for her to remove the silencer and hide it in the closet. However, if she fired the gun without the silencer, why were there blood traces on it? This suggested that the silencer was indeed used during the crime. On September 29th, Jeremy returned home and was promptly arrested and charged with the murder of his family. The trial began on October 3, 1986, at Chelmsford Crown Court. Throughout the trial, Jeremy appeared arrogant in the dock. Prosecutors accused him of lying, and phone technicians confirmed that the Bamber home's phone line was busy that night. Key testimony came from the medical examiner, who noted injuries on Neville's body, indicating he had resisted blows. The examiner suggested that Neville had been beaten with the .22 caliber carbine. Given Sheila's frailty, it seemed unlikely she could have inflicted such serious injuries on her father. It appeared more probable that Jeremy was capable of such violence, especially as Neville's body showed numerous bruises. It's evident that Sheila must have endured some blows during the struggle, yet there were no signs of beatings or bruises on her body. Jeremy's lawyers argued that despite her mental issues, Sheila was physically capable of committing the crime. They pointed to her experience with guns and excellent shooting skills as evidence. Furthermore, Sheila's blood appeared fresher than that of other family members, suggesting she might have killed them before taking her own life, either as a realization of her actions or in response to the approaching police. The prosecution countered these theories by pointing out that the silencer with Sheila's blood on it was found in the closet instead of on the carbine. This undermined the defense's arguments. With no solid counterpoints, the defense struggled against the prosecution's case. According to the prosecution, Jeremy's motive was anger over the divided will, driven by financial reasons. On the day of the incident, witnesses saw Sheila behaving normally and the housekeeper didn't notice anything unusual. This testimony weakened the defense's position further. The farm clerk phoned Neville around 9:30 p.m., sensing that she had interrupted an argument. She noted Neville's unusual annoyance before hanging up, an uncharacteristic reaction from him as he was typically calm. Around 10:12 p.m., Jeremy left his in-laws' house and returned home late at night. He used a bicycle borrowed from his mother to avoid detection, taking a route away from the main road. Jeremy entered the house through an open window on the first floor, where he found a preloaded gun. In his parents' bedroom, he shot and killed his sister June. When he aimed at Neville, his father woke up and struggled to defend himself. They fought downstairs, leading to Neville's death in the kitchen. Returning to the bedroom, Jeremy killed Sheila and her children to frame her for the crime. He placed the carbine in Sheila's hands to make it appear as if she was responsible. Afterward, Jeremy returned home, first calling his friend Julie, nearly giving himself away with excitement, then contacting the police, claiming his father had called him. However, this call raised suspicions during the investigation. If Neville was in danger, he likely would have contacted the police directly rather than calling his son. Additionally, despite Jeremy's claims, there was no blood on the phone in the Bamber house, suggesting Neville wasn't injured at the time of the call. This suggested that the telephone receiver in the house had been removed as part of staging the crime scene. Jeremy's behavior also raised suspicions. Why didn't he rush to the scene after his father supposedly called? Given the circumstances, it was his family involved. Considering all known facts, the jury deliberated on the verdict. The judge highlighted 3 key questions for them to consider: whether to believe Julie Mugford or Jeremy Bamber if they were convinced Sheila didn't commit the crime, and whether the second fatal shot at Sheila was fired with a silencer. After over 9 hours of deliberation, on October 28th, the jury unanimously found Jeremy Bamber guilty by a majority vote of 10-2, meeting the minimum requirement for conviction. He received 5 life sentences without parole. Home Secretary Douglas Hurd ruled in 1988 against releasing him. Despite no direct evidence of Jeremy Bamber's guilt, controversy persists. Some believe in a miscarriage of justice, suggesting Sheila Bamber may be the true culprit. Jeremy insists on his innocence, filing appeals with his lawyer, arguing biased judgment due to his behavior in court. Jeremy Bamber contends that there's insufficient evidence against him, pointing to unexplained aspects of the case. Tests on Sheila's hands weren't conducted. There were allegations of police misconduct at the scene, and speculation of retaliation by Jeremy's ex-girlfriend remains. In 1991, Jeremy Bamber requested a trial, but in 1996, a police officer destroyed much of the physical evidence, which Jeremy's defense team criticized as a disgrace. In 1997, a DNA test revealed the presence of Sheila and June's blood in the silencer, but the results were complex and inconclusive. In 2012, gun experts from the US and UK argued that the injuries on the bodies didn't match those typically caused by a silencer. In 2015, Jeremy Bamber filed an appeal demanding access to all evidence for his defense, but he was sentenced to an additional 14 years for fraud, as he posed as a lawyer to obtain it. Seeking to prove his innocence, Bamber set up websites discussing the case and offered a significant reward for evidence overturning his conviction. The Bamber family's case continues to garner public attention, raising doubts about the verdict's correctness. What's your opinion on whether Jeremy is guilty?
As we dig deeper into the shadows of this case, remember to revisit the channel. There are many more shocking cases lurking here, waiting to be uncovered. Don't forget to hit that notification bell so you never miss an episode.